was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I didn't bring one. Manager gave it to me. Cheers.
Hello everybody, welcome to Southport for Lancashire versus Surrey. The toss has just taken place. Southport bathed in sunshine once again. Let's see if we can go and grab a word with the captains. Ellie Threlkeld first from Lancashire. Which way's the coin come down today, in your favour or not, and what will you be doing?
I've lost the toss again, and we're going to have a bowl.
How are you feeling about that then? Because last week you were asked to bat first and got a good score but didn't defend it. Different task, I suppose, today.
Yeah, I think the pitch played really well here last week, so yeah, it doesn't bother us too much. I think hopefully look to go out and take some early wickets and then go and chase it down in the second innings, so yeah.
Any changes to the team?
Yes, Ailsa Lister has come in for Danny Collins and Sophie Morris has come in for Grace Potts.
Okay, lovely stuff. Well, I'll let you go and get ready and we'll have a quick chat with Bryony, but best of luck, Ellie. Bryony, so it's come down in your favour, the coin. What was the reasoning behind the decision you made?
It looks like a pretty used wicket, so we want first dibs on it, and we've got plenty of spin later on in the day, so hopefully we get a bit of turn, but I think we play our best cricket when we hopefully put a big score on the board and defend it.
Is there an expectation that spin will be a factor? I've heard that round the ground this morning.
I think so. Obviously, we know there's been a lot of runs scored this season here so far, but you know, looking at the wicket, it looks pretty used, and we've got some very good spinners in our team.
And finally, any changes to your team?
Yeah, so Sophia Dunkley's out with a bit of a niggle, so Tilly comes in.
Okay, lovely stuff. Well, as I say, I'll let you go and get ready for the game as well.
Thank you.
So there we have it. That's the news from the toss. Those are the thoughts of the captains. You'll be joining myself, Mike Perkins, and Faith Florence in the commentary box after a couple of words from our advertisers.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA. The red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red rolls together.
Hello everybody, and as if by magic, myself, Mike Perkins, and Faith Florence alongside me have appeared in our, I say, commentary box. We're actually sat outside under a couple of parasols here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. So for you viewers on Lancs TV, they will have just heard the news from the toss. We've also got listeners from the BBC Sport website as well, so welcome along to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for Lancashire versus Surrey in the Women's One Day Cup here in what is a beautifully sunny Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. The team news, to just clarify it in full there, is Lancashire have made two changes. They have brought into their side Sophie Morris, who will replace Grace Potts, and they've also brought in Ailsa Lister, who will replace Danny Collins. The Surrey batters are out in the middle. One change for Bryony Smith, the captain, who is out there with Danny Wyatt-Hodge to open the batting for Surrey. They won the toss and chose to bat. They brought in Tilly Courtine-Coleman for Sophia Dunkley, who we heard has a niggle, was the way Bryony Smith described it in that little chat I had with her at the toss there on Lancs TV. Good to have around about 300-400 of you already tuned into the live stream, and I'm sure many more on the BBC Sport website. Tara Norris to open the bowling from the Harrod Drive end. It's flicked round the corner, and the first run of the day goes to the captain, Bryony Smith, for Surrey. One without loss is the score. Faith Florence, we are underway. I'll read those teams out in full in just a moment, but what are your thoughts on the two changes for the home side, Lancashire? Sophie Morris coming in for Grace Potts and Ailsa Lister for Danny Collins.
Morning, Mike. Morning to everybody listening. So, yeah, as you say, there have been a couple of changes. I think Sophie Morris adding another left-arm spin option is probably the plan there. So hopefully she'll go well today. And with Ailsa Lister just boosting the batting, it'll be very exciting day for her.
Here's Norris again, bowling to Wyatt-Hodge, who just squeezes that one out onto the leg side. It looked as if it caught her slightly for pace or maybe for bounce, but she gets it away into the leg side and picks up another single backward of square. There was both the fielders on the leg side are down at sort of a long leg under the tree. I think Sophie Morris just taking advantage of the only shade she's going to get today. And also over on the railway side of the ground, we have a backward square leg. So that's allowed 2 runs so far for both the Surrey batters, who are both underway. Surrey have struggled a little bit in this competition so far, losing 3 and only winning 1. They were much fancied to do well, as this one is played to mid-wicket from a short of length ball by Norris, and there is no run as it's returned to the keeper Ellie Threlkeld, but that will have surprised a few. As I say, the home side in full is Eve Jones, Emma Lamb, Katie Mack, Seren Smale, Fee Morris, Ailsa Lister, Ellie Threlkeld, Kate Cross, Tara Norris, who is opening the bowling, Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris. So a spinner added to the lineup for those in all red. As on her way in again comes Norris, looking for the first wicket of the day, and she bowls another ball that, though we're on an angle here at sort of backward point, looked as if it was speared in at the stumps to me. We haven't got a head-on camera that we can see at the moment, so do forgive us if we're not 100% accurate on the line, but that one looked like it was speared into the stumps. It's another dot ball. The numbers already going up on the Lancs TV feed. Around about 600 of you with us. Good to have you with us on the BBC Sport website as well. We're following Lancashire women against Surrey women in the One Day Cup, the 50-over competition, as this one's pushed back down the ground up to mid-on. There is no run on offer, and that will keep the score at 2 without loss in the first over of this game. So to run you through the Surrey lineup in full, it's Bryony Smith, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, Alice Capsey, Tilly Courtine-Coleman comes into the side for Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson-Richards, Paige Schofield, Kira Chatley, Alice Monaghan, Kalia Moore and Rihanna
Rhianna McDonald-Gay and Danny Gregory, not to miss her off, because she has a little bit of history on this ground, as this one is bowled by Tara Norris and driven up to mid-on again, more firmly this time, but the result is the same, no run. It's the end of the first over, 2 without loss the score. Faith Florence, your thoughts on that opening over?
I think that's a really tidy start for Tara Norris and Lancashire. They'll be pretty pleased with that. Surrey haven't managed to sort of run away with anything on that first over, and Lancashire are going to want to really keep it tight. Having won the toss, Surrey will be expecting to really go hard in the power play, as they've done before, so that's a very encouraging first over for Lancashire. Perhaps Surrey just kind of feeling it out, getting the pace of the wicket, and will probably hope to up the scoring rate in the next few overs. It's more their style to really go hard in the power play. So a good start for Lancashire.
As we mentioned for the listeners watching the pictures on Lancs TV and the Geo app in India actually as well, the word around the ground this morning was that this pitch was played on Saturday. It was obviously played on last week in this competition as well, and that it turned on Saturday. There was, I think, all 10 of the wickets for Southport and Birkdale were taken by spinners at the weekend. So there is a feeling it will turn today, and it might not be the run fest we saw last week once the slow bowls get on. Kate Cross to open the bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. It's dabbed into the offside by her international teammate Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and Wyatt-Hodge gets her first run off Cross. 3 without loss the score, and it starts very much as the first over started there. Faith Florence with a single.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Lancashire will want to see, and Kate Cross will, I'm sure, be desperate to get back in the wickets. I don't think she took a wicket in the last game, and it'll be really essential if Lancashire want to win this game that, spin and pace if they can get involved in getting into the wickets. So, yeah, good first ball for Kate Cross.
I'm going to double check it though. I think she has the best economy rate in the entire competition at the moment, Kate Cross. As she bowls this one short of a length, there's going to be no run there as Smith just stands up and moves back into her crease slightly to prod it into the offside. No run on offer. Yeah, so her economy rate is 3.78 at the moment. So Kate Cross, who has 98 international appearances currently, is topping she might not be in the wickets at the moment. At the moment, leading the wickets is Phoebe Turner, I believe, yes. And that one's flicked up in the air, and it's held, is it? Yes, it is. It's held in the offside. It looks like Emma Lamb has got there just with a flailing hand that just seemed to pluck the ball out the air. It was a bit of a leading edge, it felt like, from Bryony Smith, and it just popped up in the air, and that is maybe an indication that the pitch is already a little bit slower than we saw last week, where it was coming onto the bat nicely to be driven. Smith sort of rehearsing the shot as she goes off, and she wasn't in the wickets last week. She's in them now, Faith Florence.
There we go.
If that was your tactic from a Lancashire point of view, it's worked very well.
Well, that's what Lancashire would have been thinking, Kate Cross is never going to stay out of the wickets very long. Like you said, she's been the most economical bowler, probably been a bit unlucky not to get the wicket, so it was only a matter of time, not very long time, before she'd get a wicket. And that was just one of those balls that, in the sort of shimmering sunshine, it looked like it could be going towards a boundary as a desperate dive, and if you don't get your fingers on that, that would have gone all the way. So a brilliant catch by Emma Lamb there. Really strong start for Lancashire, and Bryony Smith has to trudge back to the hutch.
Yep, she's out for one. Caught by Emma Lamb off the bowling of Kate Cross, as you just heard. Confirmed for us there on the tannoy. 3 for 1 the score. Great start for Lancashire this. Though they wouldn't have necessarily been expecting their seamers to take the wickets today, so to get one early is probably a bonus, Faith.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's sort of more the pattern when we saw the first 2 victories for Lancashire of the season. The seamers were sort of getting in there with early wickets, so brilliant start.
Brilliant to be with you on the BBC Sport website and app, the Geo app in India and Lancs TV, as Kate Cross is rushing in again to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end, and that one is a defensive stroke into the offside. Well played and neatly defended that first ball. Away it goes, no run on offer. Alice Capsey is the player who's strided to the wicket at number 3 for Surrey, and she looked in very orderly fashion. She's one who was on that difficult tour, winter tour of the Ashes, the one that Kate Cross unfortunately missed through injury. And there's a lot to prove, I think, for these players who want their international places for the tours this summer, as that one's played up to mid-on, no run on offer.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but also I think almost everybody will be just keen to put that to bed now, put that in the back of their mind and have this fresh start, this new regime for England with new coach, new captain, and just sort of rewrite some positive history.
Is that how it feels to you? We'll come to it after this ball, but a fresh start as Cross is bowling. It's clipped up to mid-on. This, if it escapes the ring, would have been 4 because the outfield is lightning fast here at Southport. But Ailsa Lister made a very good stop and actually kept it to a dot ball. So that's a good way to conclude the second over of the innings from a Lancashire point of view. They've also picked up a wicket through Kate Cross, who's putting her marker down to the new captain, Nat Sitterbrunt. 3 for 1. Is that how it feels to you, as somebody who I know is an England fan, Faith? You feel like a fresh start has been made by the fact they've changed captain, coach, and they've got a blank slate now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and even without those sort of big changes, like anything that happened next would be a fresh start. You know, and you know, with the sun out and it's summertime and a new competition, a new kind of county system, I think everybody can just sort of, without pressure, start again.
It does feel different. I mean, the sun was out plenty in Australia, but perhaps there were times England were wishing it wouldn't be. But they are back onto doing what they do best, as that one's defended out into the offside. Emma Lamb there, who's been in the runs early on this season, top scorer in the competition with 311, already has a catch to her name today as well. So she's putting down a mark. Does it feel open to everyone as well this year? You know, I mean, even say an Eve Jones or somebody like that who hasn't ever had a chance with England, as this one is pushed into the offside and the aforementioned Eve Jones comes in and picks up underarm, returns to Ellie Threlkeld, no run. I mean, does it feel wider? It surely is to Lamb, because she's obviously proved it on the international stage before, but and Wyatt-Hodge is batting there now. It sort of feels like everybody needs to prove themselves once again, which is good, I think, for England.
So. I think so. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be great sweeping changes, but I think, you know, with everybody knows how much attention that Charlotte Edwards pays to the competition and domestic cricket.
Norris bowling, left arm over the wicket from the Harrow Drive end, clipped into the leg side. There is a fielder back there. And in fact, they've actually moved forward of square this over, and it was a good thing they did, because that one was another one that the pace of the outfield could have taken it away for 4 runs. But it was picked up well out there by Seren Smale, and there was just the 1 run on offer that time, 4 for 1. Wyatt-Hodge getting to the non-strikers end, punches gloves with her international teammate, Alice Capsey.
And Charlotte Edwards has said herself, you know, she's looking at all the players in the competition, looking at form and looking at performance. And I think, yeah, absolutely, every player should have reason to feel that they can achieve, if that's part of their dreams, part of their goals to play for England, then what they produce in this competition could go a long way to meeting those goals.
Here's Norris. Left arm over the wicket once again. Advancing down the track was Capsey, and she sort of got stopped in her tracks by the ball, but stood up and clipped it down to long leg for 1, where Sophie Morris does the fielding from under one of the few bits of shade under the tree there. The score moves on to 5 for 1. We're one of 3 games taking place at the moment in this Women's One Day Cup competition. Durham against Hampshire. Durham batting there. They are 7 without loss at Arundel. And we also have a game at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Somerset. The visitors also batting first in that one. They are 15 without loss. Warwickshire making a very good start to the season that I don't think many were necessarily expecting, as this one is dabbed out behind square to the Australian Katie Mack, who is positioned at backward point. No run on offer on that occasion, but already it feels like a proper competition, this, doesn't it? And particularly now it's under the county names. Absolutely.
I'm just still wondering how Sophie Morris found that one bit of shade in the whole field. That's quite
well.
impressive.
She was here doing extra fielder duties last week, so she clearly scouted it out.
Good on her.
Here comes Tara Norris bowling, left arm over the wicket. Oh, it's a full toss, and it's going to be smacked away for 4. There's no missing out on that for a player of the calibre of Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and she just stroked it to the boundary off the front foot. It went probably slightly squarer than she would have liked, but right in a gap. 4 runs to the total, 9 without loss. Lovely shot from Wyatt-Hodge. And as I say, brilliant to have you joining us, however you have chosen to do so today, whether it's the Geo app in India, whether it's the BBC Sport website and app, or whether it's through the YouTube pictures on Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence. And we're enjoying it here at Southport and Birkdale in the sunshine. It's 9 for 1.
Absolutely, and that will feel good for Danny Wyatt to put away a bad ball like that, as she'd be expected to. and get boundary going for Surrey.
Yep, it's been a good start for Lancs with the wicket, but Surrey will be expecting a big total here as this one is defended back down the pitch in orderly fashion by Capsey. No run added to the total. It's crucial, really, that Lancashire just try and restrict, as well as looking for the wickets, try and almost just get to that 10-over mark with 10 runs less on the board than there might otherwise be, so they can get into their spinners in a good position, because those runs could be very crucial at the back end. We saw that in the game here last week against Hampshire, as this one is defended into the offside, picked up at cover, no run. That's where Emma Lamb took an early catch, and it sort of feels almost as if every run right from the start of this game will be crucial, because Lancashire put on 185 for the first wicket last week and still lost the game. And Eve Jones was saying at the end she almost felt guilty for not going quicker in her 107 that she made, as this one is hit down the ground by Capsey, looked in control. She always plays with her wrists on top of the ball, and that was a good example there. Even though she was playing from the crease and probably didn't hit it the way she would like, she still made a good enough connection to send it up to mid-on. 9 for 1 it remains.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. I think at this stage, you don't necessarily want to think about the number that you're going to be chasing, but just to keep it tight and keep restricting those runs and get that habit going early.
That's what I thought Hampshire did really well, as cross bowls, and this one's pushed into the offside. No run on offer. It's Jones there with the fielding, returns it to Threlkeld, no run. Slightly forward there was Capsey due to the full length. But I thought Hampshire really did well, because I think they lost the first 40 overs of that game, but then they won the 10 between 40, or probably the last 11. I think the score was something like 57 for 5 for Lancashire as they tried to add late runs, and that's ultimately what won them the game and let them have a chase that they were able to make. As that one goes down the leg side, the wide will be signalled to the scorers, and one more will go on to the total. Surrey into double figures there, 10 for 1. We are in the 4th over of this game. Thank you for joining us nice and early on the BBC Sport website and app and Lancs TV.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. And, that leaves you with the feeling of Lancashire that you let one go, you weren't sort of trounced. You could have had a way to win that game.
Bowled by Cross and hit down the ground. Straight up to Ailsa Lister, who makes the stop. No run.
And that's the sort of feeling you don't want to carry into the next game. You don't want that to happen again, where you are possibly in control of the game, and have quite a strong chance, and perhaps quite fancied to take that game. And they were doing really well in restricting Hampshire, and let it get away at the end.
Do feel free to hit the like button as well if you're watching on the YouTube pictures. As cross bowls, there's a flick and he's going to take the bails on the way through. Capsey tried to flick it into the leg side. It took her on the pad and I think went back onto the stumps, and the bails have been dislodged. And Surrey are 10 for 2. Cross has both the wickets and Capsey is out bowled. Just trying to flick leg side. It was probably the right shot. It was full of length, although it was very straight. And I think she's got unlucky there, and it's taken a bit of the pad. We'll try and get a replay up, but Faith Florence, whilst we do, what did you make of that dismissal?
Oh, well, that's what you love to see. Kate Cross in full flow, steaming in and knocking the bails off. I mean, we were saying it was quite a slow start for Surrey, but that's because Lancashire have been bowling so well and applying pressure on both ends. Kate Cross, having taken the first wicket, one soon follows after. She's really got her eye in. She's bowling a good line in length, and Surrey haven't been able to get away in that destructive manner that they normally do. And so, to see Bryony Smith and Alice Capsey as the two batters who've had to trudge back early, that's going to really give Lancashire a boost. And, for Surrey, they've got to start thinking, well, do we really go hard now, or do we have to peg back a little bit and settle in? And so introducing that doubt where they can't sort of play that strong power play game that they normally start with.
I've just had a peek at the replay, and actually Kate Cross has done Capsey there. As I say, we're at sort of a mid-wicket angle, so we didn't, I think, appreciate this fully at the time, but she's bowled a ball that swung from kind of outside leg stump back onto the line of the stumps as Norris comes to begin the 5th over of the game. This one will be cut away, and that's 4 runs, and a player of Wyatt-Hodge's class will always find the rope with a stroke like that. It goes away. Hannah Jones on her way to pick it up for us. 14 for 2 now, the total, after that lovely stroke from Wyatt-Hodge through backward point. But just to come back to the wicket, it started off outside the line of leg stump, swung back onto the line, and Capsey thought if it was going to continue to be outside leg stump, she could clip it through the leg side, and she's ended up missing it completely, and it's just taken the top of the bails and knocked them off. Brilliant piece of bowling by Kate Cross. She has already in her wickets column Bryony Smith, the captain, and Alice Capsey, the promising young England talent, as this one goes down the leg side. We'll wait to see if there was any bat or pad involved. Wyatt-Hodge is back for 2, calling Schofield, the new batter, to the wicket through for that. Must have taken a bit of bat on the way, because it's been credited to Wyatt-Hodge there. Score moves on to 15 for 2 on the far side in the yellow telegraph numbers, and then on to 16 for 2. But yes, it looked to me... Oh, no, it was... that's why, and it's gone to 17, because it was signalled wide. I just missed the wide ball signal there, so this one's defended into the offside. Katie Max there. It was a good length ball from Tara Norris, probably the best delivery she bowled. It just swung down the leg side, but that swing helping Kate Cross to get the wicket of Capsey. As I say, she's got Capsey, the young England talent, for 1, and she's got Bryony Smith for 1 in this game. So that is a very, very good start indeed for Kate Cross.
It's interesting that Paige Scholfield has come out next. She's been coming out lower down the order, hasn't she?
Yeah, she certainly used to, as this one is played into the offside. There is no run on offer. I'll just get up Surrey's
I thought it was strange
cards
the last game to see Paige Scholfield coming out a little bit lower, maybe at 5 or 6. I can't remember exactly the position, but I just remember noting, that seems quite low down for her to come out, but it does give that middle lower order, the opportunity to score many more runs. But I think having lost 2 such powerful players in quick succession quite early on in the first 5 overs, maybe they think, okay, Paige Scholfield is the one to come and do a rebuilding job while keeping the score flowing.
Yeah, they batted Dunkley at 4, who obviously isn't playing, Davidson Richards at 5 and Schofield at 6 in their previous game against Warwickshire, which they lost by 3 wickets. As I say, Warwickshire's form's been a bit of a surprise to anyone outside of that county, I think, in this competition in the early stages, and Surrey have certainly ended up on the wrong end of it. The Blaze lead the way. They played yesterday and won for the 4th time in the competition, as this one is bowled by Norris, and it's defended by Wyatt-Hodge. It was up towards the top of her bat, but it was a good length delivery. She just sort of stayed on the crease to play it in the end. In the game against Durham, again Surrey batted first in that one, as Bryony Smith has chosen to do today. And yeah, you're right, Paige Schofield was 4, 5, 6, 7 in that game. She had that brilliant year where she just seemingly would make 50 or 100 every time she walked to the wicket in the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. I think that was the 23 edition rather than 24 edition. We can check that at some point today as the throw comes in. Anyway, she's down to the striker's end with a score 18 for 2 with that single to Wyatt-Hodge that was dabbed into the leg side, and she's ready to go. She can certainly bat, Faith Florence. We know that much. That's the easiest way of putting it.
Absolutely, and one of those names that people are thinking about in terms of being in the England squad, possibly in the summer. So this is a really good chance for her to make a lot of runs and be a bit of a hero for Surrey. Yeah,
time to bat on what has been a good wicket so far. The scores were around about 200 at the weekend in club cricket, around about I think it was about 220, somewhere around there, and Southport and Birkdale bowled their opponents out to win that game. 18 for 2 as Schofield's first ball was driven up to extra cover for no run. So that's the score at the 5 over mark, 18 for 2. The second wicket falling in the 4th over. That was Kate Cross's second. She's about to embark on her 3rd and see what she can do here. So yeah, Surrey have also played Hampshire, who are obviously another team that will be fancied in this competition. They lost by 50 runs batting second there, and Schofield was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that game. So she's been batting around 6 or 7. So a little bit of a promotion today. As we say, the niggle that Sophia Dunkley has picked up, who scored 100 in the previous game, might have something to do with that. There seems to be a real emphasis on this competition as Kate Cross bowls outside the off stump through to the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. I heard Charlotte Edwards on Radio 4 this morning. They were playing an interview with her, and it seems there's a real emphasis from the New England coach that she is going to pick based on runs scored in this competition, and wickets taken, of course, in Kate Cross's case.
I mean, I like the sound of that, you know, as an England follower and an England fan. I'd love to see that.
Here's Cross, right arm over the wicket, bowling. This one's going to be flicked uppishly, but into a gap, and it's going to roll away on the quick outfield. There are two fielders in pursuit. They chase it all the way. It's a very valiant chase in the end, because that's one that many a fielder could have given up. But Fee Morris and Sophie Morris both chased that all the way. We've actually got Fee Morris with a Sophie Morris shirt on, because they're both wearing Morris 3, I've noticed from that chase, which is a nice little quirk, but there we go. 22 for 2, the score moves to with that 4. Lovely boundary for Wyatt-Hodge, who's looking in very smooth form at 16. But it just, I don't know if this is an unfair characteristic of the previous sort of coaching staff, but for me, they didn't seem to pay a lot of attention to the regional competition, as this one is pushed into the offside and picked up and thrown back into Ellie Threlkeld. I'm sure they'd dispute that. I'm sure they'd say, look, we picked Maya Bouchier. Look, there's all sorts of players we picked out of that. You know, we gave Emily Arlett a go in the squad after she bowled well at Heather Knight in Regional Cricket. But it just seemed there wasn't that desire to put the England players into this and go, right, you've got to prove yourself again and again and again at this domestic level. And I don't know, already it feels like Charlotte Edwards is asking her players to go out and do that. As Wyatt-Hodge has been taken on the pad, I think there was a bit of glove or bat involved in that one. The umpire maybe thought it was high too. As I say, we're not straight on, so we'll have a look at the replay. But what did you make of it, Faith Florence? Not out is the result.
Yeah, it looked pretty straight from the angle where it was sitting. Possibly height. I mean, Danny Wyatt-Hodge isn't the tallest. I think maybe a bit of bat, I would guess, but
I was dead wrong. We've got a terrible angle for judging these things. It was going down the leg side by miles.
Okay.
As cross bowls again, and this one is played away. It was like a proper old-fashioned back cut, that one. It goes all the way for 4. That shows the speed of the outfield. It looked as if the fielder from third was going to get round to the right-hand side, but couldn't do so. And Wyatt-Hodge literally just placed the bat on that one, and it's raced away behind square on the offside. 26 for 2, the total moves on to. She placed it nice and square, but she barely hit it, Faith Florence.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to stop the boundary in some of these angles. I mean, when you look out across the outfield, it's a bit sort of wavy, I guess you could say, you know, kind of goes up and down, so the ball is going to race away.
It's bowled by Wyatt-Hodge, little inside edge. Threlkeld felt there was the need for another appeal, but it didn't.
It's quite dry on the edges.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looks like a June, July, August type pitch, doesn't it, at this stage? And as I say, anything. I know I was at a cricket club on Saturday where 644 runs had been scored in the day. It's generally known as one of the better batting tracks in that league, but it was almost unheard for a team to chase down a target as high as that. I think it was 312 was just, so not quite 644. My maths isn't great. 312 was chased down for victory anyway, which is a lot.
But, you know, going back to what you were saying about England and picking on form, I mean, those, you know, on social media, those conversations have always been there, people wondering.
Here's Norris bowling, and this one is flicked round the corner, and Threlkeld, the wicketkeeper, is going to have to go and chase because she's put both her fielders back on the boundary on the leg side, as we've been telling you, for the in-swing of Tara Norris. Another 1 to the total, 27 for 2.
There are lots of players that were always seem to be tearing it up in the domestic competition, and people wondering, you know, oh, how come they never seem to get a look in the England squad? You know, people even sort of had their alternative, almost 11s or alternative top 6 in their minds that could be playing for England, just based on the form that we'd see in the domestic competition. So, you know, hopefully that's something that will change.
Norris bowling a ball that is flicked uppishly by Wyatt-Hodge. It might have interested the bowler in a cordon bowl for just a second, but it was well wide of her. Goes up to mid-on in the end. 27 for 2. I suppose the other one they might... Oh, well, we picked Alice Davidson-Richards out of the domestic setup for the test match. She has that wonderful average of 107, but that was because she only got 1 innings.
Right.
She never got the opportunity. She's never had the opportunity to build on that test average. So there are certainly players out there who can perform on the international stage, as we saw in that Test match with South Africa. As this one's picked up one-handed, thrown back to Ellie Threlkeld by Eve Jones. Lancashire will know they've got a lot of work to do, even though they've already picked up 2 wickets in the early stages. If they can get another one here, though, they will consider that a very, very good start. It's 28 for 2. Paige Scholfield just scratches away at the crease to remark a guard as the first train of the day makes its way from right to left in towards Southport. That's such a feature of the ground here. We get lovely yellow trains with solar panels on top flying along the track. Well, they don't really fly, they sort of rattle along. As this one gets Paige Scholfield rattling along, or at least rattling the scoreboard along, with a single into the leg side, 29 for 2. This has been a better over for Surrey.
It has been, and you know, you get the sense that they are sort of settling in a bit. They're definitely not ones to panic. Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Paige Scholfield definitely don't have a reputation for just throwing away their wicket, and they're 2 batters that you would expect can, you know, assess the situation and just calm things down and find their footing as all the wickets start to fall.
Tara Norris bowls, and this one is defended into the offside. Forward comes Emma Lamb, picks up cleanly, no run on offer.
So it's important that Lancashire keep looking lively in the field, keep alert, keep stopping those boundaries where they can, and keep this tight bowling that they've started with.
So yeah, we've got 180 of you with us on the BBC Sport website and app, which is good. We're on the main part of the cricket pages, which is really good to see. So lovely to be there today, and also lovely to be on Lancs TV, where we've got 1,800 of you with us already. It's quite windy today, you might have noticed. It's more than a gentle summer breeze, that, as it rattles the parasol and the papers around us, but it's quite welcome actually. It was very, very hot with no breeze whatsoever last week, and that last ball of the over, which will be recorded as a dot, leaves the score at 29 for 2 at the end of the 7th over. If you are watching the YouTube pictures, we managed to achieve 99,000 views in total last week, which 99 is never a number that a cricketer likes to see. So if we can make that 100,000 today, that would be absolutely glorious. We'd always take 99 at this time in the morning, but as any cricketer would, but 100,000 would be lovely. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about that, and we're going to get on with the cricket, because this is an intriguing contest at this stage. We feel bat is going to dominate ball, but we also feel spin bowling is going to be a factor. Lancashire have picked up 2 wickets with their seam bowling. Cross with both of them, dismissing the captain Bryony Smith and Capsey both for 1. This is returned from Smale down at 3rd for the loss of another run. Came sort of off the outside edge of Schofield's bat. She's kind of one of those batters I feel that maybe struggles to start a bit, but once she's in, can be deadly.
So this is the time to really get her then, and go
yes.
for her if you're Lancashire.
And I wonder if you'd have probably been guessing exactly where to put the slip, but whether it would have been worth having a catcher behind square on the offside perhaps there. I think it would have been a brave move, and it probably would have cost you 4 there, but it also could have got Schofield out early on, as this one is driven up to mid-on. No run on offer. 30 for 2 it remains. I don't know if that's just an impression I get. I've not gone through the stats. I'm sure Hypercourse, if they're listening, can send us a message. But yeah, I always get the impression if Schofield gets in, she goes big and makes things problematic. I'll look up that wonder season she had a few years ago, because it really was a fantastic year, that one, as it's fired down the leg sides, bounced horribly for Ellie Threlkeld. It sort of pitched crease length and ended up right round the shoulders of Threlkeld. Throws coming over her head as well. The Lancashire captain might be wanting to have words with her bowlers and fielders there. It's going to be a long hot day here. Can we try and make it ever so slightly easier for me than that ball was? Because it's added runs to the total anyway. But yeah, it almost bounced in a foothole, I think. It was a wide from cross. Score goes on to 32 for 2. The batters have changed ends as well. Schofield now facing up to Cross, who's going to try and get that wicket. She's clearly looking for that swing from quite a long way outside leg stump, and that's why the last one that didn't turn and pitched in the foothold sort of drifted down the leg side. No run on there from the defensive stroke from Schofield. Good length ball, a dot recorded.
That won't be a problem for Ellie Threlkeld. She's a really good wicket keeper, very flexible, and can be acrobatic when needed, so they'll just say they're giving her an extra stretch.
Just heard the birds tweeting in that brief interlude there. It's a perfect May day, really. As I say, a breeze which is very welcome, even if it is flapping a few notes and parasols as Cross rushes in and bowls, and this one is driven back to her. But the sunshine out, the sky, the only clouds are white. I always think of it as a painter's palette, and there's a bit of white but a lot of sky blue, and it looks absolutely fantastic here at Southport and Birkdale.
I love the contrast of the Lancashire red and the Surrey's black kit as well.
And I was at Edgbaston earlier in the season where the two teams were wearing very similar kits, and I know Barbara Daniels, World Cup winner, likes that, as that signalled wide down the leg side. There was a stray appeal to try and stop the arms being stretched out, but they won't be. 33 for 2. And she is a big supporter of teams wearing different coloured kits, even though it doesn't really matter in cricket. She says it just looks better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important, that look as well, if you're not really familiar with the teams as well, you want to get your sort of branding going, the colours that your team wears. And I definitely prefer there to be a nice contrast between the kits.
And Surrey always wanted the South East Stars to be branded as the Surrey Stars they were in the KSL. As another outside edge goes down to third, it'll beat Smale this time to her left-hand side. So 4 more to the total. Not much luck for Smale down there. It's another edge through behind square on the offside from Paige Schofield. It will take the score on to 37 for 2, I believe. But again, it's gone in a completely different place to the last uppish edge behind square on the offside, so it'd be very difficult to know where to put your catcher. However, that's 2 edges now through behind square on the offside. Does Cross need a catcher behind square there?
Well, judging by that, you might say, yeah,
I've made
she
the case,
probably does, but...
As I say, I thought I was making the case to Judge Florence there, as this one's driven into the offside. Better shot. It goes to short extra cover, which is kind of where the catches have been, actually, and it's where the catch has been taken in this innings off Bryony Smith, who got a bit of a leading edge, which does, to me, indicate, or at very least, a drive that kind of... It felt as if the ball had stopped on her and she was a bit early through the shot, and it feels to me as if that's kind of going to be... That's an indication the pitch isn't going to be as good as it was last week when 292 was a score that was chased down.
I always wonder, is it a good idea to follow the ball? If they had the catcher in place in the first place, maybe that would have been the best time. But it does give the batting side a bit of a boost when you're having to sort of change your plans to follow the success that they're having.
37 for 2 after 8 overs. I suppose what you don't want to do, the cardinal sin, is to move one of your catching extra covers to behind square on the offside, lose 2 fours through extra cover, and then it doesn't go anywhere near there is another edge and it doesn't go anywhere near the fielder. Sophie Morris is into the attack, into the team for Lancashire today, replacing the pace bowler Grace Potts, and she is on early, and that's because she is a reliable left-arm spinner, and she proves that by bowling a very full ball. I played a game of club cricket against Sophie Morris, and I hid petrified at number 11, so I didn't have to face.
Oh, did you not?
No. I say I hid.
Unlucky.
I was also told to bat there. As the ball is prodded into the leg side and Threlkeld picks it up, no run on offer. But she is very, very, very accurate, and certainly at the pathetic level of cricket I play, it's very difficult to face.
That would have been a great experience for you.
It would have, but I'd have probably got out fairly quickly, so it wouldn't have lasted too long, as that one is defended back down the pitch, no run on offer. But she's also a very friendly person to play club cricket against. Actually, she plays with a smile on her face. She enjoys playing with her teammates in Upton, and but I think this is the cricket she really enjoys, playing for a county here against Surrey at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, as this one's cut away into the offside. The ball is stopped by Emma Lamb, who's taken the catch today. Cross also bowling Alice Capsey. Some big indicators maybe there for the summer. You always want to get the better of your international teammate, don't you? And that's why it's nice to have the internationals playing, because they come up against each other and it's fun. As this one's turned round the corner, it bounces just in front of Threlkeld, who was never really going to be able to effect a catch there, and I think it was mainly sort of clothing and body rather than any bat involved. Here comes Morris again. 37 for 2, the score. It will remain that as Matt comes round at backward point to do the fielding, and Wyatt-Hodge just sussing Morris out there. Another good thing about having Sophie Morris in your team is she bowls her overs very quickly indeed, and that was a maiden over. A very quick maiden over, 37 for 2.
Fantastic start by Sophie Morris there. You know, when you introduce your spin, it's sometimes for the opposition think, okay, there's a chance to get a boundary away.
Particularly in a power play.
On top of the bowler, on top of the new bowler, but she bowled really, really well there, Sophie Morris, and hasn't let up the pressure at all from her end.
That said, it felt like Wyatt-Hodge was just having a look. Yep. She thought, I'm not going to take the bait. I'm an attacking batter. I know what they're thinking. They're thinking I'm going to charge down and try and whack one of these. And actually, I'm not going to take the bait. As cross bowls, and it's a flashing blade from Scholfield. We've seen a few uppish shots. There is now, I would say, about a second or a third slip. It's hard to tell from the angle at deep mid-wicket as we look towards the score box. But they have brought in Eve Jones by the looks of things over there. We'll just keep an eye on if we can get a look at the back of the shirt of the slip fielder there, just to be absolutely certain, Faith Florence. But it looks very like Eve Jones to me from this distance, and she's in there alongside Threlkeld. They've both got captaincy experience at Lancashire. So that one's driven back to Cross. For a moment, I thought it might be a caught and bowled, but it was one of those bump balls that Cross gathers for another dot ball to her analysis. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here today, isn't it? It's an absolute perfect cricket day.
Oh, definitely. Tara Norris has just handed the ball back to Kate Cross.
She starts off tiptoeing and then breaks into a full stride. Delivers now, and it's driven to Fee Morris, who is wearing number 3 today. I'll put a little 3 in brackets rather than her usual 31. So it's clearly a Sophie Morris shirt, which I don't know if that means Fee Morris left hers in the wardrobe this morning. Fee Morris is the sort of cricketer that you can ask that question to and we'll give you an honest answer, so I will endeavour to find out. We are a little bit sort of segregated from the players during play for obvious reasons in terms of betting rules and all that kind of thing. Is another wide from Cross, who is clearly getting swing here, so he's trying to start the ball off maybe a little wider than she otherwise would to get it to swing back to the stumps like she did for the dismissal of Capsey, but it's caused her problems there, I think it's fair to say. And actually in this spell as a whole, drifting down the leg side. You'll be hearing some commentary from Faith Florence at the end of this over, as this one is flicked away down the leg side. Hannah Jones is going to chase round from long leg, but it's gone very fine. I didn't see any leg buys signalled there, so that's going to be 4 more to the total. Just a little touch on it from Schofield, although she was looking at the back of her heel there. Has that one gone down as leg buys or not?
I thought I heard
it's no, 4 runs.
Sound.
4 runs is the signal from next to me.
It sounded like a little nick.
It was just the way she looked at her heel. I'm just watching a replay of it now. No, she did just... It did take a little bit of leg, but also she got a bit of bat on it on the way. So 42 for 2. Schofield is on to 11. And pulls this one round. That's the best shot she's played all day. And that's an indication that maybe she's underway now. Just seizing on that ball. It got out probably only about as much as knee-high, maybe thigh-high. And Schofield was able to whip it round the corner on the pull stroke and send it away for 4. 46 for 2. This is more what we're expecting from this pitch, giving the batters opportunity to score. Schofield has 15.
Warning signs for Lancashire now. Paige Schofield's got her eye in. It would seem... You were mentioning before her more sort of circumspect start, takes her time, gets her eye in, takes a little bit of time to get going.
I think looks nervy early on, I have to say. I think she's a nervous starter.
You reckon?
Yeah, I do. I think she just struggles to get in, but when she does, she has seasons like she did in the 23 edition of the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy competition, where she made 439 runs, including the best of 134, 200s and 150. But again, there was a nought in there as well, and it would indicate... If she got 200s and 150, that's most your 439 runs, and that would indicate a little bit of a nervous starter at times.
I think batting up the order, I think this is the place for Paige Schofield for me. 6 is too low down.
Schofield drives fluidly up towards mid-off. It's a good tumbling stop. No, it isn't. It's escaped underneath the fielder and goes all the way for 4. At first, it appeared a brilliant piece of fielding up there by Tara Norris, I think it was. But no, it escapes underneath her. It's the 50 up for Surrey as well, 50-4-2. We've had 10 overs of this innings, and to pick up commentary, it will be Faith Florence who will give you some thoughts on that first 10 overs and on what was a fairly, after the maiden, a fairly brutal over for Kate Cross there. She's gone for 13 in that.
Yeah, well, very, very contrast to the start that Kate Cross and the Lancashire bowlers made. The Lancashire seamers started really well, 2 very quick wickets, really pegged back Surrey and prevented them from scoring, sent back 2 very good, experienced, destructive batters. And then Danny Wyatt-Hodge managed to stay in, joined by Paige Scholfield, who seems to be just getting her eye in. And they've brought the score up to 50 for just a loss of the 2 wickets after 10 overs. So a good start for Lancashire, but yep, signs that Surrey have got their eye in and are trying to settle in here. So we've got Sophie Morris.
Wyatt-Hodge, and I think this is going to be quite an intriguing over because Wyatt-Hodge was very watchful in that first over. That was where she basically just hit it back to the bowl and said, "Have another go." So let's see what she does here.
Yeah, so Sophie Morris into Wyatt-Hodge, who takes a swing at that, but it's a very good ball. There'll be no run from there. So you can see signs that Danny Wyatt-Hodge is already ready to take the spinner on a little bit, probably encouraged by those boundaries from Paige Scholfield in the last over against Kate Cross.
Different approach, definitely.
Sophie Morris, so she's down the wicket. It goes high up in the air and it's caught. She's out. So they're taking on the ball, caught by Emma Lamb. Taking on the bowling there of Sophie Morris. Danny Wyatt-Hodge was ready to go. That's another wicket, a very good wicket for Lancashire, because it looked like that pair were really settling in. And Sophie Morris just bowled her right line and length there. She shuffled down towards the ball, Danny Wyatt, to try and meet it and just lob it back over the bowler's head and for a boundary, but it just skewed up and was caught by Emma Lamb.
At backward point, second catch of the innings, one off Kate Cross at short extra cover, now one at backward point, and 50 for 3. Wyatt-Hodge out for 21 as the Tanno confirms, just in the nick of time, because I was a little unsure which number I was going to go for in the 20s there. Glad they were there. And 21 before being caught by Lamb off the bowling of Morris. Well done, Sophie Morris, for sticking to her line and length.
Absolutely.
Even when an England player was trying to whack her. And this is a bit of trouble for Surrey here, 50 for 3 on a pitch that was high scoring last week.
Well, quite. And so that brings Alice Davison-Richardson to the crease, and she's going to be facing Sophie Morris straight away, just fresh off that wicket. And Alice Davison-Richardson is another batter. You know, you mentioned that century she got for England a while ago. She's a very strong, very capable batter. So Surrey won't be panicking yet, and they'll want to rely on these two as Sophie Morris is in, and that's defended by Davison-Richards. So she'll take her time to get her eye in there. You won't see her doing anything particularly rash to start off the innings. She knows that there's a job to do for Surrey, and there's a bowler that she's facing that is really on top of things as she's in, and she just swings that into the offside. No run for Alice Davison-Richards.
As I say, my favourite ADR stat is that she has a test average of 107, which is admittedly one innings, but I love that.
Morris into Alice Davison-Richards, and that's hit into the leg side. They'll get through for 1 run. A little bit of a fumble by Katie Mack in the covers.
Obviously, if given the choice, she'd want to play 100 test matches for England and average, 100. But if you can only play one and walk off with an average of 107, you'd do it, wouldn't you? And that may be what happens for Alice Davison-Richards. It would be disappointing for her, but that may be the case.
Morris into Scholfield now, and that's just pushed back towards the bowler. No run.
I guess if they thought, that the question mark they might have at international level about her is her bowling threatening enough at that level? I hear she's been bowling bouncers this season. I heard she bounced out Maya Bouchier earlier in the season, so that's maybe a little sign to the international selectors. I know obviously this game is vital within the competition, but you always end up, don't you, in county cricket, talking about what does it mean for that international summer coming up. So I think it is fair enough that we're talking about that quite a bit.
That's very true. At 51 for 3 is the score at the moment after the 10 overs. And just seen Hannah Jones marking up her run-up. Well, I wouldn't say much of a run-up, but more of a sort of a walk or a quite quick step into her bowling. She's a left-arm spinner for Lancashire, and one of Lancashire's really stalwart and true bowlers. I think Ellie Theracles throws to her when she needs a wicket, and she's in for her first ball, and that's driven hard. That's going towards the boundary. There's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Alice Davidson-Richards.
22 wickets, second best in the competition last year, I make it for Hannah Jones, but probably, well, it was the ball she always bowls, but it was driven very well, that one.
It was driven very well, and probably not the start that she'd want for her very first delivery to be driven back past her like that. It's usually quite economical, but can be taken down. Here she goes again, and that's driven again in the same direction, but this time that's stopped before they can get away for a run by Tara Norris there.
A little bit easier for Norris at mid-off, that one, because the other one just disappeared.
Definitely. It's Jones is in again, and there's a big swing through the covers. She'll get away for 1 run, Alice Davidson-Richards.
We have a sweeper out there, so at the moment we've got a backward point, a sweeper at cover, a short extra cover, a mid-off on the offside, and then Jones has got 2 back on the leg side, as well as mid-on the back of the ring, mid-wicket, sort of halfway between the ring and the middle of the pitch, and a fielder on the 45.
Jones into Scholfield, that's driven, and I thought she got her hand on it, but she didn't. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. There was just a bit of a dive from Hannah Jones to try and stop the ball, but that was going too quickly past her. So that's another boundary in her first over, Hannah Jones, and more expensive boundary perhaps than we're used to Hannah Jones early on.
That's, though, I think an indication, as you say, Hannah Jones is usually very hard to get away, and that is an indication why this should be a high-scoring game, because if it beats the infield, it is 4. That's, as I say, I was at a club ground like this one at Southport and Birkdale on Saturday, and that was what players were saying who'd played in that game. I think it's going to be similar today for these county players.
And that's driven towards cover, but that's stopped there, just an extra cover. Paige Scholfield facing, no run, 60 for 3 is the score.
And when you get to the quality of these county players, we'll come back to that in a moment.
Jones in, and just blocked for no run. So that final ball, she managed to keep it tight there, Hannah Jones. 60 for 3 after 11 overs. Gone, is it? Yeah, 11 overs.
That's right, yeah. But, the kind of players of this quality who are playing county cricket are even happier to just wait until they get one that they can hit through that infield. They'll just tick it along if they can in between, but as soon as they get an opportunity to hit it through the infield, they will. And the contrast between what Sophie Morris has managed to produce at the Harrod Drive end and Hannah Jones at the Grosvenor Road end, they're both very good bowlers. In fact, Jones is probably regarded the better of the two. She's been in the side this season, but it's been quite a contrast.
Sophie Morris into Alice Davidson-Richards, who cuts that there is a fielder sweeper on the boundary to stop that, just 1 run. Bringing Paige Scholfield back on strike to face Sophie Morris from the Harrod Drive end.
They're both left-arm spinners, but different sorts. Jones is sort of flatter and more accurate, whereas Morris will give it a little bit of air. They like left-arm spinners here. Sophie Eccleston, of course, from this part of the world.
Morris into Scholfield, who steps back and cuts again towards the cover. Another run. So just dealing in singles at the moment, which is absolutely fine, Surrey, I think, would say. Just to keep rotating the strike, give Alice Davidson-Richards a chance to sort of get her eye in these 2 bowlers.
I say this part of the world. She's from mid-Cheshire, which is nowhere near Southport, if we're honest, but Lancashire and Cheshire is a big area.
Sophie Morris in, a big swing, and that's cut through the covers. Another single, so just 3 sort of identical shots and 3 deliveries.
We mentioned the international summer begins with a match against the West Indies. They're the first visitors this summer on the 21st of May. That's a T20 game.
Morris into Scholfield, who hits that aerially, and that's going to be a boundary up to Cow Corner. Another 4 runs for Paige Scholfield.
I think that was a boundary to left field. It was a proper baseball shot, wasn't it? I think we can use the baseball terminology for that one. Schofield just
Absolutely,
sort of
it was quite a flat bat
stood there and delivered as if she was getting a pitch at the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, that sat up quite nicely for her there. That would have been, felt good to release the arms and put that ball away. See how Sophie Morris responds. And this wasn't wide, wasn't indicated. I wasn't sure if that had gone down the leg side, but
I think that was
through to the keeper.
A really good ball that beat her outside the off stump in the end, just prodded forward and just beat the outside edge, I think, that one.
Dot ball, 67 for 3. Morris into Schofield, steps back and cuts that through the covers. No, 4 runs. That's not going to be 4 runs. That's stopped there at the boundary. Good fielding. Is that Fee Morris?
Katie Mack, I think, the Australian, yeah.
Katie Mack there on.
I thought for all the world when she hit that, it was going to be 4 just because of the pace of the outfield, but Mack is pretty quick as well.
Yeah, indeed she is, and was able to stop that. Bring the score to 68 for 3 after 12 overs.
Let's make a little note of that one. So, yeah, the West Indies, the first tourists of the summer. They play 3 T20 matches and then some ODIs as well. Play 3 ODIs, and then India arrive. They start again with T20s and then play through July. 3, 4, 5 T20s for India, and then another 1, 2, 3 one-day internationals. So that's your summer, and that's what these players are trying to get themselves involved with.
Hannah Jones from the Grosvenor Road end to Paige Schofield. Cuts that straight to point. No run, 68 for 3.
I wonder how much Surrey will have, in the days between the games, been practising against spin, how much they will have been expecting this turn that we're...
Jones into Scholfield, and that's driven towards cover. Stopped at the cover, but it looks like that might have hit the fielder there awkwardly. That's Eve Jones there at extra cover, has managed to keep that to just 1 run.
I think it's just going to be a bruise. At first I thought there might need to be a bit of physio. Maybe it just caught her right on the bone and
she's
broken something
on her knees,
for a moment.
But very quickly back up again.
Yeah, she's standing
Hands
there.
on hips there as Jones is into Alice Davison-Richards. That's blocked. Very good length ball. Dot ball, 69 for 3. The score remains. Yeah, it'll be important for Lancashire to keep that fielding up, keep stopping those balls. Don't let these two get away with the boundaries. Frustrate the batters into a full shot as Jones is in to Davison-Richards. That's driven again towards the covers. That's beaten every fielder. That's another 4 runs. Off the bowling of Hannah Jones as they touch bats in the middle there, the 2 batters. Paige Schofield. Oh no, was that Alice Davison-Richards who got the 4 runs?
Was indeed, yeah. I mean,
73 for 3.
I think Hannah Jones is going to have to almost rethink her plan a bit here because she's been driven very easily, and mid-off and extra cover have no opportunity to stop that at the moment. We've got the 4 fielders out at the moment.
Yeah, there was a moment earlier where Kate Cross was just sort of doing some shadow batting next to Hannah Jones, perhaps to show her how the bounce is going. As Jones is into Davison-Richards, that's cut square. There's a fielder chasing after it. And a big dive, but the ball has gone all the way across the boundary. There's a really good effort there on the square boundary by the sweeper, but the ball beats her this time.
Poor Seren Smale has not got anything off today. She was down at third before where it was going to her right and then to her left, and then she's tried to stop one under the shadow of the tree there at sort of point and not got that either.
Jones into Davison-Richards. That's driven straight past back the bowler. There is a sweeper there at mid-on. 1 run off that final delivery. Brings a score to 78 for 3.
Yeah, so they've sort of gone with, you're allowed 4 out in women's cricket. It's a 25-yard circle, and they've gone for, which is sort of like 25 metres and something centimetres. But so it's slightly smaller than in men's cricket currently, and you're also allowed 1 less fielder outside the ring. So it does make it a bit of a puzzle for the captains. You know, I think in a men's game by now, Hannah Jones would have had long off and long on out, but she's not able to have both, and hence she's conceded the runs that were driven through that offside in the previous over.
Yes, that was a good over for Surrey. Ball back in the hands of Sophie Morris, and that's driven through recovers by Alice Davison-Richards. Katie Mack giving chase. As you said, she's a very fast fielder and will keep that just to 1 run.
We mentioned 2 slow left armers, and Morris has started the better of the 2. Would you be tempted to go to either the off spin of Morris or maybe even Lamb at this stage?
Possibly. I'd probably give Hannah Jones another over, you know, as Sophie Morris is in, and that's just defended to the offside, no run.
I guess my only thought is she's been very expensive, and it just seems these 2 have got the measure of her at the moment. She's gone for 19 in her first 2 overs. I mean, that's that's almost getting towards kind of numbers that when you count up at the end of the day.
Morris in to Scholfield, dot ball. Yeah, I know what you mean, and you could see Ellie Threlkeld and Kate Cross having a bit of a conference at that change of overs, and that might have been one of the conversations they had been having. Sophie Morris to Scholfield again, who swings her arms and strikes that firmly through the covers. Katie Mack gives chase. Very good fielder.
So quick.
And managed to cut that off just a few feet inside the boundary. And you can hear the ripple of applause from the appreciative viewers, because that just keeps that to 2 runs when it could very easily have been 4. So quick across the outfield is Katie Mack.
Mind you, the voice you're hearing is Faith Florence alongside myself, Mike Perkins.
Sophie Morris in again, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler by Paige Scholfield.
And we're with you on Lancs TV if you want the pictures, or the Geo app if you're over in India, and also on the BBC Sport website and app.
Sophie Morris again. Paige Scholfield. Another dot ball, and I know what you mean, Mike, because she is bowling so well, Sophie Morris, and you know, normally you'd think with these two off-spin bowlers you could really squeeze and keep the pressure on, but it is leaking out from one end,
it's the fact that Jones seems to bowl flatter, whereas Morris is taking the pace off it, and I just think Fee Morris and Emma Lamb, who's got her cap off now, just bowl a bit slow and with a bit more loop, and actually it just might not be, and particularly with the ball still being relatively hard, it might not be Hannah Jones's time to bowl in this game, and maybe she has to come back on later on. And we are seeing the change. Emma Lamb's now pacing her run out. Has been bowling a lot more this season than she did last. Well, didn't bowl at all really last season.
She has, hasn't she? And she's been bowling well. I mean, she's you know, almost another strike bowler for Lancashire, the way that she's been taking wickets. So, yeah, I think, you know, you're right. And obviously the skipper and the bowling unit have felt that this is the right time to make that change. You know, you can always bring Hannah Jones back later. Emma Lamb now into Alice Davison-Richards, who lofts that over the bowler's head. And now, did that bounce on this side of the rope? It's just 4 runs.
Six.
It is 6. The umpire indicated 6.
Oh, no, and she's changed her mind again. It's 4.
I love that sort of cross thing that the umpires do. I need to do that myself now as the commentator.
Yeah, it was the tap of the 2 shoulders with the hands crossed across the chest. No,
4 runs.
I thought it was 4, hence I signalled 4 to you. Then I saw the umpire raise that to 6 and then change her mind.
Everybody was changing their minds tonight. It was a very good shot. 4 runs. Lamb in again, and this time that struck in the same direction, but along the ground. And that's fielded by the sweeper, through for just 1 run. So the score now up to 87 for 3. And they're doing quite well with this rebuild, Surrey. These 2 very capable batters seem much more comfortable. As Emma Lamb is in again, and that's turned round the corner, but it will be stopped by Katie Mack, who's doing very well fielding there on the leg side boundary.
8 wickets so far this season for Emma Lamb, a best of 3 for 42 so far.
89 for 3. Lamb into Davison-Richards, who steps back and drives through the covers. That's stopped at extra cover by Eve Jones, who does a really good job there.
Her wickets have come at 21 and a quarter so far, so that's an indication of that she's bowled a bit more. She's bowled, this 35th
again,
over.
And that's, I don't know if there's any bat on that, but that's gone behind and that's racing towards the boundary. That will be stopped, just before it gets to the boundary. That's another 2 runs to the total.
Little outside edge there. Just going against the spin, Davidson Richards has to be slightly careful she doesn't get a thin one through to Ellie Threlkeld, but a thick one will produce runs, as it did there.
Indeed. Lamb in again. Straight back past the bowler. 1 run added to the total. 91 for 3 after that. First over from Emma Lamb, which wasn't maybe as expensive as some of the overs from Hannah Jones, but still Surrey seemed quite comfortable taking on the new spinner from the Grosvenor Road end.
Yeah, I mean, 35 overs maybe doesn't indicate it, but I would say she's, particularly given her lack of bowling the previous season where she didn't bowl a single ball, I think that's partly because she's had back problems and she was recovering from those, so they wanted to focus on her batting. She's the leading run scorer in the competition, so I think she's probably the 4th of the spinners, Emma Lamb, so any overs you get out of her are good, but that's her 35th of the season, so it shows she's been getting through a few and she's got wickets.
Morris from the Harrow Drive, that's driven square, cut square rather, and Alice Davison Richards, another run. 93 for 3.
If this was a club game, Sophie Morris would owe Katie Mack a drink at the end, because some of the sweeping Katie Mack has done for her already has been phenomenal out on the cover boundary.
Morris into Scholfield. Dot ball. Scholfield really hasn't been able to get Sophie Morris away very much. She's really bowling well against her, and she's been at the crease a long time now.
And as I say, I only really mention club cricket because I know Sophie Morris plays so much of it for Upton up on the Wirral.
Morris, and this time that steered round the corner. Dot ball again. Got the fielder there, backward square leg to cut off that particular shot. 93 for 3.
Hannah Jones doing some work for a spin twin Sophie Morris there.
Good teamwork as Morris is in again, and that's set in a similar direction. They'll go scamper through for 1 run.
They're spin quadruplets, I suppose, in this team with Fee Morris, Emma Lamb, Sophie Morris and Hannah Jones.
Yeah, what a brilliant group. I mean, that's a great unit that should be really successful for Lancashire if they can keep bowling well this season. Sophie Morris now into ADR, who doesn't connect with that well at all, and dribbles back to the bowler. Another dot ball.
The 100 already one hit away for Surrey, so they've raced between 50 and 100.
Morris into ADR, Alice Davison Richards, excuse me, and that's just hit straight down the ground for 1 more run.
Took 10 overs exactly for the first 50 runs, so they're approaching the second 50 in what's, well, that was just the 7th over, so they're 7 away from it. In fact, they're not 6 away, the board's gone back 1, but 93 for 3 now. So they're already approaching that 100 mark, and it's taken them significantly less time to do so.
So these two batters, Alice Davison Richards and Paige Scholfield, getting quite comfortable now at the crease, really settling in. As Emma Lamb from the Grosvenor end, that's blocked back to the bowler. So Lancashire will have to be careful here that they don't let these two get too comfortable. They've got to keep trying to force those chances somehow. Emma Lamb into Alice Davison Richards, that's hit towards the leg side. 1 run. They're rotating the strike really well, putting away the bad balls and just not doing anything silly against this spin pressure that Lancashire is applying. Emma Lamb to Paige Scholfield. Through the covers, another run. 96 for 3. In the 18th over.
You're listening to Faith Florence alongside Mike Perkins on the BBC Sport website and app, Lancs TV and the Geo app in India. So thank you for joining us wherever you are.
Lamb into Alison David Richardson. That's an almighty swing to sweep through the covers just for the 1 run. So Emma Lamb seemed to bowl now with a little bit more control. Keep the pressure on the Surrey batters. Looking really settled. Into Paige Scholfield, who tries to sweep behind, but that's gathered lightning speed by Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. Whips off the bails, but she's well in her ground, Paige Scholfield. Emma Lamb, the Grosvenor end. into Paige Scholfield, and that's blocked straight back towards the bowler. Much better over from Emma Lamb so far. She'll want to get out of this over with this same good control of line and length that she's bowling to Scholfield. In she goes, and blocked again, almost identical shot, this time in the offside. So very, very good over there for Emma Lamb. 98 for 3 is the total now.
Should we find out what's going on elsewhere? Because we're one of 3 games in this competition today. Everybody plays each other home and away over the course of the season. The 50 over one day cup is the competition that runs through the whole season. Sophie Morris has already got a cap off. So I'll tell you very quickly that Somerset are 72 without loss after 16 overs. They're playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and it's 62 for 2. That's the Durham score against Hampshire at Arundel.
Sophie Morris into Davison Richards. That goes behind, just tickled behind. She gets some bat on that. Fielder gives chase, so they will come back for 2. They'll stop just before the boundary. Alison Davison Richards was thinking about a third, but it was never there. But they are very alert and watchful. They run well between the wickets, bat well together, this pair, the Surrey pair at the crease. 98 for 3, so just pushing towards that 100.
Yeah, good start to the over that. Good chase from Emma Lamb, though.
Sophie Morris, like you say, bowls very quickly deliveries, and just steps back. Alice Davison Richards drive through the covers. Katie Mack, as stalwart as ever on the boundary there, keeps that to 1 run. 100, they've reached their 100, Surrey, for 3 wickets after 18 overs. So this pair will be feeling much settled, bringing their team up to 100 after loss of 2 quick wickets. Sophie Morris is in, and that's hit over the bowler's head and all the way for 4 runs. Paige Scholfield, as if to say, yep, we've reached 100 and we're feeling good. We're getting the measure of this. I mean, we haven't seen very much of the bowl sailing over Sophie Morris's head. So Surrey on a really good and comfortable sort of rebuild at this stage.
Well, we were sort of monitoring how long it took to get to 50, 10 overs, and then
Morris
9.2.
And that's driven straight and beats the diving fielder, but just there's another sweeper on the boundary, so another run to the total.
So 9.2 or 56 deliveries for the second 50. It looks from that first shot as if, and even the second one pushing it down the ground, they're going to try and go even quicker for this third 50.
Sophie Morris will want to do something about that, as Davison Richards just rocks back and pushes that into the covers. That's another dot ball.
My guess is, given the runs Surrey have scored already this season, they'll want to be going around about 1 a ball from here.
Morrison again. And straight back to the bowl, another dot ball.
Bit of an inside edge on that last one to take it back to the bowler, and 2 precious dot balls from that point of view. I think Surrey will be looking to score at 1 a ball here. I'll just get their scores up this season, but they've gone over 300 and lost on occasions. They did win last Wednesday with a big chase, but they lost to Warwickshire with a score of 313 on Sunday. And then going back into their April scores, there's a big chat going on in the middle of the pitch between the Lancashire players, which will give us a bit of time. So last week they won with 348 against Durham. They won by 104 runs in that game. They lost to Hampshire, failing to chase 260. And then they've also made 243, which was a losing score against Somerset. So they'll know 240, 250 is not going to be enough.
Emma Lamb into Paige Scholfield. Hits that back towards the bowler. It's not quite cut off. Emma Lamb on the floor. And that's gone behind for 1 run. 106 for 3. As a train goes by. That's my train that I came in through this morning. Very comfortable. As Lamb into Davison Richards, who steps down the wicket. That's stopped brilliantly by Eve Jones. Extra cover. Dot ball.
Yeah, that one heading left to right, so back towards Liverpool.
Emma Lamb, ball in hand, the Grosvenor end towards Alice Davidson Richards. This time hits at leg side, and she'll get through for 1 run.
Got a lovely mix mix of reds and greens here. We've got the red of the Lancashire kit, the greens of the trees and most of the outfield, though some of it's starting to become a little bit of a burnt brown. And then we've got got a lovely maroon kind of burgundy colour. We've got some red bricks on the houses in the distance.
Lamb into Scholfield, and that's swept behind. A little bit of a fumble, but there'll be no run.
Those houses across the railway track, they sort of look Victorian era, I would guess. And we've got some sort of terracotta tiles on the houses at the end, at the Harrow Drive end of the ground.
Lamb to Scholfield, driven straight. Lamb on the floor again, and the batters get through for one run. Just trying to stop that ball.
Well, I think she thought it was uppish and she could maybe affect a caught and bowled, but that would have been an incredible catch for a third one of the day. Her first one was pretty good at short extra cover to dismiss Bryony Smith, one-handed.
It's good to see her going for it as she's in again. Rocks back Alison Davison-Richards and Alice Davis-Richards. Sometimes
that's why people call her ADR so often. Exactly. I think we're at the stage of the day where, okay, we will have people leaving and joining us all the time, but as long as we say Alice Davidson-Richards once and over, I think we can go with ADR for the rest of it, because I think people are beginning to cotton on to why we use that.
It's a bit of a mouthful indeed. 108 for 3 after that over from Emma Lamb, and Sophie Morris still bowling from the Harrow Drive end.
And another train rattles on, this time towards Southport, right to left as we look, and Surrey are beginning to rattle along in terms of the scoreboard now. Although I don't think those telegraph electronic numbers do much rattling. I think they just sort of whir from one place to another.
Sophie Morris to Paige Scholfield. Dot ball.
This definitely feels a better spin combination at the moment of Sophie Morris and Emma Lamb than the Jones-Morris one.
Yeah, I think so. Sophie Morris in. There's a big swing, and she ends up on her knees, Paige Scholfield, but the keeper gathers, and there is no run.
42 already to the name of Schofield. She doesn't like to hang around, does she? That was a big old swing.
Indeed, I think Sophie Morris might be a bit encouraged by that. As she is in to Scholfield again. Hits it straight back to Sophie Morris. Another dot ball.
What was her strike rate this season? She got all those runs. I'll just have a little look at that 23 season.
To know. Sophie Morris in to Scholfield again, and she steers that behind. Is that through the gap? There is a sweeper chasing after, a bit of a dive, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. A valiant effort on the boundary there.
Poor Smale again. Diving for one but not getting there.
It's following her around that ball on the boundary.
She must be thinking, I wish I was wicket-keeping today.
Indeed.
Because that's the other thing she does. We've got 3 wicket-keepers on the pitch for Lancashire. We've got Ailsa Lister, the Scot, and we've got Ali Threlkeld with the gloves on, and Seren Smale.
Right in the sun, Seren Smale. As Sophie Morris is in again. And that's driven through the covers. Another 1 run. Stopped by Katie Mack there, sweeping on the boundary. Just takes her helmet off, Alice Davidson-Richards.
There's a few spectators who have still managed to stay in the shade underneath the tree at the far end, and one just in front of the railway tracks on a bench, but there's none on the pitch now.
Morris in again to ADR, and that's blocked. Yeah, absolutely. They're working hard there. They've been now in the middle for a fair while, these 2 batters. Paige Scholfield on 42. Alice Davison-Richards on a very, reasonably brisk 39. 113 for 3 is the score after 21 overs.
But there's not a Sophie Morris space like there was in the first 5 overs where you can just hide in the shade down at long leg. That's completely gone now. Partly because the rope's slightly in, and that's partly to allow spectators to put their seats around the edge. We've got a decent little gathering here today, haven't we? Plenty away to our left-hand side in the main seated area, but as I say, people dotted around all around the ground here.
Emma Lamb, that's steered leg side, and the batter's through for 1 run.
We go to HQ on Saturday to Old Trafford, but I quite like these midweek games at the Outgrounds. They're quite good fun. We've got Blackpool coming up as well.
Yeah, I think I'd be sitting with the spectators if I wasn't here with you, Mike. And that's another leg side pushed to the leg side for 1 run. I think I've forgotten to hand over to you for commentary. I'm
Oh,
enjoying
yes,
myself
that's
so
all right.
much.
Well, it's fine. I was enjoying listening to you so much that, yeah. Will you take it to the end of the over and then we'll switch then?
Yeah, so it's Emma Lamb from the Grosvenor end. And that's driven straight back to her. And like you said before, yeah, so the pair of Emma Lamb and Sophie Morris just establishing a bit more of a squeeze, although the Surrey batters are doing well, keeping the scoreboard moving as well, as that is pulled towards Katie Mack on the leg side boundary.
I don't want to distract her, but I reckon Fee Morris can hear us from here.
What do you reckon? With
Which
the wind?
I mean, can we get an answer to the shirt question about whether she's left it at home and had to borrow Sophie Morris's?
116 for 3. Emma Lamb into ADR, and that's it high. Oh, I thought there was a catching chance, but that's over the head on the leg side. And very quickly back by Fee Morris. The batters get through for 1 run.
The aforementioned Fee Morris chasing round from mid-wicket there, but she hasn't turned around and acknowledged the question, so we'll leave her to her fielding, I think.
Emma Lamb into Paige Scholfield and driven straight back to the bowler.
As I say,
another dot ball.
We often have a nice chat at Sedbergh when it's been, if we're honest, every time we've been there it's been raining, but she quite regularly comes on Lancs TV and has a little chat with us. But yeah, she's got work to do here because she's going to have to probably do some bowling. She's going to have to work very hard in the field, and then she's probably going to have to go and contribute with the bat to score some runs here and try and make sure that Lancashire are able to chase this one down in the second innings of the game. I think they'll be quite happy with 117 for 3 after 22. We're approaching the halfway point at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Oh, do you mean Lancashire or Surrey?
I think Lancashire will be quite happy, yeah.
Right, yeah, I was going to say.
Those in red will be happier than those in black.
Yeah, definitely, I'd agree with that. I mean, even though, Surrey have been going a little bit better in the last 10 overs or so, they haven't really run away with it, as I think they'd prefer to have a bit more on the board after 22 overs, for sure.
Alison Davidson-Richards is going quick, though, because she's already on to, 36? Schofield has 49. And we're going to have Tara Norris returning. I think this will be the tactic, won't it? It'll be bowl the 4 spinners and then little bursts of Tara Norris and Kate Cross in between. Maybe 2-3 over, sort of just can they, simply by changing the pace, get a wicket. Threlkeld's going to be up to the stumps, though, for this second spell from Norris. So there's maybe already a feeling that the ball's starting to get soft. There was a warning from the umpires at the start not to be digging the throws into the outfield, not to be bouncing it in deliberately too many times. Although it is the style now, isn't it, to kind of... There's a theory that if you throw up, because there's nothing to stop it, it's going into the sky, you end up getting a very sort of... If you can't throw it flat, no bounce, you're better off throwing it 2 or 3 bounces because it's got less distance there's less distance it can go, so it can't loop, it will just skid along. So you're almost better to skim it in than try to throw it in on the full if you can't get it in dead flat.
Yeah, makes sense.
Although I suppose you've got to be a bit careful that the ground doesn't take all the pace off your throw and it ends up not reaching the wicketkeeper. But then I suppose that's a danger if you're trying to loop it as well. And most of these players can throw it flat from the boundary, even though they are a long way out. Blackpool, as I say, we go there. That's a little bit of a smaller playing surface than here, so expect it to be high scoring. Fortress Blackpool, as it became known as, Thunderers, Lancashire then were won to the T20 finals day with some victories at Blackpool. That first ball driven to Eve Jones, who's recovered from the earlier bang on the leg and fields it well close in. I guess given how well Eve Jones and Emma Lamb are going, there's going to be a point where one of them, at least, if not both, don't get a score. So Thunder need to be ready in the middle order to come in and chase these runs regardless of who gets them. Eve Jones picks up at short cover very, very well as that one's driven smoothly again towards it. It's almost like they've got, I mean, Katie Mack generally bats 3 rather than opens, but it's almost like they've got 4 people who could open the batting at the top with Eve Jones, Emma Lamb, Katie Mack and Seren Smale, and even Fee Morris will do it in the 20 over games as well. So they're all proper, it's a proper top 5 that, as it's clapped away out on the cut to cover where Katie Mack picks up and returns on the bounce. Thank you for joining us on Lancs TV, the Geo app in India, and via the BBC Sport website and app, wherever you are watching or listening. Brilliant to have you with us. My name's Mike Perkins. I'm with Faith Florence, and we're being royally entertained here by a fantastic game of cricket here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club in the Women's One Day Cup. Keep you up to date with scores from elsewhere. In fact, it's about time to have another look at them, isn't it? As Norris bowls, and this one's taken a top edge over the infield. It bounces a couple of times and ends up rolling into the hands of Mac, but the cheer from our right-hand side from the Surrey players in the pavilion will tell you that brings up an excellent 50 for Paige Schofield. She, as I say, a little bit of a nervous starter, was edging 1 or 2 behind square on the offside early on, but as soon as she hit that pull stroke that went away for 4 runs, I'm sure you'll be seeing highlights of that shortly on the your pictures on Lancs TV. She has looked very, very good indeed, and she's 50 now with that uppish stroke into the offside. Dabs this one behind square on the offside, does Davidson Richards, who's come on to strike. It answers that question we posed earlier about the strike rate of Paige Schofield in the season, where she made a top score of 134, 439 runs in total, 96.06. So she likes to get on with it theory, I think it is fair. I think she made the first of that 134, I think came in very quick time at Old Trafford. As in comes Tara Norris, bowls. Lovely fluid swing of the bat, but it goes straight to mid-off, and there's no run on offer. Cross picking up there, who got 2 wickets earlier in the game, if you are just joining us, and ensures that last ball of the Norris over is a dot ball. 119 for 3. We've had 23 overs. The other wicket going to Sophie Morris, and that is actually in some ways the wicket I was most impressed with. I mean, there was great skill involved in the cross wicket to get Capsey that swung back to the stumps from way outside leg stump, but actually Sophie Morris, just to trust her accuracy to lure Wyatt into a stroke. As in comes Lamb, bowls, it's turned down the leg side, so will be a wide, 120 for 3. You almost wouldn't have known that had gone down the leg side so quick with Threlkeld's gloves, and she threatened to take the bails off if Schofield had lifted her foot on 50. She'll add to that 50 now with a very smooth drive against the spin through the offside, and poor old Seren Smale chases it to her right and again will not get to the ball because that was beautifully struck by Paige Schofield. It takes the score up to 124 for 3. So
that was
Schofield
a beautiful drive from Paige Schofield, absolutely. And yeah, a bit of alarm bells for Lancashire, I'd say, if she's striking it like that.
It is, although they had a good start, which will slow the total they're chasing, as this one's hit to Eve Jones, and they would have expected to have a hard work in the field, having lost the toss, because of the fact that they know 292 runs were chased against them last week. But I'm pretty sure that 134, I'll just see if I can click on it, that nearly took the off stump. Schofield sort of back when she maybe should have been forward there. It perhaps scuttled a little more than she was hoping, and wasn't able to, or nearly lost the top of the off stump, as she's forward this time as she should be, and she pushes it back to Emma Lamb. No run on offer there. Yeah, I'll try and at some point today get that 134 up, because I'm pretty sure it was at Old Trafford and it came off something like 70 or 80 balls. I think it was a real good effort to win a game there. This is swept to backward point, which is where the quick boundary fielder Katie Mack, she's quite short, Mack, but very, very quick across the turf, and she didn't have to be there, but she was still quickly to the ball, returns it for the loss of 1 run. 125 for 3. So he'll be looking to go quicker again for this next 50 and try and maybe even get it down to 1 a as it's pushed up to Kate Cross, returns underarm for the loss of another run. 126 for 3. Final over before drinks. Would you be doing anything peculiar, as captains sometimes like to before drinks here, Faye Florence, or just sticking with Tara Norris, who began a spell, in fairness, at the Harrod Drive and just the previous over?
Yeah, I think because that change was so recent, and it was, I don't know how much the over went for, but it was a well bowled over, as I remember. I think you'd stick with Tara Norris and hope that, yeah, after any sort of break that often yields a wicket,
bowling seam up is almost breaking the pattern we're expecting to see here. A lot of expectations this pitch is going to turn, and both sides have spinners in their ranks as it's pushed out to deep cover for one run off the back foot by Alice Davidson-Richards, who's progressing along nicely. That takes her to 39, 127 for 3 the score, and that 39 has come off what? Around about 40 balls, round about 1 a ball, I think. I've not got it right in front of me at the moment. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire thought long and hard about it. It splayed out onto the offside. Schofield maybe she rehearsed a sort of flick, but maybe should go a bit straighter with her next shot. It wrapped her on the pad. What did you reckon there?
Well, I mean, I liked the appeal, but again, I'm not sure about the angles that we're looking from.
That's true. Let's get the proper angle back up.
It was,
which also tells me that, and everyone will have been screaming this at the television if they're watching on Lancs TV at home or the laptop or tablet. 39 of 41, it says on the screen as I turn back, and this one is hit into the offside. And that
certainly
one
looked close enough for a good shout.
Ball return from the boundary, 1 bounce, 1 run to the total as well, 128 for 3. Yeah, unfortunately, because I had to commentate on the ball in question, I've missed the replay now, so I'm not really going to be able to tell you a lot about that LBW shot. I will try and rewind it, but it's always very tricky to do these things. As here comes Norris, you end up rewinding about 5 minutes when you intend to go. It swung too much. I have got the replay up, and it just swung way too much. I think it was a good ball. It was a very good ball, but I think it was just swinging too much for the umpire to give it. No run to that next one that went into the leg side, but without the bat that Schofield really would have liked to get on it. Say 2,500 of you with us. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button, the like button if you can, because that helps other people find us on the YouTube pictures. As this one's driven down the ground up to mid on, and there is no run there. I always find myself saying that one's driven down the ground up to mid on, because obviously they are sort of up from where we're looking, but even though the ball has been driven down the ground, as we say, but there we go.
Yeah, that's
should really say it's been driven down to mid-on, but it just feels a bit odd to say that. Anyway, Schofield, 56 of 58, as this one is driven down the ground to mid-on. Down the ground to mid-on. I'm going to go with that. Okay. 128 for 3, until I forget anyway. It's drinks. A 25 over mark, 128 for 3. If you are going to get yourself a drink, do take us with you on the BBC Sport website and app, because that's a nice portable little service for you if you're listening. And you can take that in the car or whatever if you're out and about today. And if you're leaving your TV for a moment and moving next door, me and Faith Florence will be chatting away whilst you make a cup of tea or get your juice. It's probably juice today, isn't it? I think it's a juice day rather than a tea day. Definitely, or are you one of these people who likes a hot drink on a hot day to cool you down, which I've never quite understood?
I do like peppermint tea, some sort of herbal tea.
Okay, it's got to be sort of a fruity tea.
Yeah, exactly. Not like a sort of caffeinated tea.
Not like a sort of plain builder's tea, half milk, half... no, that's not what's happening
on a hot day.
No, fair enough. Iced tea? Are you an iced tea person?
It's too sweet. I like my hot drinks with no sugar, no sweetness to them. So, or maybe an iced tea without any sugar would be fine.
Okay. Well, that's still just enough time for me to flick the pages over and check what's going on elsewhere. Nobody else. Oh yes, Durham are at drinks. They're at the 25 over mark, 87 for 3. They are against Hampshire. That doesn't strike me as quite enough, although Arundel isn't as high a scoring ground as Southport tends to be. Okay. So
it does seem a bit low still, though, 87.
It doesn't seem many, that, to me. Yeah. I think they're struggling a bit with their batting this season. They obviously wanted Emily Windsor, but she's, I think, had to have a hip operation. I know she's had a very serious injury. Somebody was telling me pre-match it was a hip operation she'd had to have to sort of continue her career. And yeah, in that game they've lost Marlowe for 5, Bates for 26, Armitage for 25 and Villiers for 22. Bess Heath is currently at the wickets on 4 not out. The wicketkeeper who there's a lot of hopes for, I think is probably the way to put it, that she can go on and be a future star with both gloves and bat. this one here, as we say, is 128 for 3. And the other game taking place at the moment, that one is between Warwickshire and Somerset, and it has disappeared off my screen, as is always convenient in these cases. But yeah, at the moment, not quite at drinks in that one. 104 for 1 is the Somerset score after 23 overs. That seems a bit more like it on a day like this. I'm assuming the weather is, from what I saw on the national forecast last night on the BBC News, is good across the country really today, so I don't think it's going to be any different in Birmingham really as it is here. I mean, it's the sort of, as I say, it's the perfect cricket day really, isn't it? It's warm, it's sunny, but there's a nice cool breeze. It's not like last week where it was stifling hot. Heather Knight's got a 50 at Edgbaston today. She's at the wicket with Sophie Luff and had been partnered by Corney. Emma Corney for the first for the first 74 runs of the innings, got 37 off 56. Yeah, Knight's. I mean, Knight is what I can see why Knight would maybe give herself a game or two off at times from domestic cricket, because she's proved it at domestic level over and over again. I think it's one thing if you miss a couple of games with all the stress of being the England captain as she was up until this winter, but I think it's quite another if you're a player like a Bouchier or a Dunkley, or a player who should have to probably go fairly regularly back, even a Wyatt-Hodge who's proved it at international level on many occasions, but at a stage of a career where her place could be up for debate. We saw Tammy Beaumont getting her second successive 100 yesterday. That's laying down a real marker to say I should be opening the batting. Obviously Emma Lamb, top scorer in the competition, so there is there is real competition at the moment between the various candidates for the position. The reason we're waffling away is because it is drinks at the moment. But I think Charlotte Edwards would have been a bit disappointed with Danny Wyatt-Hodge to not execute her shot there against Sophie Morris and get caught at backward point by Emma Lamb. It just seemed a bit predictable, maiden over, and then OK, she's got to play some big shots, but she kind of went across the line on 2 occasions. Second one gets a big edge up in the air, and Lamb there with an easy catch.
Yeah, and I think she got out in a sort of similar way, not exactly the same type of shot, but being caught, going after the ball quite early on in her innings. So, I mean, nobody be more disappointed than Danny Wyatt-Hodge herself to get out twice in a row like that.
Yeah, it was a definite leading edge. I'm just watching it again as this ball is bowled by Fee Morris into the attack, and it's cut away to the cover boundary, but there's a fielder there, which is why we didn't get too excited. 129 for 3 the score. The great thing now is because of all the cameras that are around and things, there's certain scorecards you can go on and you can watch all the wickets back. And as I say, Wyatt-Hodge, it was a little bit of a I'll watch it again after this ball from Fee Morris. Let's watch the actual ball that's taking place first and foremost, so we can bring it to you on the BBC Sport website and app, the Geo app in India, and on the Lancs TV YouTube channel, as this one is bowled and hit nicely. It was caught on the full in the end by Davidson Richards, who strode forward. 1 to a total. She's on to 40. So yeah, as I say, Sophie Morris bowling left arm around the wicket. As we watch this replay, which now won't play, as Fee Morris comes in again. It's chipped uppishly. There's an attempt to affect the catch at short mid-wicket. Lamb looking for a third catch of the innings, but doesn't get it there. Another single to the total. 131 for 3 the score. Schofield on to 58. But yeah, she sort of tried to advance down the track, looked to whack it over mid-on and ended up being caught at backward point. Disappointing for Wyatt-Hodge today, but that's why she's there, to try and test her stroke play out, I suppose, before the international summer begins, and look to secure a place. But she will be under pressure with Emma Lamb's run scoring and the centuries from Beaumont. That latest one cracked down the ground off the back foot for 1 to long on. Brings Schofield back onto strike, who twiddles it down the ground to long on.
Absolutely.
133 for 3 the score.
That's what we want for, for England, that pressure for places. That's an indication of the kind of depth that could and should and is there, that really want to bring out. When you look at teams like Australia and the depth they have at every position, there's no reason why with strong domestic competitions like this, that England shouldn't have that depth as well. And no team, no playing 11 or squad should feel like that their position is completely safe, and that they should always feel like there's someone nipping at your heels, because that seems to really work for the most successful teams, and not just in cricket but in all sports.
Davidson-Richards facing up, she's on 41 and pushes into the offside, wide of short extra cover, which is Eve Jones, and there is a single to the total. There was a fairly lengthy chat before that ball between Fee Morris and Ellie Threlkeld, who's going for more discussion. I think Threlkeld will be fairly happy with that first over from Fee Morris. 134 for 3. There were singles on offer, but didn't look like she was going to bowl a bad ball that would be hit for a boundary. So that's probably the key for Lancashire at this stage. Thoughts from Faith Florence? Whilst I just have a quick look at the first wicket as well. I've got excited about wickets now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Lancashire still probably quite happy in terms of just the scoring rate that they are restricting Surrey to. Though I don't think Surrey will be unhappy. I think they'll be equally happy that their two batters are well set, are keeping the scoreboard moving, albeit quite slowly. I wonder if they'll be discussing about the time when they need to start accelerating.
Here comes Norris, bowls, and this one is initially went forward there. Oh, it's going to go for 4. Well, it didn't look as if it was the sort of stroke that was going to have the pace to get for 4, but it's disappeared through backward point, and even the incredibly quick Katie Mack couldn't get there. Davidson-Richards at first started to push forward and then was pushed back by the pace and the line of the ball, and kind of chopped down on it from round about the crease as she was heading back into it, but still managed to get the pace on the ball to send it through backward point for 4. 138 for 3. Great shot from Alice Davidson-Richards, who, as we say, has international honours, 107 on her one and only test match, and she pushes that one into the leg side. She's approaching a half century here, now has 47 to her name, 139 for 3. But the reason I've been looking back through the wickets is 2 of them have fallen to leading edges, which indicates that this pitch is going to turn for Surrey. They've got the likes of Bryony Smith. I suppose Wyatt-Hodge probably still bowls a bit of spin. Capsey bowls spin. Tilly Courtine-Coleman's come in, who bowls a bit of spin, as this one's flicked away into the leg side by Paige Schofield. 1 run on offer to her. She's on to 60, 140 for 3. And then you've obviously got Kalia Moore bowls a little bit of off spin, and Danny Gregory bowls a lot of leg spin. So those are probably the 2 frontline spinners, but then there's a lot of other options as well. I mean, the Captain Smith, I think, chiefly among them, and she'll be keen to get in because, as I say, she got a leading edge to Kate Cross and was brilliantly caught by Emma Lamb one-handed earlier on. Here comes Tara Norris again, bowls, and back, standing tall and orderly, is Davidson-Richards, and I don't know if she maybe adjusted her approach, having tried to play forward and got a 4 improvising last time. She thought, right, I'm going to just stay back and wait for this one. It was dead straight at the top of a stump, so she just blocked it.
Yeah, with that bowling unit for Surrey, they might feel they don't need to get a 290, 300 plus score.
Here comes Norris, shorter length, and Davidson-Richards waits for it on the back foot, doesn't make the connection she would have liked. I think there was a lot of pad involved there because it just looped up out into the leg side, and the umpire will tap the knee to signal as much. A leg bye to the total, 141 for 3, as a pram is pushed around the edge of the boundary here. It's almost like an old-fashioned Victorian one with big shiny wheels.
It is, isn't it? It's such a nice sight at a cricket ground in a lovely town like this, and someone just pushing their pram past the edge.
As is the little bumblebee that's buzzing over the grass in front of our commentary position here at backward point for this over from the Harrod drive end, flicked into the leg side. 1 to Hannah Jones down at long leg, 142 for 3. It's another good over, I think, from Tara Norris. Just seems to have found her stride in this second spell, Faith Florence.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tara Norris maybe not creating many chances, but still keeping it really tight, bowling a good line in length. That's the odd boundary that's been able to get away, but I think for the most part she's doing her job for the team, for the bowling unit, making sure that these 2 batters aren't able to accelerate for the length of time that they've been at the crease, and as comfortable as they may look, perhaps they're just happy with the odd boundary, but
Morris to bowl, went for 6 off her first over, and this one's flicked into the leg side, and it's fielded on the 45 for no run.
When you've got you've got up to your 50, and you're up to 61 like Paige Schofield, and initially Alice Davidson-Richards had raced away for her first sort of 40 odd runs.
This one's swept, appeal for LBW. Umpire has a long look at it, and we are going to scramble for the replay to have a look at it too, I think, because it was a sweep shot, but I think Schofield was always confident. She didn't look like a batter who was guilty. She's batting right on off stump, and yeah, she... well, we're a little bit behind, actually. That was the ball before. This one is pushed into the offside, so 1 run.
Again, I thought
taken.
The umpire, I saw her hand move, but it was just going to her pocket.
Yeah, she can't really even twitch as an umpire, can you?
No.
But as I say, Schofield was batting right on off stump, and actually the ball was probably going down leg side, which shows what we can tell from our angle. But yeah, she noticed it was going to turn down leg side and decided to try and sweep it round the corner. It was a decent shout, that, actually, from Morris, I think, because this one's hit down the ground over the top, 4 runs, and that one will go all the way, and it will bring up a 50 for ADR. Alice Davidson-Richards, she's been here plenty of times before, not here in Southport specifically, but here at the half-century mark, waving her bat in the direction of the pavilion, and her teammates who have cheered that one with great gusto, and with good reason, because it was a beautiful lofted drive over the top, something right out the textbook, and it gave the fielder at a fairly wide long on absolutely no chance. We've kind of got Lamb at a kind of conventional mid on, and then you've kind of got a wide long on as well. It beat, but that was a change after the lofted drive, and the next ball is pushed out to cover for a single. So 148 for 3 is the score after all that to-ing and fro-ing.
Yeah, there was no stopping that drive.
Lamb back to a straight mid-wicket, and long on back to a straighter position for Schofield, as this one is driven up to mid-off, no run.
She's probably quite content to just keep scoring 1 boundary and over. That's probably quite a really good rate, actually, at this stage after 28 overs. Alice Davidson-Richards is on 52, Paige Schofield on 62. And the score on 148 for 3. Surrey batters just in the middle having a little bit of a conference, a bit of a chat, how they're going to approach these next sort of 10, 12 overs as we have gone past the halfway mark of this match. 148 runs on the board. Time will tell how well judged the speed, the scoring rate is from the 2 Surrey batters. But at the moment, they just kind of keep it ticking, not doing anything too wild.
Here's Norris again, 7 overs for 30 runs, no wickets so far, and she delivers another precious dot ball that she picks up as it's patted back to her by Alice Davidson-Richards, who glances out towards the railway track and sees another yellow train with the solar panels on top of it in overdrive whizzing along the tracks in the distance. The details of Alice Davidson-Richards' 50 are 52 balls, 52 minutes, and she hits 6 fours. As Norris bowls down the leg side, brilliant tumbling stop. She's actually taken that one diving while standing up to the stumps there as Ellie Threlkeld. What a fantastic bit of keeping. It's a wide ball, 149 for 3, but that would have been 5 wides against most wicket keepers in this country, I think.
Absolutely, she's amazing. And see, those stretches early on in the first 10 overs really paid off when her fielders were throwing the ball back to her in all sorts of ways.
Interestingly, Schofield, who I thought was getting caught up by ADR, as this one is bowled by Norris, again down the leg side, and this time Threlkeld can't get there. It was sort of full of length and kind of wrapped around the feet in the end. So a wide brings up the 150 for Surrey, 151 for 3. It's always a bit anticlimactic when that happens, but 151 for 3 comes up. Schofield's 50 runs came up off 51 balls in 65 minutes, so she was there a lot longer, which is probably why it feels as if she's been caught up a bit. But in terms of balls faced, she actually faced less deliveries as she blocks this one into the offside out to cover where Eve Jones is. These 2 batters are set, both with half centuries to their name. So yeah, 51 balls, 65 minutes, 8 fours for Paige Schofield's first 50 runs. And as you say, I think you were dead right to pick up on it there, Faith Florence, that it's about a boundary and over now, isn't it, I think? And for the bowlers, it's just about, if they can not go for that, they'll build the pressure that will bring their wickets. I think that's what Norris is trying to do here. She's working really hard for her team. She delivers a ball that's just clipped, I think, into the leg side, although the umpire's striding away as if, they're going to tap the knee, and they do so. So that'll be another extra, which this time won't go against the analysis of Tara Norris as the wides did earlier in the over. She's trying to bowl very, very straight, and if she can get a bit of movement back in, so it is easy to drift onto the pads or down the leg side. 152 for 3. But she's obviously a very competitive professional. USA international Tara Norris delivers and is driven to mid-wicket. She got it right that time, even though it was slightly over-pitched, because it produces a dot ball driven at Fee Morris, who's over there on the leg side. But yeah, she's a keen competitor, Tara Norris, and will want to avoid any going down the leg side any more times, because it's just free runs to Surrey, which she can ill afford. Delivers a ball which is driven hard. I think that was one where Alice Davidson-Richards thought she was going to get the 4 there, Faith Florence, but she's hit mid-off. No run.
Indeed, it's going to take something special at this stage to dislodge these two batters, I reckon. But this is the way to go about it. I love 50 over cricket because, everybody's got time. You've got time as a bowler to make your plans, to just really set a batter up. You've got time as a batter to just judge, when to go and when to hold back a little bit, because you can see that the bowlers and the team have a plan in there. Trying to get through to you. So
Norris, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and again down the leg side, another wide ball, 153 for 3. She's bowled tightly to this point, but this is
probably not in the plan.
If she concedes a boundary here, this is going to be a really expensive over. You can see why she's trying to stay so tight to those legs, so that she doesn't offer the width for the boundary to be scored, but it's costing her wides at the moment, and that's costly. Can she get out the over? Here she comes. Left arm around the wicket, short of length. It's pushed off the back foot to Katie Mack, and I think in the end, given when it wasn't a leg by or a wide, it was a dot ball, I think she'll take that because she hasn't conceded the boundary, but 3 wides in an over is a little bit concerning, to say the least, Faith Florence, I think, because if you do add a boundary to that, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I think, the bowling unit or the leadership group of Lancashire have been getting together and just having little chats about the way that they're going to go forward with this. So I think the bowlers are working really hard, trying hard to affect something. ADR and Paige Scholfield aren't the type of batters that are going to make a mistake at this stage. You're both on 50, and they'll be looking to dig in and be around at the point when they can really go big towards the back end of the innings. Those wides may be a little bit of a price to pay for searching there from Tara Norris.
Here's Kate Cross, places the ball from her left hand into her right, 2 fingers behind the seam, and is running in to deliver, and that's driven nicely, actually. Having to lean back in the end to play that drive was ADR, but she gets it out to the cover boundary for 1, where Seren Smale does the fielding. She's had a torrid time chasing balls around the rope today, but she gets to that one, so she'll be happy with that. That was a bit of an easier bit of work for her. 155 for 3. Lots of chatter about the score, as always, in the comments on the Lancs TV YouTube channel, but a lot of people saying well battered on the 100 partnership, as well as this one is clapped away off the back foot to Katie Mack, who is out doing the fielding on the leg side boundary here. 2 fielders back on that side, 1 at long leg, 1 at I think forward square leg rather than mid wicket. I think we'll go for 156 for 3 the total, because we've got a conventional mid wicket in the form of Fee Morris, whose shirt's just been ruffled by the breeze. She has long sleeves on today. Kate Cross in the short sleeves, generally the way the fast bowler will go, and delivers a ball right on the length, which is defended coming forward by the batter ADR, Alice Davidson-Richards.
She's had a bit of a rest now, Kate Cross, so it's really banging it into the surface, and it's interesting seeing Kate Cross in now, because they're obviously looking for a wicket now, Lancashire.
Knees pumping as she approaches and bowls short of a length. It's pushed off the back foot. Good tumbling stop at short extra cover. Prevents a run being scored. Every one of these little fielding stops is massive here. That's what Hampshire did so well in their innings last week, where they chose to bowl first, which seemed surprising on such a good wicket, but they did it because it gave them a chase at the end. And every ball you can win here is absolutely vital. It's crossed, delivers, and it's prodded into the leg side. And Fee Morris picks up no run on offer.
She's really good in that position, Eve Jones, at that sort of short extra cover fielding position. And you know, if it gets past her, then it's probably, well, it's either Seren Smell chasing on the boundary for it, or it's probably going through for 4 runs. So
yeah, I think if it beats her, it's 4, isn't it? But
yeah,
she used to captain from there for Central Sparks. Has done the same for Lancashire, winning the county championship T20 double. County championship is a 50-over competition like this one. The One Day Cup is when it was won, but that would have been a side as the over ends with a dot ball driven up to mid-off. That would have been a side that I think Threlkeld would have just been coming into for the first time, but as a very young player. But it would have had the likes of Cross, Alex Hartley, Emma Lamb would have probably been in that side, I think. I'm sure we can look it up at some point today. I don't like making promises of looking up things where I don't know exactly where they are, though. I may have to go and have a chat with someone about that one. Things like Paige Schofield's strike rate, I'm happy to promise that because I know where that is.
Yeah,
where on the internet that is. Whereas exactly who was in that double winning side, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure if somebody like Alex Hartley, who's an absolute cricketing badge, is listening, she can send us a text with who was in that side, because I know she was in it. As here comes Morris to bowl and get absolutely slapped for 6 over mid-wicket. That's a brilliant stroke. As one of Paige Schofield's favourites, I feel, because she attempted it earlier in the game and missed it. And as soon as she's seen the opportunity to go for it again, there's no fielder back there at that part of the mid-wicket boundary, the sort of fairly straightish mid-wicket, and it's the old-fashioned slog sweep. And Sophie Morris has bowled 7 overs for 28 to that point, has been hit for 6 from the first ball of a new spell, which will put it on exactly the same spot, and Schofield will go in the same area this time off the back foot, but the field has moved round towards the shade of the tree, returned by Fee Morris, the off spinner. So we've got a very straight mid-wicket on the boundary and a fielder who is actually coming in now from square leg, probably a pace behind, and we'll go and stand a pace behind the umpire now inside the ring. In fact, a couple of paces in front and behind square from where the umpire is. This one's hit by Alice Davidson-Richards hard over the top, and even with the fielder back at straight mid-wicket, this one will evade them through wide long on. And it's 4 runs, and really lovely stroke by Alice Davidson-Richards. Every time she's used her feet in this innings, she's connected with it well and sent the ball over the top. And that was a really, really good stroke once again from, as we say, the player who's got a test 100. She looks like she's got her eyes on another 100 today, Faith Florence.
Yeah, indeed. And if I'd been wondering when the Surrey batters were going to really start going for it and accelerating, it looks like this is the over that they've chosen to target Fee Morris and hit 3 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, or Sophie Morris even, who's bowling this one left arm over the wicket. It is easy to confuse our Morrises, and we've got a Norris on there as well, as this one's driven into the offside for 1 off the back foot. The fielders on the boundary have changed again. We've got deep covered, long off, long on, and that straight mid-wicket. But now, long on is coming inside the ring to Schofield, and the sweeper's going back at... as I say, a pace behind backward square leg. So Schofield will clap it down the ground and beat long off. Lovely stroke. It was, it bordered on agricultural, we have to say. It was a real sort of slog, but it was a kind of a very modern day cricket shot, a kind of baseball stroke. She hit one earlier in the innings through what I described as left field, to use the baseball terminology. This one went down centre field and away for 4. It was a real baseball stroke, but it goes away, and whether it's a home run or a 4, it's very useful to whoever's hit it.
Absolutely. Dealing in boundaries now, Surrey. as ADR leans on her bat, looking very assured and confident, and Paige Scholfield preparing to face.
Just seen it again from the straight on camera as this latest ball is bowled by Morris, who's had a bit more tap in this over than she did at any point in her first spell. Coming on inside the first power play, she gets or concedes another one to the cover boundary here, where Katie Mack does the fielding. 174 for 3 is the total at the end of the 31st over. I'll do to 32, Faith, and then you can do 8, and then we'll be back on track then. But a bit of on-air production, apologies everyone. But yes, I've seen the stroke again. It was ever so slightly left of centre field. It sort of went down the on-side of the wicket, to use the cricket terminology. I know people get a bit annoyed about the baseballification of cricket, but it was a baseball stroke, even though it happened in a cricket match.
Yeah, it happens. I think it's fair enough to mention.
It was a good hit, in old terms. Here comes Kate Cross, steaming in, elbows jutting out, the rose of Lancashire on the shirt, and this one is chopped into the ground, caught one hand, one bounce by Ali Threlkeld, but she has the decency not to appeal for it. And 173 for 3, but they probably feel like they need a one hand, one bounce at the moment, Lancashire. It's getting fairly ominous, this total.
Definitely. And I think, Kate Cross, well, Lancashire will be banking on Kate Cross to make the breakthrough here.
Bowls again, short into the pitch, and it's attempted a pull stroke. Was on it so early that it ends up coming off the toe of Schofield's bat and almost back to the bowler. Mid-wicket had the decency to come in and pick it up for Kate Cross, but yeah, not the stroke Schofield would have intended. I think she'd maybe be a bit surprised she was through it so early. Shows probably the pace of the pitch there that didn't get up. Another short one from Cross, just seeing what is in that pitch. It's dabbed out into the offside. The return is way over the head of Threlkeld, but that doesn't stop her jumping up and grabbing it one-handed. 174 for 3, but we were saying around the 20 over mark that we felt Lancashire would be the happiest side. Feels to me like Surrey are the happier side now.
I agree, tables have turned slightly.
Here's Cross, right arm over the wicket, Grosvenor End, driven up to mid-on. I've gone up now. It's because it's at the other end of the pitch, though. It feels more up at this end. Don't know why. Anyway, it's a dot ball. Tara Norris picked it up off the drive.
Yeah, it feels a bit more of an incline at this end. And I was going to say, when the batter gets to 76, after 31 overs, you're starting to think, it looks like a century's on the cards here.
It's not an illusion, is it? It definitely slopes down from Grosvenor End to Harrod Drive End, I think. Either way, whichever way you hit it, it's going very quickly because the outfield is, as I say, it's got the look of a June, July, maybe even August outfield rather than a May one, as this one is up to long gone. And there is one run, 175 for 3. Decent return from Cross, this. Just conceded the 2 runs so far from the first 5 balls of this spell, 34 for 2. Picked up the wicket of Bryony Smith, leading edge to Emma Lamb at short cover, and also as Cross delivers one more that is again going to be a dot ball to the analysis, as Schofield tried to guide it behind square on the offside but only succeeded in finding backward point. No run, 175 for 3 at the 32 over mark if you just join us on the BBC Sport website and app, via Lancs TV and the Geo app. But it feels, as we hand commentary back to, or ball by ball commentary back to Faith Florence, it just sort of feels like Cross would be quite happy, I think, with those 2 early wickets, particularly the one of Capsey that she got to drift from outside the leg stump and swing back to the stump. So Capsey was fooled into thinking she could hit it through wide mid-on, but ended up being bowled as a result of not playing with the full face of the bat.
Absolutely, and I completely agree. And as the bowling change, we've got Hannah Jones coming back into the attack at this stage. It's time for her to return. Early on in the game, she got hit for quite a lot of runs.
I think 2 overs for 19. I'll just double check it.
Right, yeah. So she was off the scene, but now she's back into Davidson Richards, and who hits that behind, and that's going straight over for a boundary. So again, her first delivery of her spell goes for another boundary.
Almost never seen Hannah Jones bowl 13 balls for the loss of 23 runs. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. She is so accurate. She's so, well, dead-eye. It's the nickname, isn't it? That's,
exactly.
I remember we had the former coach Paul Shaw up here, and he said they nicknamed her Deadeye because she was so accurate. So it just shows what a good wicket this still is to bat on.
Definitely, it's unusual, isn't it, to see? And as Davison Richards down the wicket and hits that straight back past Hannah Jones, I'll get through for 1 run again. And yeah, I agree. It's rare, especially without taking any wickets. You know, sometimes she will concede a boundary here or there, but that usually comes with a wicket or two. I think as a spinning unit, Lancashire will have hoped to have got more wickets at this stage. And Hannah Jones in, and that's lofted to the leg side. That's all the way for 6 runs. I was waiting for the umpire to definitely confirm that before I did the do-si-do again with that. But no, that was a clear way up into the sky against the clear blue sky.
I think the fact it landed nearly on the railway tracks means we maybe didn't even have to wait for the umpire signal there. That went a long way. 186 for 3. And Hannah Jones under some real pressure. She doesn't strike me as the sort of person who feels a lot of pressure. I think she's very good at sort of putting it to one side, but she is under real pressure here.
Absolutely.
It's her 30th run. She's only in her 3rd over.
In again, and that's guided behind. That's another 4 runs off the bat of Paige Scholfield from the bowling of Hannah Jones. So that's sort of swept behind square leg.
We're almost at the point where the batter seems to know what the bowler's going to do before she's let it go, because Schofield was just sort of in position to just catch that almost on the bat and send it behind square on the sweep there, and didn't even have to swing the bat, just sort of caught the ball on it and diverted it there. 190 for 3 now, and Hannah Jones, I make that her 34th run she's conceded, and she's not even at the end of the 3rd over. She's got 2 more balls to go in the 3rd over. Threlkeld's going to want at least 1 more out of her, you would have thought. I don't think she's going to take her off after a 1 over spell. It'd be a brave call from the captain, but maybe it's one she should make.
Well, she's gone up to have a little conference with her and Kate Cross and Eve Jones listening in as well. Let's see if this little conference has imparted any wisdom or a bit of confidence for this next delivery, as that's in and just cut away for 1 run. So it's a better ball, a better result certainly for Hannah Jones.
You're spot on there, Faith. It's a better ball, isn't it? It's a ball that made sense with the field. It was outside off stump, slightly shorter length, but she's not going to go for too many there because Katie Mack's out on the boundary.
She's in again, Hannah Jones, and again, that's a better ball again. So, maybe those little huddles and have just worked in her. I think she's a good enough bowler that she can assess where she's going wrong and what she needs to do to fix it.
She's the sort of bowler, if she has a bad day like this, she won't give up. She'll keep going. She'll keep, and she'll know if she can just keep on, just ensure that she doesn't get pulled off by a captain. She might pick up 2 or 3 wickets when batters start having a slog. But at the moment, it's been very tough indeed. 3 overs for 36 runs. She's gone at 12. Hannah Jones, 2 a ball.
Very rare.
But there was a noticeable encouragement from the Lancashire fielders on that 5th ball, where she got it right, just short of length, got hit out to the cover sweeper for 1, and there was well bowled Jonesy from the Lancashire fielders encouraging her, because they know if they can just squeeze another 2 overs out of her for, say, even 10, 11 runs, then that's going to be crucial in this game, because it's going to be a high chase, but it's going to be, the sort of chase where every, even if she just saves that 1 dot ball in that spell to make it an 11 rather than a 12 off her next 2 overs, that could be crucial when we come to count up at the end.
Yeah, I completely agree. And she's a bowler you'd expect to bowl her 10 overs for Lancashire always. As Emma Lamb is into Davison Richards, that's hit hard, firmly past the bowler. There is a sweeper on the boundary, so 1 run off Emma Lamb's first delivery back in her spell, 192 for 3 after 33 overs.
Really enjoying this today. Clearly everybody on the BBC Sport website is as well, because that number's just about
Emma
doubled.
Lamb in, and that's it behind. There's a big appeal and the finger goes up. She's out. LBW, is it? I was trying to see if the bells had come off the wicket there, but no, judged by the umpire to be completely adjacent. and that brings to an end a very, very fine innings from Paige Scholfield.
Yeah, we're a long way away, but that one required the umpire's finger to be raised, and it, even from mid-wicket, it had a feeling of being straight. Maybe height might have been an issue. Let's see if we can catch the replay as we flick over the pages here to
it was the strongest
look at the
appeal
pictures
as
on
well
Lancs
from
TV.
the unit. I think they were more convinced than they had been before at some of their shouts that was definitely out. As we look at the replay.
Yeah, we'll...
and Alice Monaghan makes her way out to the middle.
It wasn't just the high 5 for Emma Lamb from Sophie Morris, it was the high 10. I'm seeing on the pictures over on Lancs TV.
Well, that's the breakthrough,
moment.
isn't it, that Lancashire have been desperate for.
Yeah, they had to break that before they kind of got to the, because it's all about now how far out Surrey can go from, and that probably means they can maybe go from 12 overs out rather than 15, if that makes sense, as Monaghan makes her way in. Here we go, here's the replay. So Lamb comes in to bowl right arm over the wicket, and yeah, it's as straight as it's going to be.
Straight,
probably middle and leg stump rather than middle halfway up, but great innings from Schofield comes to an end. LBW to Emma Lamb. We'll get the exact details of all the numbers in a moment for you.
And like you say, the way that Lancashire celebrated that wicket with Emma Lamb, you could see that was a really, really important point in the game for them.
Well, and it was Lamb saying well bowled Jonesy, or one of the people saying well bowled Jonesy in the previous over.
Lamb into Alice Monaghan defends her first delivery back to the bowler. She'll have to get her eye in now as well. It's always good for bowling side, a new batter in. Can they prize her out quickly? As she faces Emma Lamb again, this time just sort of digs under the ball and it dribbles back to Emma Lamb.
This is
another
actually
dot ball.
Crucial. Can they actually kill a few balls in the game with the new batter, whilst the new batter's getting herself in?
Exactly. Emma Lamb into Monaghan, who cuts this time. There is a fielder there at point, stops the ball, backward point, another dot ball. So really good pressure here for Emma Lamb, wicket dot.
It was Hannah Jones who did really well there because it bobbled horribly in front of her, and given the last over she had, she did well to keep her eye on the ball.
Emma Lamb in again, swings her arms, Alice Monaghan, and cuts that away for 1 run. She gets off the strike.
Shows Hannah Jones's head still in the game, that she's able to focus on her fielding and she's not thinking about, oh crikey, I've gone at 2 a ball.
No, 100%,
today.
yeah. She's a very experienced, a very good cricketer, and there's much to contribute. So 194 for 4 after 34 overs.
And there's a word, I think, from Fee Morris as she runs past her out towards deep mid-wicket to Hannah Jones as another experienced spinner, a spinner in Fee's case who's been through a lot of sort of stuff in her mind. She's talked about the kind of struggles she's had with that. So there is a togetherness about Lancs this season.
That's what you want to see. That's what we love to see. And we've said before, it's been a different sort of start for Thunder as they were before, and now Lancashire in this new domestic competition, winning their first 2 games and pushing teams close in the next 2, even though it was a loss. And they'll want to really make sure they turn around here and have a home win here at Southport. So
just quickly going to give you the Paige Schofield details of the innings. So she's LBW to Emma Lamb for 87 off 82 balls in 105 minutes, 11 fours and 2 sixes. So you bang up to date.
Hannah Jones into Alice Monaghan, just guides that behind another dot ball. Alice Davison-Richards was backing up halfway down the track there, but there was no run. So good fielding again from Lancashire, and they're going to want to keep together, keep it really tight as they have been. And that's a good start for Hannah Jones in this over. A dot, and looks another dot that sort of just dug into the ground there
Yorker,
by
wasn't it?
Alice Monaghan. And
it was an old-fashioned Yorker. That was probably the same ball that Schofield managed to dab on the sweep behind square for 4 last time, but obviously Monaghan's just come in.
That's Jones in again to Monaghan, and this time that's guiding the leg side, and she'll get off strike for 1 run. But I bet if I could see Hannah Jones's face up close, if you could watch it on the TV, you'll see the determination, and she's really bowling better at the start of this over.
ADR possibly almost needs to take a bit of the strike here whilst Monaghan's getting her eye in, just so the scoring doesn't slow too much, and always let Monaghan try and get her eye in from the opposite end, if that makes sense.
Jones into ADR, who swings her arms, and she goes off strike for 1 run. So well done, Hannah Jones, for getting and the fielders allowing just 1 run to bring back the new batter on strike.
I always remember, it's an example from men's cricket, but Michael Clarke, the Australian, always used to talk about the place he liked to bat in the first bit of his innings.
Jones into Monaghan, that's blocked back to the bowler again, bowling really, really well at the new batter.
Say the first 15-20 minutes, he liked to be at the non-striker's end as much as possible because he felt he could get used to the pace and the bounce, and then build his in, and then almost be in before he'd actually got a score on the board.
Jones into Monaghan, that's guided leg side. One more run to the total.
So then all of a sudden he was facing maybe his 10th delivery, having watched 30 or 40 balls from the other end. And I think almost that might be a good tactic for Monaghan here, because she's going to need to go at a decent strike rate. So almost to start with, try and just get ADR on strike, and then when she feels ready to play her strokes.
Yeah, absolutely. 197 for 4. So it's really crucial, in a 50-over game, that Lancashire now as the fielding side really stay on top of their plans and support the bowlers with the fielding.
I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm actually almost a little bit chilly.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful sunshine,
too,
but I'm almost
cold.
a little bit cold. I might even put my jumper on in a minute. But we've been spoilt with the parasols here. Is what that means.
Grosvenor end into Monaghan. There's a big appeal, and that's LBW. She is out. Alice Monaghan spent very little time at the crease. She's looking around slightly bewildered, but the finger of the umpire went up. That's another wicket there for Emma Lamb. As the bowlers all gather together, there are high tens and the high fives going in. Alice Monaghan trudging back to the field.
Yes, it confused me there, because Davidson Richards had ended up at the striker's end because they tried to run a leg by. But, well, let's get the replay up again like we did before, but that one looked very similar to the Paige Schofield. I think it's the right shot, but obviously it's the risk you're taking at this stage, and, Surrey have to use their wickets. And this was actually... We're not quite at the stage, as I say. I think it was 57. Last 11 overs was 57 for 5 was the Lancashire score against Hampshire, and that's why they didn't get over 300 and they ultimately lost the game. I think we're seeing a very similar thing here, but I do think it will turn more. So maybe 270, 280 might be a winning score. Monaghan is the definition of trudging back. Here comes the replay. So again, it's almost a carbon copy of the Schofield one. It was probably middle and off stump, this one from Lamb. I think Monaghan, the reason she looked a little disgusted is she felt she'd got outside the line of off stump, which wouldn't have been out. But, well, look, I'll have another look at it.
Yeah, the ball
but from that
seemed
first
to
look,
swing in a little bit there at the end.
It turned back, didn't it?
Yeah.
It turned back with the off spin, but I think it struck her in line. I think,
I think so.
Even if we'd had all the sort of fancy Hawkeye technology and that kind of thing, I don't know if it's even called Hawkeye anymore, but all the ball tracking stuff, I think it would have at best been one of those half and half umpires calls. I think it frankly struck her right in the line of off stump and was turning back to hit middle and off, so I don't think she can have too many complaints. I'll have another look at it when it appears on the scorecard record, but that looked very out.
To face Emma Lamb, and she pushes that to the offside and gets off the strike quite quickly. Won't have to face another ball just yet. Emma Lamb bowling really well, and also I think a little bit of credit to Hannah Jones, who in that previous over had bowled much better and put that pressure on Alice Monaghan as the new batter. I can claim a bit of credit, I think. I'm sure Emma Lamb would give it to her. She's in again, and who's that diving off to stop the ball from going backwards as another dot ball. It was a very good fielding by Elsa Lister. Excellent from Lancashire. Keep the squeeze on and not allow Emma Lamb bowls again to Alice Davidson-Richards, and not allow Surrey to get away at this stage when Paige Scholfield and Alice Davidson-Richards were really starting to accelerate earlier. They've pegged them back nicely, Lancashire, and that's another... Oh, I was going to say another dot ball, but that's squeezed past the bowler, and so they've got through for one run. 198 for 5 is the score, with new batter Kira Chatley on strike facing Emma Lamb.
Been a good innings for Lamb. Got the catch early on, and now 2 LBWs.
And Lamb again, that's hit straight back past the bowler, but it's another dot ball. She's playing really, really well at the start of this competition. And nothing could be more pleasing for Lancashire and for Emma Lamb herself, obviously after some injury struggles, and she was in the England side and then had that back injury, and and various injury niggles that just kept her from playing the type of cricket that everybody knows that she's capable of. And it's so exciting to see her on this kind of form.
It's great to see her bowling. It's great that's her 10th wicket now of the season, because when the way she was talking about the back injury last year, I'll be honest, I thought, I'm not going to see her bowl again. I think it's just too risky for her to be bowling even sort of gentle off spin, because she needs to focus on getting her back right to bat with.
Jones in to ADR, hits that straight past the bowler for 1 run.
And I don't think it was like a fast, it wasn't like a Katie George situation where the bowling had done the damage to the back. I think it was, sort of the wear and tear of batting and fielding that had done the damage to the back. And that was still what was causing her pain even last season, when she was still coming back from it, but scoring runs. But just, I think, adding bowling into the mix, she didn't feel she maybe could, but it's good to see her back.
Jones into Chatley. That's just pushed straight for another dot ball.
And she's clearly, rolled her arm over a few times in nets and thought, actually, I can probably still do this in a game, and it's great for, if she gets back in the England side, because that's another option.
Absolutely. Jones into Chatley again. Pushes that on the offside. Another dot ball. Hannah Jones bowling really well now, and Kira Chatley really sort of taking her time, not allowing Hannah Jones to sort of bowl at her pace, marking her guard, and it's good tactic as Jones is in again, and that's hit aerially. Katie Mack, though, is there on the cover boundary to stop another run going through. So that's just 1 run off that delivery. Well done, Lancashire. The Lancashire field is really getting around and keeping their focus at this stage.
Katie Mack is definitely in the top 5 of quickest cricketers I've ever seen.
She is.
Anuj Dar would be the quickest I've ever seen. He's phenomenally fast.
Jones into Davidson Richards. That's hit through the covers again. Another run they'll get as Katie Mack is there sweeping to prevent any more than just the 1 run.
But Katie Mack, because you see it when she runs between the wickets as well. Same is true of Dahl, actually. Whether they're fielding or batting, they're so fast. And, she could very well be the 2nd quickest I've ever seen, I think.
Jones into Chatley. Push back towards the bowler.
Another
dot ball.
It certainly feels that way at this precise moment at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, I have to say. Yeah. Let's get some scores elsewhere. Go on, I'll let you finish that thought whilst I get it up.
Sure, just to say that the score now after 37 overs is 202 for 5 wickets.
So, scores elsewhere. The Somerset score, 176 for 2. They are at the end of the 36th over there at Edgbaston, 141 for 5 now in the 40th over at Durham. So Surrey very much leading the way, but I think they probably have the best track to bat on, even though we're expecting it to continue to turn.
Emma Lamb to Davidson Richards, who gets down to sweep that behind, but it's in the hands of Ellie Threlkeld. And it's a wide signal by the umpire.
Just cracked down the leg side.
Yeah. So Emma Lamb just losing her line a little bit to another delivery. This time it's a good delivery. And she stops the ball and kind of makes as if to throw at the stumps. So she's having fun out there, clearly, and she's bowling really, really well.
Yeah, and you're getting you've got great shots in between overs if you're watching on the YouTube channel, Lancs TV.
Lamb into ADR, who lofts that over cow corner, and that's 4 runs to the total. That was a really sort of easy, fluid shot by Alice Davidson Richards. She really got to the pitch of the ball, just got underneath that, and that's a really easy boundary.
It's almost unfair to the shot to say it went through cow corner, because it was such a classical stroke. She just it was a proper drive, that, wasn't it? Even though it went through the sort of the cross-battered shot area, and they're going to send another one back. They're going to have in fact, Elsa is just going to the back of the ring at a kind of straight mid-wicket now.
Indeed, it didn't need a lot of power. So sweetly struck. This is guided leg side. There'll be a run for 1 run. A little bit of backing up for another run, but well fielded.
Lister did really well there, actually, because she'd been brought to the back of the ring and had to go a very long way to her right to pick up from the right-hander there, and she still prevented 2.
Emma Lamb into Chatley, who sweeps, who pulls that towards Katie Mack, so it'll be just the 1 run. In fact, they jog through. They know it's not going to be a boundary or a chance for another. Bit of a wayward throw back to the keeper, but no problem there. That's backed up.
I was just going to say, if you're if you're 25 yards back and you have to run 15 to your right, you're all of a sudden you're at 40 yards and you've still got to throw the ball in. So it's giving the batters time to get through their 44
Lamb
yards.
into Davidson Richards, who strikes that past the bowler and will get through for one more run.
But yeah, I was saying earlier in the over, we've got these great shots between overs of all those houses in the distance with the sort of red brickwork and the grey slate roofs.
That's struck firmly down the ground, and that was Emma Lamb bowling to Kira Chatley, through for one more run. Just scoring singles at the moment, rotating the strike. Kira Chatley getting her iron, getting used to the bowling, and after 37 overs, it's 211 for 5.
I definitely think if you are heading down in the first innings, it will change during the second innings, but in the first innings, those benches on the far side by the railway side, that's where the shade's been, hasn't it? There's the people on that side of the ground are definitely looking in fine form. I was just watching again that last ball from Lamb, and I was hoping to see whether there was any turn, but it was a full toss, unfortunately, so we didn't get much of a look. But I think we need to maybe be on a watch just to see
Hannah Jones into Chatley. Hits that through the covers. Katie Mack gives chase. They're going to run through for a second, and they get it comfortably there in the end. It's the first delivery from Hannah Jones.
You didn't even need to say Katie Mack got there, because everybody knew. She's that quick. She always gets there, it seems.
Indeed, the ball was quick, but she was quicker. Hannah Jones into Chatley. And this time that's stopped by, I was going to say it's not Eve Jones at extra cover. It's a little bit further out, mid-off.
Tara Norris.
Tara Norris.
It's another one of those leading edges, though. It was uppish for a long time.
Indeed. Hannah Jones back to Chatley, and that's high in the head. That's over the bowler. That's over everybody's head. 4 runs. 4 runs for Kira Chatley, so she's getting a little bit more used to the pitch, to the bowling as well.
Better shot, that one. She made it with a full face of the bat, classical lofted drive, whereas the one before she'd sort of gone slightly leg side and ended up chipping it with the leading edge up towards mid-off and could have got out. So that will be the danger for Lancashire in their innings. They're going to have to play with a full face, as Chatley did there.
Indeed. Hannah Jones in and just blocked back to the bowler for another dot ball, or a dot ball rather, the one before being a boundary. 217 for 5.
The only thing that boundary didn't go over the head of was the rope.
Hannah Jones in, and that's pushed leg side. Fielded for just a dot ball.
Not that ropes have heads, I suppose, but it's the only thing it didn't go over was the rope.
Yeah, indeed. Looked close though, but yeah, not quite enough power on that shot. As Hannah Jones into Chatley again. Who hits that straight for another dot ball.
Well, I can assure you, I watched that over for turn. I mean, Hannah Jones isn't the biggest turner of the ball. Another one who enjoys her club cricket, plays a lot of Didsbury. But I can assure you that there wasn't much in that over. It was fairly up and down. But let's have a look at Emma Lamb's over if she continues, or if it's a Fee Morris over that we get next, and just see if there's a bit more turn when the ball's been given almost a bit more chance. I imagine they'll continue with Lamb having got the LBW. In fact, 2 LBWs, getting rid of Paige Schofield. Important wicket, that one. She's the top scorer of the innings at the moment with 87. Alice Davidson-Richards is now on 77. Bryony Smith out earlier for 1, caught by Lamb off the bowling of Cross. Alice Capsey bowled by Cross. We've also seen Wyatt-Hodge caught by Lamb off the bowling of Sophie Morris for 21. And that takes you up to the LBW of Paige Schofield, and that was followed by the LBW of Monaghan. So you're all up to date wherever you join us from. We're having a great time here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Lancashire versus Surrey in the Women's One Day Cup, and it's going to be Kate Cross on her way.
Yeah, Kate Cross back into the attack, bowling to Davidson-Richards. So I think, after a little chat with Ellie Threlkeld, the skipper, they've decided that now's the time for Kate Cross to come in, maybe try and prize that wicket of Kira Chatley out, and have another go at Alice Davidson-Richards.
Clearly caught her breath, basically, Cross, whilst Lamb was progressing to 8 overs 40 for 2, and Cross can continue. She's into her 8th over. She's got figures of 35 for 2 at the moment. There's another train rattles left to right off towards Liverpool.
Cross running parallel with the train into Chatley, who just digs that one to the offside. Another dot ball. 218 for 5 in the 39th over.
Sophie Morris has 2 left. Hannah Jones has 4 left. She's now got her economy back down to 8 and over. She's gone 48 off 6, so she's good comeback that from Jones. Morris has got 8 left. She's gone 2 overs for 12.
Cross into Chatley, she hits that, and that's a catch, and she's out. She's caught there at mid-on by Tara Norris. A very comfortable catch, though the sun is shining. You still have to take them, easy as they may be. Very good idea it was then in the end from the skipper. Good captaining to bring Kate Cross back on, having had that rest after the bowling of Emma Lamb.
Bodes very, very well for those series against West Indies and India, that Kate Cross has picked up her 3rd wicket on what is a pitch that's maybe not be the one she would want to bowl on this summer. It seems as if it favours the spinners more than the seamers like Kate Cross, but she's still picked up 3 wickets on it. Very, very good sign for the winter to come. And yeah, unfortunately for Chatley, she has to depart for just 10, caught by Norris off the bowling of Cross.
Absolutely, and that brings out Kalia Moore to see if she can stay with Alice Davidson-Richards, who is now the absolutely settled sort of stalwart for Surrey at the moment, and has seen quite a few batters come and go in the time that she's been at the crease, and would probably really want somebody to stick around a bit as we approach the last 10 overs, and expect Surrey to really try and pick up the pace here and get as many runs as they can with the 4 wickets in hand that they have left.
Interesting choice at this stage. Moore's a powerful little punchy sort of a player who can find the boundary when needed. So, an interesting choice to send her out at this stage at number 8.
Yeah, indeed. Kate Cross into the new batter, Kalia Moore. And they're taking a quick single there. She's hit that straight, but I think that's hit the batter actually on the way back. Fielded by Tara Norris there at mid-on. So they'll be going for every run, certainly. They'll be trying to score the boundaries as well.
Good start from Moore, a little flicky drive just wide of the fielder, and as soon as it was there, she ran through to get ADR back on strike.
A full start from Kate Cross. She takes a few steps back. In over the wicket to ADR. Hits that leg side. It's just a 1 run. Fielded by Fee Morris there. And puts the new batter back on strike, Kalia Moore, to face Kate Cross again.
Example of that flat return that bounces once, rather than throwing it up and it looping slightly, just flat into the square and back up into the gloves of Threlkeld. Really good return from Fee Morris there.
Kate Cross steaming into Kalia Moore. And that goes behind. Did she get some bat on that? That's racing away to the boundary, so that's another 4 runs. That's 4 runs, the first boundary of the bat of Kalia Moore.
Fortuitous outside edge, but at this stage, you take them.
Absolutely.
Because it doesn't really matter where the boundaries or how they come. Kate Cross would consider that one caught first or second slip, I think, but you can't have them there at this stage, and with long leg and third relatively wide, it's always going to be 4 runs if you do that. So it's as good a shot as any. It's as good a shot as the one Chatley played down the ground off Hannah Jones, the lofted drive. It's worth the same in the scorebook.
Absolutely, and brings Hannah Jones is still in the attack on the Harrod drive end.
Yep, so Jones to come on. As I say, she's pulled her figures back. The first 3 overs were going at 2 a ball, but she's now, that's her 49th run off the first ball of her 7th over. So, as I say, if that was the plan, just to squeeze a couple more overs out, she just seems to have bowled more to her plan, and that was a good example there, bowling a full ball that was driven straight to where she had the fielders. In sweepers at the moment are out on the cover boundary. She's got one at backward square leg, one at mid-wicket and one at long on, as she bowls to Moore, who drives out to the cover sweeper. Will look for two and will have to go back. It's not a bad result for Surrey. Oh, they're going to get an overthrow. They're going to get an overthrow. For once, Ellie Threlkeld doesn't gather the return. It was one of those bouncing returns, and it just didn't bounce as high as she wanted. It was a difficult one. And then it bounced off Sophie Morris backing up as well, and that allowed another single to be taken. So 2 to the total, 227 for 6. That won't have pleased Hannah Jones, who's had a tough day, and she's now been driven for 4 through extra cover, as if to rub a little bit into the wound there. Hannah Jones having a very tough day. She'd pulled it back, but now all of a sudden she's in another over where she's in trouble, and she's conceded what I make that the single off the first ball, the 2 that should have been a 1, and now a 4, so 7 off 3 balls, and all of a sudden she's looking at, can I get out of an over again? And maybe Ellie Threlkeld could have considered taking her off once she got her figures back to a better place. She bowls short into the pitch and will be pulled really out to the fielder at mid-wicket for 1. That's fine. She won't mind that, particularly in the situation she finds herself in. So 8 off 4 balls now. But it's the sort of thing, you know, you think if this ends up going for 10, say, 10 off the last over is the kind of thing that Lancashire would expect to chase. So every time they concede an over like that, it's difficult. Dot ball, though, this one, driven to mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. That's a good bit of bowling. Almost used that Yorker that Jones likes to use. She did get swept from it earlier in the day by Schofield. Goes short of length now and is pushed to Eve Jones and takes a cap from the umpire. And I think that might be it for the day for Hannah Jones. I think it could be wise to take her off at this point, although she'll be keen to come back. She's a brave bowler. And yeah, she takes a cap for what I think is 56 now from her 7 overs, and finishing with 2 dot balls. That's a positive, Faith.
Absolutely, and just gets a little hand tip from little high five or low five from Kate Cross as she goes back to her fielding position, Hannah Jones.
It's a tough place to be a bowler, Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, that's for sure. But at the moment, Lancashire just creeping back into a position where I think they might be starting to feel a bit better. They've got 6 wickets now, 232. If they can keep the chase to 270, 280, they'll know. They got 292 last week, so they'll know they can do it. And they'll also know what the target is this week, which is, it'll be very different from what they had last week. It's Fee Morris to come back on. 2 overs for 12 so far, so she's gone at exactly 1 a ball so far. Let's see if she can improve on that here with fielders back at square leg, mid-wicket and long on the leg side. And that's a good start. Kate Cross acknowledges it with a couple of claps of the hands. Bowled very well today, Cross. 3 for 42 from her 8 overs.
Absolutely. So with 9 overs left, the minimum that Surrey will be aiming for is 50 more runs.
Another ball bowled. It brings a forward defensive, but also a run because the field is spread. The field is out of cover, so any defensive stroke will just roll into that gap. Morris, though, with a dot from the first ball and 1 from the second, she'll take that. As long as she doesn't concede a boundary at this stage with 9 overs left, it's advantage bowler. I think so. Basically, seems all about, are Surrey going to get 300 here? If they can get there, I think they're favourites. If they can't, I think Lancashire will probably be favourites. And even if they do get 300, I still think that's probably about par, and Lancashire will fancy the chase. 1 up to long on there. 2, 3, 4 for 6. We'll get Faith Florence's thoughts on that in just a moment, because Morris is already in again. Another 1 out to deep cover. This is exactly what Morris is bowling for, 1s. If she gets hit to any of the boundary fielders, she's not bothered.
Yeah, I think, a couple of reasons why Surrey will be going for that 300 plus if they can.
2, 3, 5 for 6 as Morris delivers. There'll be at least another 1, but Ailsa Lister's quick in the field and tumbles to her left and picks up to keep it to 1. 2, 3, 6 for 6.
Yeah, obviously they want to get as many runs as they can, and just ticking over into that 300 plus is a psychological blow as well.
attempts the reverse sweep. There's an appeal from mid-wicket and extra cover, which I think is an indication that it perhaps wasn't one the bowler was interested in, but it does bring another one of those precious dot balls. I feel like we're almost celebrating them from the Lancashire perspective because it's so hard to bowl one. But yeah, there was just an attempt at a reverse sweep there, didn't quite come off. If it was another one of those where the batter's almost trying to catch the ball just before it bounces, and if they do, it speeds off the bat and away for runs, as Paige Schofield did earlier in the innings with the top score of 87. But that's in a little bit of threat now, because, of course, Alice Davidson-Richards is on 82 off 87 deliveries. As in comes Sophie Morris, brought back into the attack for a 9th over. She bowled in the power play right at the start. She came on the 9th over. Goes for 1 there down the ground. So she'll take that against the batter who's in. Alice Davidson-Richards moves to 83 off 88. Kalia Moore, who is 14 off 9 already, faces up and gets a little outside half of the bat, and a useful one because there's no fielder specifically on that line. Emma Lamb comes round from backward point and returns to Ali Threlkeld, 238 for 6. Faith Florence.
It's been a really good, what's striking me right now is what a good innings it's been by Alice Davidson-Richards, who's, scored really quickly at the start and slowed down when needed.
Morris bowls back of length, and it has to be pushed to behind square on the offside. Fee Morris has a lot of running to do, and having bowled the previous over, that was a real tough chase for her, but she got there, but didn't prevent 2 more to the total. 241 for 6. Probably Surrey's ball in the game, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's seen so many batters come and go. She's built some partnerships, a good partnership with Paige Scholfield earlier, but has really stuck in through all of the bowlers.
Morris again, driven back past her, up to long gone. She's happy with that. She's got a fielder there. It's only 1. Really competitive cricket here in the Women's One Day Cup. I nearly called it the Rachel A. Flint Trophy there.
I liked that name.
They're both 50 over competitions, of course. I was hearing last week that her name is still going to be on the trophy, as this one is played away into the offside, and sliding in the dirt is Eve Jones. She's not entirely sure where the ball is, but she's done enough to prevent another run. 243 for 6. Got lovely yellow telegraph-style numbers on the scorebox with a black background over on the opposite side of the ground for us. Now, a sweep hit by Moore, but she was so early on it, I think she's towed it a little bit, and it took the pace off, so it'll be 1 again. That is a very, very impressive over by Sophie Morris to keep the scoring down. She's, 53 runs for 1 wicket now in her 9 overs.
That is a good over, and keep scoring down is exactly what Lancashire need to do. Sure, if they can take a wicket or 2 as they go along, keep it down even further. But they really need to keep their concentration here, because Surrey will be looking to get at least another, we've got 7 overs left. If they can get another 50 off the last 7, it's a big ask, but they're talented enough batters to be able to do that. If they can throw.
Fee Morris throws one up, and it's hit up and over the infield, but that will take the pace off the ball as it trickles along what has been a quick outfield all day. Cross is the fielder first to it, but Norris was competing with her to get there. Good signs from the Lancashire fielders on a hot day, because it's deep into this innings now, and any run they can cut off will help them in the second innings of this game. They know they'll be able to cool off in the pavilion shortly. Now the reverse sweep has been hit this time, and it's going to trickle away towards the boundary. There's a tumbling effort to stop it, and it's a good one. It's by Sophie Morris, who'd gone from backward point. That's why the reverse sweep was attempted, that it was a vacant area, and it doesn't cost Fee Morris 4 runs. So that's a good sign, because that's the stroke Moore, I think, was looking for to get a boundary.
It looked for a moment that she might have got it.
It's moved Sophie Morris finer here, so it's perhaps opening up a route on the cut now. 248 for 6, but Morris will be happy to take that risk, it seems. Bowls a full ball. It's driven down the ground and caught. Nearly wasn't by Eve Jones. She nearly didn't pick that one up. She laughs to her teammates as a result because I think she'd lost sight of that one for a moment, but it's fortunately hit her straight in the stomach and she was able to cling on. I think she got her hands to it just before it hit her in the stomach, in fact, but a really good catch by Eve Jones up at mid-off. It was the plan from Morris there. She'd moved her fielder at backward point to short third, which meant she had to go full. Kalia Moore knew it too, came charging down the track, hit it quite well, but straight at Eve Jones. 248 for 7. Surrey in a little bit of danger here of being bowled out, Faith Florence, and that really could affect their total. They've only got 3 wickets left now.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, just before that delivery was bowled by Fee Morris, she had a little chat with Eve Jones. She just whispered something in her ear, which might have been, I'm going to catch this, you know, if you put it in the right place. It came off for Lancashire, and that's exactly what they need to do in these last few overs. Really prevents Surrey from reaching that big total, and just, you know, to go into the break for Lancashire with the feeling that they've kept the score down as much as they can. Yeah, of course, it's still a big ask. Anything over 250, it's not going to be a complete picnic for Lancashire to chase down, but you know, Surrey will have expected perhaps to have a bigger score, certainly at this stage of the game, to get closer to that 300, which by taking that wicket just now, which seemed to have been planned, and it came off the way that Fee Morris wanted to. So Lancashire need more like that if they want to keep this total down to something manageable in the chase.
Rhianna McDonald-Gay, the new batter, 24 of 16, always very useful, which is what Kalia Moore scored. She was caught by Eve Jones off the bowling of Fee Morris, batted for 14 minutes and hit 2 fours, as this one is driven into the offside. One more run on offer, 249 for 7. It feels like Alice Davidson-Richards is the key here. If they can get it to a stage where maybe they've got 3 wickets in hand of the last 4 overs, then Davidson-Richards could have a real swing at it and try and clear the rope a few times. But they've got to be careful not to be bowled out as Morris delivers, and this one, Fee Morris that is, and it's driven up to Tara Norris at long on. 2 Morrises and a Norris on the field. That's the 250 up for Surrey. It's greeted by barely a reaction here today, and that's because everyone's in such concentration at the cricket we're seeing. It's been quality throughout. Hannah Jones picks this up at the 45 as it's turned there by the new batter Rhianna McDonald-Gay. She has 185 to Davidson-Richards, who just feels like she's slowed up a fraction to me, although she's still 85 off 90, so she'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, and she'll still feel there's time for her to have a swing at the last few, but yeah, it's about you're going to need a striking partner at the other end if you want to push for a higher total. And yeah, it has been a really good game actually. You know, there've been moments when Lancashire have bowled a little looser, but for the most part they've really stuck to their plans or been able to bring it back when it looked like they might be conceding too many. So been really good cricket from both teams.
Sophie Morris begins a new over and is punched out into the offside where she has a cover fielder. There's no 2 on offer, 251 for 7. Sophie Morris, 9 overs, 1 maiden. It was her first one to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, 53 for 1, and her wicket was Wyatt-Hodge. She bowled 7 dot balls to it, and the 8th one was a wicket where Wyatt-Hodge tried to go down the track and hit her over the top. So that's a really, really good wicket for Sophie Morris, and the rest of the spell has been reasonable from there as well, as this one's pushed into the offside. She's gone at slightly more than 1 a ball from there, but on a day like this, that's fair enough, and she's picked up another precious dot with that forcing stroke from McDonald-Gay, only not beating the fielder Eve Jones, who took the last catch, and again affects another dot ball with a tumbling stop at extra cover. So McDonald-Gay just getting herself in at this stage, and I think she has to do that because she only has Gregory and Courtine Coleman, neither of whom are particularly brilliant with the bat, still to come. So that one's driven out to Eve Jones. I think Rhianna McDonald-Gay would regard herself as a bowling all-rounder, the number 9. That's probably most number 9s would regard themselves as that, I think, as back she goes and hits this one out to the offside. Katie Mack comes in. She'll be crucial in the chase because she's a good player of spin, uses her feet well. 252 for 7. The score moves on to Gregory. Was involved in what was, or became at the time, on this ground, the record stand for the final wicket in regional cricket, as this one is driven off the outside edge by Davidson Richards. Only 1 run on offer. I think she was thinking of something a little bit more like her other advances down the track in this innings, of going over the top of long off there, and she's been over long on and through mid-wicket a few times as well in this innings, but only gets 1 that time. 253 for 7. But yes, when South East Stars came here to play what was then Lancashire Thunder, Danny Gregory made 12 in what was a record partnership of 76 for the final wicket with Australian Lauren Smith. And it got, I think, South East Stars up to 198 on that day. I've got the scorecard here somewhere. I'll just flick it up. Yeah, it got them up to 198 from 47.5 overs, and that was enough to win that day. Thunder only making 146. Alex Hartley took 6 wickets for 24 runs in that game, as Morris, current vintage of spinner, dives across the pitch and makes the stop. That was the best figures at the time. It's now been usurped by de Klerk, and obviously we've moved into county cricket now rather than regional as well. So the records. Oh, it's a drop catch by Ailsa Lister at mid-wicket. It was a really tough one. Yeah. It was Davidson Richards advancing down the track, trying to hit it through that mid-wicket area. She didn't get underneath it the way she would have liked, and it was a low, tough chance from Lister, who's been excellent in the field today, but she can't prevent Davidson Richards picking up her 88th run. But first thing probably Lancashire have got wrong in the field all day, other than maybe a few stops on the boundary, forlorn chasers.
Kicked the turf in frustration there, but I think, as you say, it was a really sharp chance. It was a tough chance. It hurt her fingers a little bit, but she's been really good in that position all day.
This one takes a lot of pad on its way down the leg side. It will be a leg by, I imagine. No, it didn't take anything, so it'll be a wide. 255 for 7. It also brings ADR back onto strike, who looks in the mood to start trying to clock 1 or 2. She's got 3 wickets to play with in these final 4 and a bit overs, and she's going to get to this one on the full toss. Hit down the ground. Can Norris get there? Just. It almost seemed to skip away from her at an inopportune time, so it was a good tumbling stop. Keeps it to 2. ADR dropped on 88. She's now on to 90. It was off the bowling of Fee Morris by Ailsa Lister, so a little note there. I suppose the only good thing is the innings is coming to a close here, so you imagine it won't be too costly, but it could still be costly. And if Fee Morris bowls there halfway down, it will be costly. Whipped round the corner, 4 more runs. First boundary of this spell, I think, that Fee Morris has conceded. But ADR just looking to open the shoulders. I don't think there's going to be any nervous 90s here. She's on to 94. She's going to try and whiz through them and try and get up to 120, 130. And that's what could still send Surrey, I keep wanting to call them the Surrey Stars, because obviously Surrey were one of the teams that made up the South East Stars, and they were the Surrey Stars in the KSL. She's looking to send Surrey up towards 300 now, as Norris comes across, picks up not entirely cleanly, but it doesn't cost her a run, I think, because ADR wanted the strike for the next over. 263 for 7. We've had 46 overs of this innings, Faith Florence. What are you making of it?
Well, indeed. I mean, that last over from Alice Davidson Richards batting there, you know, it's exactly, she needs to be the one on strike, and Lancashire need to keep her off strike at this stage as much as possible. There were a few deliveries earlier in the overs where, you know, her batting partner was always getting on strike, so she's managed to just claim that strike a bit and really push up that total a bit more for Surrey if they're going to get up to, or the highest total they can. Most of it you fancy is going to come off the bat, was going to have to come off the bat of Alice Davidson Richards, so she needs to keep the strike. Lancashire need to keep her off it. Is it Rhiannon MacDonald-Gay,
yes,
who's at the non-striker's end? Just has to do her level best to make sure she keeps getting Alice Davidson Richards on strike, because it's been a very, very impressive innings for her. And Surrey will definitely owe a lot to her if she's able to push that score up to 280, 290 in the last 4 overs.
There from Faith Florence as a siren whirs in the distance on this beautiful summer's day here in Southport, as back into the attack is Tara Norris and bowls a ball that's driven up to long off. She'll be happy with that. Only concedes 1 and gets Davidson Richards to the non-striker's end. Can she kill a couple of balls in this game from McDonald Gay? I mean, it's noticeable actually mentioning that game here at Southport in 2022 when 198 played 146 that we're actually looking at, well, 300 still on here, and you know, I think a 12 off 35, which is what Danny Gregory made and was very important and led to a record stand with Lauren Smith, who ended up on 73 not out that day, the Australian. Those sorts of stands we're not seeing much of anymore because teams are looking to play shots like that one from McDonald Gay off the outside edge. It beats, or dissects backward point and short third, who are both up in the ring, and it's away for 4 runs, 268 for 7. But okay, not the cleanest of strikes there, but a flowing bat, an intent about what McDonald Gay did there. And we're seeing, you know, on that day it was turning and there were scores of 200. We're seeing it turning today, and it's, although it hasn't turned massively, I don't think, but it's certainly a spinner's pitch, and we're seeing scores of nearly 300 as this one's driven hard to Smale. It's going to throw the stumps, direct hit. The umpire has a long look at it. Not out. Not out is the verdict. In fact, it wasn't Smale, it was Ailsa Lister. Well, great fielding from her because she dropped a tough chance in the previous over, but was quickly across the ground, as she has been through most of the innings, picked up, direct hit, and proved exactly what she could do in the field. Doesn't prevent the single. 269 for 7.
Yeah, well, that was a moment there, wasn't it? Hey, I mean, if you are going to keep the strike, first of all, like Rhiannon McDonald Gay, score boundaries and strike like that.
Norris bowling to Davidson Richards, who came back onto strike, but again can only get 1 down the ground, this time off the back foot. 270 for 7. And it was a tight single, that one.
He did take a long look at it, the umpire, didn't he? But,
I'm sure our friends
just got in
on the cameras at Badger and Coombs may well be getting a side on a replay as they can find. I think if we'd had the sort of TV replays available to umpires, as this one's hit over the top of extra cover. Good shot from McDonald Gay. She went through backward point earlier in the over, goes over extra cover here. Hasn't hit either of them cleanly. Doesn't get 4 on this occasion, but does get 2. 272 for 7. Useful runs from another player who'll be trying to get into England contention. We've got a shot from sort of long on there, and it looked to me as if McDonald Gay was back. And people will have just seen that on their pictures on YouTube if they're following us that way. And more than 3,000 of you have been in this innings. It's been great to have you with us. More than 500 of you hitting the like button. And they will have seen that McDonald Gay was well honed there. But I think it is one that the umpire would have just sent upstairs to check if they'd had the option.
Yeah,
another single to complete the over out to square leg. 272 for 7.
I think
273 for 7, sorry.
You know, you could say the momentum just shifting in the direction of Surrey Stars there. Rhiannon McDonald Gay has really taken on the bowling. You know, I was talking about her conceding the strike to Alice Davidson Richards, but actually when she has been facing the ball as well, she's been hitting boundaries and hitting really good shots and scoring runs, getting 1s and 2s as well. So to be up to 273 with 3 overs remaining, I think at this point Surrey might be the slightly happier of the two.
We were talking as well, if they've got 3 wickets in hand with 3 or 4 overs to go, they can really swing the bat and sort of almost use a wicket and over here and take risks until Lancashire pick one up. They've given the ball to Kate Cross once again to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end of Southport Cricket Club. As I say, keep hitting those thumbs up buttons if you're watching us on YouTube via Lancs TV. You can also find us via the Geo app in India and the BBC Sport website and app if you just want to listen to this one and take it around wherever you go today. Kate Cross back on here from the Grosvenor Road end where she's bowled exclusively from. 8 overs, 42 for 3 so far, and she bowls a ball speared in towards the stumps and the pads. It's driven up for 1 run, and it is up the hill at the Grosvenor end ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly,
to Fee Morris. It's basically an absolutely perfectly flat cricket pitch, this one. Morris was out on the mid-wicket boundary. Davidson Richards on 97. Waits for Cross. The England bowler who was in the team when she made a Test match 100. She's looking for 100 here for Surrey. She's back for 2. She'll be on to 99. McDonald Gay makes her ground. 276 for 7. it might be enough. In fact, it might be absolutely plenty when we get to the end of this game if Lancashire don't bat well. But it also, if they don't get 300 here, it could be a bit short. These last few overs are crucial, folks. Make sure you stay with us for them, as this one's stabbed into the leg side. That will be the 100 for Alice Davidson-Richards. It's greeted with applause and banging on the windows and screams and shouts, and everybody in that Surrey camp over there is delighted with that from Alice Davidson-Richards. Her century comes up, she raises the bat and acknowledges the elation. 100 for Alice Davidson-Richards. We've said that before in international cricket, we're saying it now for Surrey. 100 off 101 balls with 10 fours. Brilliant innings. It's cross bowls again now to McDonald-Gay, who's hit that one sweetly, but she'll only get one run. No, it bounces off off Tara Norris actually this time, and it will be 2 runs. So 2 to the total. Costly little extra one there, Faith.
Indeed, and that's the little fielding areas that I was saying. You know, Lancashire really need to stay focused, keep on top of it, keep that fielding tight, and prevent that 300 score or something close.
The sun shining off the whites and the reds of the houses on the far side over by on the railway side of the ground, as this one is driven up to Cape Cross, and even more so actually if we look towards the Harrod Drive end, where the houses have got white fronts and terracotta roofs. The sun really shining off those. We're nicely perched in the shade underneath the parasols. Good dot ball for Cape Cross there, driven back at her. I was going to say McDonald-Gay's on drive there was a lot sweeter than the one she got through backward point for, but such is the nature of the game of cricket. Another relatively well hit drive finds Eve Jones on the floor, who's happy to just pick it up and walk it back to the bowler here, because she knows if they tried to run, she'd just be able to underarm it to Kate Cross to knock the bails off. 280 for 7, 2 overs to go. So they're going to need 20 off 2 overs here to get the 300, which we feel could be crucial. I mean, even if they can get past the 292 that Hampshire chased down for victory last week, that could be psychologically crucial, because obviously that's what Thunder got on this wicket last week, and I think they'd be wanting, in an ideal world, a chase of less than that, because the wicket's been played on through that game and then another game at the weekend in club cricket. So the thought was it would turn today. I mean, it hasn't. I don't think it's gone massively. I know we're not head on, so it's hard to tell.
Completely agree, and you know, now that she's reached that milestone, she can have a swing at everything. ADR.
You've seen a lovely montage of 100 on the pictures as that one lands just in front of the fielder. It was a really awkward one up there, and the fielder was having to just make a decision about whether she put herself underneath it or tried to stop the boundary. Did neither in the end, and it goes through for 4 runs. So
Kate Cross, it looked like she might be in with a chance to catch it at one stage, but in the end went to sort of try and stop the boundary, but couldn't meet the bounce of the ball, and so a really good shot for another 4.
I think she got as close as it was possible to get, and then therefore couldn't readjust herself to stop the boundary. 284 for 7. It was McDonald-Gay who got that boundary. She clips this one into the leg side, picks up another 1, 285 for 7. So if they're after 10s from the last couple of overs, they've done really well and got 5 off the first 2 balls, so that's not a bad start from the Surrey point of view. What can
not bad at all.
Lancashire do to pull it back? I think the fact they're turning to seam here is an indication it maybe hasn't turned as much as we were first expecting, and that's bowled. Tara Norris gets the wicket, the crucial wicket of Alice and Davidson-Richards for exactly 100. An in-swinging ball that destroys the stumps. And Alice Davidson-Richards is bowled by Tara Norris for exactly 100. What a fantastic innings that was. Faith Florence.
It was a really fabulous innings and such a pleasure to watch. I mean, she started off scoring really quickly, and then she got pegged back a little bit, but she didn't panic. She just adjusted to the plans and the pace of the Lancashire bowlers. And then she accelerated again later. She saw many partners come and go, but she didn't lose her head. She stayed really focused, played her shots, played along the ground, played aerially when it was available. And as she reached that milestone, she seemed completely unflappable and a very well-deserved 100. And of course, she'd have wanted to be there at the end, you know, when we get into that 50th over. But it's a shame to get out now, but she's done the best job she possibly could for her team.
That's the tale of the innings from Faith Florence, the tale of the innings in terms of the numbers. 102 balls for her 100 exactly, 130 minutes, 10 fours, and she was eventually bowled by Tara Norris. What an innings. Thank you for joining us and appreciating it on the BBC Sport website and app, and it's a pleasure to bring you through that. It's a pleasure to bring it to you on Lancs TV and the Geo app in India as well. Fantastic innings from Alice Davidson-Richards, who, as we say, has international honours to her name. A Test match 100, but 100 for Surrey today. Quick single for Danny Gregory to get herself going. If she can get the 12 that she got off 35 balls that day back in 2022, I think Surrey would take that, as long as it doesn't take 35 balls, because she's not going to get that many today. She's on one.
Absolutely. And you know, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is showing her all-rounder credentials, as you are bowling all-rounder credentials, as you mentioned earlier, on 19.
I think she needs to face as many as she can here, though. That wicket could really peg Surrey back, as there's an appeal for court, I think, from Threlko, because she was appealing to the umpire at the bowler's end rather than for the towards square leg, even though she'd taken the bails as well, which probably shows you she wasn't totally convinced by the court behind appeal, and it may have been to try and prevent the wide, which was signalled 287 for 8. Bales replaced by Threlkeld, almost rather guiltily from the Lancashire captain, as this one is clubbed down the ground on the drive by McDonald-Gay. Got a little bit lower end of the bat. It wasn't quite a toe of the bat, but it was the lower end of it and didn't have the power she would have wanted. So Gregory back on strike. She just has to kind of try and get ones, although I suppose she's deep in the over here. She might look for a boundary, just take a risk with another one of those wickets by playing something inventive. There's just the one ball of this over to go. Gregory tried as hard as she could to get up and down there for the 2, but it was never on. 288 for 8 is the score with that latest single. Gregory to face. She needs a boundary, really. She's clipped it round the corner on the pull. It wasn't entirely in control, and she's going to get 2 for it. I think that's not a bad result. They thought about 3, but they're going to allow McDonald-Gay to have the final over, and they have got the 10 we said they needed. They needed 20 off the last 2 overs. Well, they've got 10 off the first of those 2 overs, so 10 to get to the 300 mark. They're definitely going to get past the 292 Lancs got last time. It kind of cramped Gregory up, as I see it again on a slightly delayed feed as Gregory went to pull the ball. It wasn't the most aesthetic shot, but it was certainly effective to get 2 runs for the 10 they needed off that over, Faith Florence.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very effective. You know, at one stage I remember us talking about Surrey possibly being bowled out before they'd concluded their 50 overs, and now it looks like, yeah, they're still well in with the chance of getting to that 300 and certainly past that 292 psychological barrier of that last score that was chased down here. So yeah, very good batting at the back end from Surrey here.
Here's Kate Cross running in, Grosvenor Road end. Final ball of the final over of the Surrey innings. There's a real race on here for Fee Morris to get off the mid-wicket boundary just in front of us, and she does it well and keeps it to 1. 291 for 8. Cross sends her fielders back now at fine leg and third, because Danny Gregory, the number 10, is on strike. They're going to bring up mid-on and mid-off and say, go on, Gregory, can you hit an England bowler back over her head? Because if she gets an edge, it'll be going down to third or long leg. I'm conscious we've had more than 3,000 of you on YouTube for much of the innings. We've had plenty more on the BBC Sport website and app. So whether you've been with us on BBC Sport website and app, Lancs TV, or the Geo app in India, please do. I know people drift off during the break, but do rejoin us for the chase here, as that one stabbed into the offside for another 1. 292 for 8. It was a bit of a nothing stroke from Gregory, really, but she's a bowler and she's got McDonald-Gay, the number 9, who's a stronger batter, back on strike. It was just prodded to cover, really, but it was a vacant cover, so it did the job. Clapped down the ground on the drive again by McDonald-Gay, but finds Tara Norris, who picks up cleanly, as she has in her fielding work for much of the innings. Keeps it to 1 again. 293 for 8. Cross doing very, very professional work here. 51 for 3 her figures. She's in her 10th over. As I say, you can take us with you on the BBC Sport website and app. You can stick it on your smart speaker if you're going into your kitchen to make a cup of tea or whatever during the break, or even make a sandwich. So do make sure you take those options, and as I say, if you do leave us for a bit on the picture stream, do return, but there'll be plenty of entertainment during the break, as there always is. We'll talk you through the card just before we head off to try and get a bite to eat ourselves. Another 1 to the total there for Cross, who's it's rather been the theme of the over so far, conceding ones. That latest one was, in fact, the latest one was a dot, wasn't it? Because Sophie Morris did the fielding at short mid-wicket as it tried to clap it away. Now Gregory's flicked it behind square on the leg side. Katie Mack is quickly across the turf. Doesn't pick up cleanly on the slide, but does enough to keep it to 2 runs. Gregory very quick between the wickets. 2-9-5 for 8. She is going to face the final ball of this innings. It's gone 1-1-1.2. So Cross has gone for 5 of 5 balls. Well delivered final over. Is she going to keep them below 300? Surrey needing 5 to make the 300 mark. They hit it into the offside. Does Gregory, the number 10? She'll get 1 for it. And I think Lancashire will settle for that. 16 off the last 2 overs. 2-9-6 for 8 the total. As I say, if you do go anywhere, make sure you come back for this chase, because it will be well worth watching. Take us with you if you're on the BBC Sport website and app. The line will drop for a little bit, but we'll be back. Let's get the thoughts of Faith Florence on that chase. 2-9-6 for 8 the Surrey score. 2-9-7 for Lancashire to win.
Yeah, it's a good score, no doubt about it. A very good score by Surrey, but also Lancashire will feel that they're in with a chance. They've seen a sort of template about how to chase a score of 292 plus when they faced Hampshire, was it here, the last Wednesday. So they've got their work cut out for them. They've bowled well as a unit. Yes, there's been times when they conceded more than that perhaps that they would have liked to, but they've always pulled it back, and that last over by Kate Cross was a good example of how Lancashire have kept their head in the game and really understood what they need to do to be in with a chance to get this chase. So it's going to be a fascinating chase, and I can't wait to see what happens after the break.
They've understood the assignment. Do rejoin us for that break. I'll let Faith Florence go make a start and finding that lunch. The chase is elsewhere. There will be 1 for Hampshire against Durham, so that seems as if Hampshire should make that one. 2-6-7 for 2 in the 47th over of Somerset Warwickshire. There's coverage of that one down at Edgbaston if you want to get that one up on another screen for the second part of this game. But do stay with us on Lancs TV. A run through of the card. Bryony Smith caught by Emma Lamb. The bowling of Kate Cross for 1. Alice Capsey was then out bowled by Cross for 1. Wyatt-Hodge was out, caught by Lamb off the bowling of Sophie Morris for 21. Good wicket for Sophie Morris, that coming on and bowling in the power play and picking up an international player's wicket. Then the big stand was between Scholfield and Davidson Richards. Scholfield was eventually out LBW to Lamb for 87 off 82 balls in 105 minutes, 11 fours and 2 sixes. Monaghan only made 3 before being LBW to Lamb. Chatley made 10, was caught by Norris off the bowling of Cross. Kalia Moore came in and played an enterprising little knock, but was caught at mid-off by Eve Jones off Fee Morris for 24. Faced 16 balls, 14 minutes, 2 fours in that innings. Then Davidson Richards passed her 100 to the cheers of the Surrey players, but she was out bowled by Norris. 100 runs in 102 balls, 130 minutes, 10 fours before being bowled by Tara Norris. So Alice Davidson Richards with 100. She was the pick of the batters. McDonald Gay not out for 22. Danny Gregory not out for 7. The bowling figures: Tara Norris 55 for 1 from her 10. Kate Cross, the pick of the bowlers, 55 for 3 off her 10. 10 for Sophie Morris, 56 for 1. She bowled very tidily too. Hannah Jones went for 56 off 7 overs, which, given she'd gone for 19 off her first 2, wasn't a bad effort indeed. In fact, she went for even more than that in the third as well. As after 3 overs, she'd been going at 2 a ball. So they'd gone for 36 runs. So she did well to pull it back to 56 off 7 overs. Emma Lamb, 40 for 2 off 8 overs. And Phoebe Morris bowled 5 overs, 32 for 1. So the chase will be 297. Myself, Mike Perkins and Faith Florence will be back to bring it to you on Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app, and the Geo app in India. As I say, we look forward to seeing you and finding out what Lancashire can do with that chase. 297 will be their target.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extra.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Hi,
I'm here. Who invited her?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
Okay, girls. So I've been sent some questions from Lancashire Cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. Yeah. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully. Well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals.
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. But where might we race next time?
Still got loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But
We've
I
got a lot
also
of time.
think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out,
Yeah.
that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
So,
This is
No,
why you-
come back.
this is why you have to
Only
be the
by a
winter
year.
here.
Only by a year. Only by a year. Only by a year.
and so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalization. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years
Trying
ago.
to do some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis, so probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad, and she was up in Manchester. So I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my god!
In an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school, you're coming to Old Trafford, because like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people ball. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th.
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
So we want to sell it out. Yeah, completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like, I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there, and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains approach,
yeah.
Isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
That's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
That's right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my Test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
I can imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they've finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
just
men.
Yeah.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now, you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't catch, we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well,
boots, yeah. There's not really any female specifically.
And some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
there
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising. I didn't realise.
Still going on.
Well, we said we'd be back. Thank you for rejoining us, whether it be on the BBC Sport website and app, whether it be Lancs TV or the Geo app in India. The chase here for Lancashire to win this game at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club against Surrey will be 297. That total built on 100 from Alice Davidson Richards. Really good to see the 30-year-old from Tunbridge Wells back in the runs. We were mentioning her international honours, of course, 107 in the Test match. She was well supported as well in that first innings by Paige Schofield. And to bring you the first 10 overs of this innings is Emma Lamb and Eve Jones, who made 185 here just a week ago for the first wicket. Stride to the crease to start things off. To bring you the first 10 overs will be Faith Florence, who's alongside myself, Mike Perkins. It's really good to be back with everyone, isn't it? And I think we're going to have a really good game of cricket, and it looks like we might even have a little bit of spin at the start. Or is that going to be Rihanna McDonald-Gay? We'll find out in just a moment, but we're definitely going to have a good chase here, Faith.
Yeah, definitely. It's set up really, really nicely. It's a good score, isn't it? And, you know, it's 296 runs, 297 they'll need to win. It looks like a big chase, but Lancashire have got the batters to do it. And I think if this opening pair who started off so strong in this season, who've been very successful for Lancashire so far, they'll need them to go big as the first one's in, and it's cut away by Eve Jones. There's a sweeper on the boundary, so won't quite go for 4. Surrey are in good position, but that's a really encouraging start there for Lancashire.
And it is spin. It's Tilly Courtine-Coleman to come on. The one change to the side in for Sophia Dunkley today.
That's
She's going
right,
to open the bowling. So maybe that was a little bit of the thinking. A niggle for Sophia Dunkley was how it was described.
Indeed. And so, yeah, pressure. I'm sure she'll respond to the pressure, Tilly Courtine-Coleman, as she's into Emma Lamb, who just nudges that into the offside. And that's a dot ball.
I've just dropped my laptop, so I'll be back in a moment.
Tilly Courtine-Coleman, ball in hand for her third delivery. Emma Lamb facing. That's defended into the ground and retrieved by the bowler. So watchful start for Emma Lamb here. And I was saying to Mike that, if Lancashire are going to be successful in this chase, these two opening bats will have something big to say about it. As she's defending once more now into the leg side, Emma Lamb. Hasn't yet to get off the mark, Emma Lamb, but looking really up for this chase.
Apologies, Everett.
She bowled very well. Mike's back with us.
It was better than when it landed on the concrete at Worcester that time. That was quite an expensive repair.
Courtine-Coleman into Emma Lamb, who cuts away. Diving effort by the fielder. They would get it through for 1 run. So Emma Lamb off the mark. Eve Jones off the mark. These two have just been phenomenal at the top of the order for Lancashire this season. Were a big part in winning those first 2 games and really pushing close for the next game as well. So they'll be looking to have a home win for Lancashire, as Tilly Courtine-Coleman is into Eve Jones, who just defends.
Yeah, 274 runs for Eve Jones, third best in the competition, and 311 for Emma Lamb. That is why these two were put together at the club, or reunited if you like, because they both played in that county championship T20 double winning side. But Eve Jones was captain at that point. But yeah, they like batting together, and Eve Jones has been one of the top scorers in every edition of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, which preceded this Women's One Day Cup that we now have with the counties. So
they certainly do, and it looks like they haven't barely been apart the way that they've been scoring. They've brought their old form and old magic back together. So it looks like it's Rihanna McDonald-Gay who's going to be into the attack from the Grosvenor end, and it's Eve Jones, beg your pardon, Emma Lamb to face. McDonald-Gay over the wicket, and that's just nudged into the leg side by Emma Lamb. It's a dot ball to start with.
I think the tannoy, bless them, I've seen the 9 on the back of McDonald-Gay shirt and gone on a bit of a whim, because they've said this is Danny Gregory, which it definitely is not, because she bowls a leg spin. This is definitely the England bowler Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who is running in once more from the Grosvenor Road end.
Emma Lamb into the leg side. Will scamper through for 1 quick run. So Lancashire 3 runs so far in the second over.
I wonder how much batting with Emma Lamb was a factor in Eve Jones coming back to Lancashire. I imagine there was a financial incentive. I imagine she's probably got quite a good contract given the runs she scored in Rachel Flint Trophy cricket, but I wonder if reuniting with a few mates like Kate Cross and Emma Lamb was a factor in her decision. I'm sure it was.
Yeah, I'm sure, out of several factors, that definitely could be a big one as well. As Rihanna McDonald prepares she's just setting her field to bowl at the left-handed Eve Jones. One of the really good things for Lancashire this season is you've got this left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order, which can prove so difficult for the fielding side. So Rihanna McDonald into Jones, who just cuts that away, but it goes behind to the keeper. There's no run.
I think she had a lot on that, if anything. I think she was a bit astounded that it wasn't a wide, but...
Yeah, she took a slash at it, but yeah, didn't quite connect ball and bat there. So well stopped by the keeper. Rihanna McDonald-Gay is, who's bowled for England. She's been in and around the England squad and will be looking to cement her place if she can. She's into Eve Jones, who cuts, and that's straight to the fielder at point.
1,500 a year already back on the picture feed. Plenty more on the BBC Sport website as well. So very, very good to have everyone back with us, and it's going to be an exciting chase, this one. I mean, last week, Eve Jones 107, Emma Lamb 86, opening partnership of 185, and it was nowhere near enough.
Gay into, and that's slashed backwards, and that's running towards the boundary. And it's over. It's over indeed. I was still looking for the ball, but it was way gone across the rope, faster than I could even follow it.
It had gone, I was going to say, it had gone that fast. You couldn't keep up with it with your eyes.
Absolutely. So, very... And a shot along the ground as well, where it's kind of disguised in the sort of different greens and brown colours of the grass. Really good shot from Eve Jones.
Very
First
quick
boundary.
Outfield today.
McDonald-Gay in again. And this time it's signalled a wide that's just down the leg side. And Eve Jones lets that go by. Another run to the total with that wide. So 7 runs for Lancashire so far.
It's Eve Jones's area, square of the wicket. It's where she plays most naturally. I think the thing we've seen during the professionalisation that we saw over the last 5 years of regional cricket is that her shots straight down the ground have become stronger just through more practice, I think.
McDonald-Gay into, and this time it's a leg side shot from Eve Jones. And 1 run they do scamper through. Bringing, that's the end of the over, and the score is on 7 runs.
Yeah, all pad for Eve Jones, that one. So a leg by.
It's just ticked over the scoreboard to 8.
But yeah, I mean, it was nowhere near enough, that 292 last week, and Hampshire ended up winning by 8 wickets. So it just shows the dominance of Lancashire, as I say. But that game has been played on it, and another one at the weekend, and Lancashire were keen to stay on the same pitch. So whether that'll come back to bite them, because the pitch will start turning for the likes of Courtine Coleman, we will see. I've just remembered the reason I was tapping at my laptop before I
Courtine Coleman into Lamb, who hits that aerially, and it's no run.
Because Tilly Courtine Coleman, she really sort of burst on the scene in the 100. I just wanted to take a quick look at exactly what her figures were that year.
Courtine Coleman to Eve Jones. Another dot ball.
Seems to get a bit of turn there. Let's have a wee peek at that one on the replay.
So Eve Jones and Emma Lamb. I mean, Lancashire will definitely want them to stay in, and as she's into Eve Jones again. Oh, and the bail's whipped off by the wicket keeper for Surrey. But Eve Jones well in her ground. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Kira Chatley with the gloves today for Surrey. Yeah, that one that Jones tried to cut, it's not big turn.
Coleman into Jones. Driven towards short extra cover.
But it's definitely moving back in towards the left-handed Eve Jones, so away from Emma Lamb, as you would expect from a bowler of Courtine Coleman's quality. As we say, she's had success in the 100.
Indeed, score remains on 9 runs. Courtine Coleman into Jones again, who this time tries to drive straight. Another dot ball. It's a really good start from Courtine Coleman. Yeah, like you say, she really made a name for herself in the 100. It's where everybody was talking about her. So she could have a really good impact for Surrey this season. She started well here. Back into Jones, who defends that and runs for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, but it misses by miles. I think Eve Jones was safe anyway. But yeah, they're going to have to take those runs when they're on offer. It's a big chase there for Lancashire to go after, and there's more than one way to score. And definitely looking for those opportunities to steal a quick run. When it's safe to do so, it is one of them. So that's 10 runs off the first 2 overs for the Lancashire opening pair. Some good bowling from Tilly Courtine Coleman.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. I mean, Courtine Coleman, she's bowled well in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well. Obviously, Charlotte Edwards now coach of England, but she took 4 in 4 balls in that competition for the South East Stars, as Surrey were one of the counties that made up the South East Stars. So she's, it's not just the 100.
McDonald Gay into Jones. Dot ball.
Ultimately, she's just a very, very good cricketer indeed.
Eve Jones just shadow batting her cover drive there. Wasn't able to quite make a connection. That was fired in by Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. But there is a big gap there in the covers that is enticing Eve Jones. McDonald-Gay in. Eve Jones takes a few steps forward and cuts that back, but it's stopped behind for another dot ball. So a good start with the pressure so far by Surrey. A similar start, actually, I think, from the start of the Surrey batting innings as well, when Kate Cross was bowling. She took 2 early wickets, but there weren't boundaries exactly flying away for Surrey at the start. I thought they'd be going quite hard and trying to get a big power play score as McDonald-Gay into Eve Jones. Just nudges that into the leg side, and it's another dot ball.
Yeah, it still seems to be the tactic in this competition to keep wickets in hand to a degree. We've not seen 2 sloggers coming out in the way we might in the T20 competition, which, as I say, was called the Charlotte Edwards Cup. It'll now be called the Blast and mirror the men's Blast competition. We have seen bigger hitters go up the order in that
McDonald-Gay into Eve Jones, hits that straight. It's another dot ball.
Trying to advance down the pitch there and make something happen. Just wasn't quite able to do so.
Indeed, so Surrey bowling well, but the 2 openers still very much in and just trying to get the pitch of the ball, the pace of the wicket. Try and get their eyes and minds round the plans of these Surrey bowlers at the start. McDonald-Gay into Eve Jones again, who hits that straight. And there's the fielder dives over it. It's running towards the boundary. It's trickling and slowing down. And it does get over the boundary for 4 runs. So that's the first boundary there for Eve Jones.
Yeah, just threatened to slow up there, but as we say, it's such a quick outfield that it does always seem to get there.
Indeed, and this is the end where it goes slightly sort of uphill, the outfield. But it definitely had the juice to go all the way as McDonald-Gay back into Eve Jones, who sends this one leg side. It goes behind to the wicket keeper for another dot ball.
Yeah, you wouldn't say Courtine Coleman was prolific necessarily, the Southern Brave in the 100, but what she did do, she got out very good players, as I recall, in the 100, and that's kind of what made the name for herself. And then, as I say, picking up she'd already picked up the 4 from 4.
McDonald-Gay to Jones, and that steered leg side. There's a fielder giving chase. They thought about a second run, but good fielding restricts it just to the 1. At the end of that over, Lancashire are 15, loss of no wicket. We go into the 4th over.
But yeah, with picking up the 4 from 4 before that tournament as well, it meant she really kind of carried a momentum into the 100, and as I say, really sort of started to make a name for herself. But yeah, it's probably that 5 for against Diamonds in the Charlotte Edwards Cup on 31st of May last year. That helped the Stars to a 6-wicket victory that day.
Courtine Coleman from the Harrod drive end. Spin into Emma Lamb. Oh, there's a drop catch. Was that a drop catch? It looked to be sailing overhead, but she got her hand to it, and that was Eve Jones. Paige Schofield with the jump and nearly catch, but it goes down as a drop catch in the end.
I think he lost it a little bit behind the pole of the parasol there,
yeah.
but, and probably behind the umpire, but it was by no means an easy catch. I'll talk you through it in a moment.
Courtine Coleman into Lamb, who cuts and is through for 1 run.
She's probably 3/4 of the way back on that 25-yard towards the disc for the 25-yard circle at mid-on, and she was always reaching to try and jump high, but did really well to get a hand on it, but just couldn't cling on. It was only the one hand in the end.
Tough chance as Eve Jones blocks at the leg side. It's a dot ball.
So Lamb it was dropped there. It's worth a note.
Lamb dropped
in the 4th over.
Courtine Coleman into Eve Jones, who guides that leg side. There's a fielder there. No run. Yes, it's a good start for Surrey, but I think Lancashire will equally be happy with their 18 runs off the first 4 overs. Both sides just with a watchful start. Courtine Coleman into Jones, who cuts that and will race through for 1 run. So just rotating the strike nicely. Nobody wants to get stuck at one end at this stage of the game. Both bowlers need to get a good look. So, I beg your pardon, both batters need to get a good look at the bowlers, the different pace that's on offer. Courtine Coleman into Lamb, who cuts that square and races through for 1 run. Just the 1 run, over enthusiastic return to the bowler there, but well backed up by Surrey. And at the end of the 5th over, Lancashire on 20 runs for loss of no wicket, as the 2 batters touch gloves in the middle. Just exchange notes, compare notes on how they're seeing it so far.
Yeah, it was very nearly 20 for 1, but couldn't quite cling on. It was Eve Jones, in fact, I think, who was dropped by Paige Schofield off the bowling of Tilly Courtine Coleman, but it leaves Lancashire well ahead on count back, because 18 for 2 was the Surrey score at this stage, so they've got 2 extra wickets and 2 extra runs in hand here, Lancashire, so I think they'll regard that one as a good start.
McDonald-Gay into Lamb, who just forward in defence. It's a dot ball. Really good start from Rihanna McDonald-Gay, not letting the Lancashire batters get away with any extra runs.
Yeah, so definitely, it was Eve Jones on 11. Was dropped at mid-off. It would have been to the left-hander and just couldn't cling on with one hand, Paige Schofield.
McDonald-Gay into Lamb, who pulls that behind. And that's racing away to the boundary. That's 4 runs from Emma Lamb.
Stylish pull stroke from Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, she's really started this season with some very stylish batting. You think of the centuries in the 50s, the way that she's gone about it as well is really good. She's looked as good as I've seen her playing cricket, over the years, and it's so good to see her back to that kind of form, really playing her shot, scoring all around the ground. So encouraging for Lancashire as McDonald-Gay into Emma Lamb. She guides that to point. It's another dot ball. She's batting really expressively, you can just see it in the way that she moves her arms and gets into position for the ball. She's really confident in her batting at the start of this season, and if they're going to get this chase, they really need Emma Lamb in that sort of form with that sort of confidence, really able to see the ball as well as she has been doing and select the right shot. As McDonald-Gay is into Lamb, she blocks that in the offside. It's another dot ball, but confidently dealt with by Emma Lamb there.
Yeah, 311 runs coming into this game, the best, the 130 in the opening 8-wicket win over the Blaze. Only team to beat the Blaze this season so far, Lancashire, so they've proved they can do it. They need another win today, though. I mean, both these teams have to win this game, really, to get their seasons where they want them to be.
McDonald Gay to Lamb. That goes behind for no run.
The thing to remember, though, is you don't have to finish top of this 8-team league. You can finish fourth. You can squeeze in there as long as you're going in there with some good form. You've still got a chance of lifting the trophy. Sort of Hampshire, under the guise of Southern Vipers as they were then. Hampshire, one of the counties that made up Southern Vipers, and they've sort of inherited the team, if you like.
McDonald Gay into Lamb, forward in defence. It's another dot ball. It's a game of cat and mouse between the batter and the bowler there. At the end of the 6th over, 24 runs scored by Lancashire.
You know, there were seasons where they dominated it completely, and there were other seasons where they just sort of snuck into an eliminator and
right.
won their way through, or got it, and then it became top 4, and they got into that and would still be challenging for the final. So you can sort of come through in the course of the season, but at the moment it's looking like the Blaze are going to be very strong. Everyone was expecting Surrey to be very strong, but they've lost 3, won 1 coming into this. Lancashire won their first 2, lost their next 2.
Coleman into Eve Jones, who just pushes that into cover and will get 3 for 1 run.
Stylish drive there from Eve Jones, but I think Lancashire sort of, you kind of think, going back to Old Trafford at the weekend, they've got to win this one to just keep things going in the right direction.
Absolutely, yes. Coleman prepares to bowl to Emma Lamb, who cuts that square. 3 for 1 run. They're rotating the strike nicely here, Lancashire. And yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, people will be tempted to look at the table. It's always fun to look at the table and see who's on top and follow the sort of flow of the matches.
And
but things can change so quickly.
Let's not be honest.
Absolutely, as she's into Eve Jones. And that's through for 4 runs. The ball is moving faster than I can see it, honestly, because the fielders aren't even moving. That was so sweetly struck by Eve Jones.
There was no reason for the fielders to move there, because she drove it so powerfully down the ground that
positioned so precisely.
There was nothing you could do. And
I was looking one way, the ball was going the other way.
And if Eve Jones felt slightly responsible last week for not scoring a bit quicker and setting a bigger total, and maybe taking a bit long when she was in the 90s to get to 100.
That's right, as she faces again, and this time pushes it leg side. The fielder does manage to stop it, an over-enthusiastic throw back towards the bowler. So the batters are through for 1 run.
If all that is true, that she did feel a little responsible, and that's what she said in her interviews afterwards, she is determined today to make sure she is there for a win for a team, and she's going to score at a quick rate to try and do that.
Emma Lamb to face, and she cuts that as 3 for 1 run.
It was strange, that partnership of 185 last time. These two went off very quick, and then it kind of slowed a little bit, and then they picked it back up again.
That's right, yeah.
And then, as I say, Eve Jones really struggled to get to 100 when she was in the 90s.
Eve Jones facing, and hits that leg side, fielded by the sweeper, and there's no run. So at the end of 7 overs, that scores on to 32 for Lancashire.
So they're flying along at the moment, 32 without loss. We've had, 6 overs now, so 29 for 2 in terms of comparison with the Surrey innings. But it will be, I suppose the test will be when that ball just gets a little bit softer. Are they able to keep this scoring rate going? But as I say, so far it's been perfect, really. 7 overs gone, 32 scored. That's particularly with a loss of no wicket, just that one moment of alarm when Jones drove down the ground.
Yeah, and Paige Scholfield just tipped it over the bar there as Rhiannon McDonald-Gay into Emma Lamb. That's just blocked into the offside for no run.
You can't really have any complaints whatsoever. with that as a start. I think this is very, very solid cricket from this Lancashire pair.
Absolutely, and yeah, that's what we've come to expect. 5 games now into the season. This is the 5th game. These two looking very assured at the top of the order. McDonald-Gay into Emma Lamb, takes a step forward and hits that slightly aerially, just slightly miscues that, but it's safe from the fielder there.
Yeah, I think she used the pitch to, it sort of bounced up off the pitch, that one. It was slightly deceptive view, but the next challenge, I suppose, for these two is how quickly can they get the scoring rate up to 1 a ball, because that's what they require, or that's what Lancashire require to reach the target of 297. They're around about 4.5s at the moment.
McDonald-Gay to Emma Lamb, that's hit straight back, and there's no run. Another dot ball. Wonder how many dot balls Rhiannon McDonald-Gay has managed to bowl so far today. I feel like almost every other ball I'm saying dot ball. Such is the control that she's bowling with at the start of this innings. Emma Lamb preparing to face as Rhiannon McDonald-Gay runs in. She fires that one in and it's just defended for no run. Hesitate to say another dot ball. You can add it to the total you're about to give.
2 overs. Right. I'm just having to count them up because they don't count them on the scorecard like they do in T20. Come back to me. I've got 10 so far.
And what they say about dot balls, I mean, it's true that it's pressure. It's the next best thing to a wicket for a bowler. As she's in again, and that's defended by Emma Lamb. And there's still time at this early stage for the Lancashire pair to pick things up, but so you don't mind a slightly more watchful start and respecting the bowler as they are, and she's bowling that well. But like you say, at some point they'll need to get up to that rate of a run a ball if they're going to keep up with this chase and make the big contribution that they will want to at the top of the order. She's into Emma Lamb, and that's struck firmly, driven through the covers. It's running away to the boundary. Bowler's chasing it, but it's all in vain as the ball is very well struck there by Emma Lamb and goes over the boundary for 4 runs.
I make it 17 in the first 4 overs. So they needed that boundary because otherwise it would have been a maiden there. There was 5 dot balls in that, the 4th over she'd bowled. There was another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the over before, but again a boundary. That's what's kept Lancashire going.
Yeah,
so
really
that's 10.
Good start. Okay,
Then you've got another 4 in the over before that, so you're up to 14. And then the second over she bowled 3. So yeah, 17 in the first 4 overs in terms of dot balls.
Tilly Courtine-Coleman into Eve Jones. That's steered leg side. Another dot ball to the combined total of the opening Surrey bowlers. And yeah, it's almost a pity, certainly from a Surrey perspective and from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay perspective, that she didn't keep that maiden, couldn't get out of the over there. As Courtine-Coleman's in, and that's lofted high above the head of the bowler. Has that gone all the way? Yeah, as the umpire signals 6 runs. That's a beautiful lofted drive from Eve Jones.
She meant that one.
She certainly did, just as we were talking about all these dot balls.
She's determined
she wasn't having that anymore.
Not to score too slowly today, isn't she? She felt, you don't want to say guilty, but I think that's the only word for it. She felt guilty about a strike rate last week.
Courtine-Coleman into Eve Jones, and that's guided behind. There's a fumble, and they're going to get through for 1. She was just watching the fielder there. In fact, there's going to be 2 runs. So just that little misfield there. Costing 2 runs in the end. Should have been stopped for just the 1 run. Lancashire taking advantage, but Surrey are going to want to make sure that they really help out the bowlers.
It was McDonald-Gay who's bowling at the other end at backward square leg.
As Eve Jones guides that one leg side and then through for another run.
Mine perhaps a little elsewhere. We were impressed by Hannah Jones on one occasion fielding well when was in those first 3 overs where she was getting really attacked and was going for lots of runs, that she was able to keep her mind in the game, and maybe McDonald-Gay just losing that. She's at backward point now for the right-hander.
Courtine-Coleman in for Emma Lamb. That's cut square. They're going to scamper through for 1 run. She can trade one of her dot balls for that slightly sloppy fielding.
And on a flat wicket like this with a quick outfield, it's things like that that really do matter when you get to the end of the game.
Absolutely, as Lancashire have raced away to 46 runs in the 8th over. I think that's they'd be happy with that pace. That's a kind of
definitely.
Very good pace that they're going at. Good scoring rate. Escorting Coleman into Eve Jones, guided leg side. They trot through for another run, rotating the strike really nicely, both seeing the ball well. And even though there's been that dot ball pressure, you could equally say that they're scoring at the right opportunities.
Well, the rate's 5.75 now. In fact, maybe it's just gone 47 now, isn't it? 47 off 8 overs. So 5.875, the rate that I'm sure you've seen on your screens at home watching Lancs TV, and you're in the know if you're following on the BBC Sport website and app as well. And it's brilliant to have you with us, because this has been a treat of a game here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Looks like it's going to be really high scoring. Looks like it's going to go all the way again, much like the Hampshire one against Lancashire last week here did. Although in the end, Hampshire got there with time to spare, with 2 or 3 overs in the end. I think it was to spare.
Indeed, in the end, and it didn't always look that way. As McDonald Gay is into Eve Jones, who just lets that one go by. It is another dot ball, but I think the Lancashire batters are choosing when to go, which balls to really go for. There's no need for any sort of risky shots or desperation at this stage. So,
yeah, Hampshire chased that 292 last week with 3 overs exactly and 8 wickets to spare. So it shows 292 was not enough.
McDonald Gay to Jones steers that leg side. 1 run. Yeah, absolutely. In the end, when you just look at the score, it looks sort of quite comfortable, but it's hard to believe there was a time when Lancashire seemed in control of that game and perhaps were more favoured to win the game at one stage.
It's credit to the pitch that this is the 3rd game on it, as I say, a club game in between the two in this competition, the One Day Cup. And it's credit that it's still playing so well.
McDonald Gay now into the right-hander Emma Lamb. Just pushes that to the offside. It's another dot ball.
They're getting a long way down the pitch, these two batters as well. I mean, Lamb actually took a little shuffle, sort of a shuffly type stride to get even further down to play a forward defensive there. But they're starting off outside the crease as well. You know, they're really trying to get forward to the pace bowlers and almost add the pace on the ball.
McDonald Gay, this time Lamb steps backwards and cuts that one behind. And it's 1 run. They're up to 49 in the 9th over.
So it took 10 overs for Surrey to get to their 50, and they lost 2 wickets. So they're building up a little bit of a lead, it would seem, here, Lancashire, if they can bring the 50 up in this, the 9th over.
Indeed, as McDonald Gay in to Eve Jones. Hits that back to the bowler. Yeah, at this stage of proceedings, I think Lancashire, possibly the happier of the two sides. I mean, no side will be unhappy. They're both doing what they need to do, but essential for the batters to keep scoring, keep rotating that strike as she's in, and takes quite a wild swing at that. She's down on her knees now, Eve Jones. Didn't manage to connect with that, but no danger as well. So at the end of the 9th over, Lancashire remain on 49 runs, not quite reached that 50.
Although I think we've been a little fooled by the scoreboard, talking about comparisons of rates, because that is actually the end of the 10th over, according to both the scorecard and the pictures I'm looking at.
Oh yeah, and
so that is
indeed the umpire is doing the
So we were saying Lancashire are well ahead. They're actually 1 run behind at the 10 over mark, but they do have 2 wickets in hand. So sorry about that. It was showing on the board as 9 overs. In fact, it still is showing as 9 overs. But no, the definitely 10 overs gone now. So We hope that will be corrected at some point, but we'll keep an eye on the pictures. I think is the way to do it. I don't know where the over's been lost, and whether anyone's going to buzz them over in the score box that they've got a 9 up when they think they've got a 10 up. But 49 without loss after 10 overs anyway. Surrey and Lancashire doing battle here, very close, but I think Lancashire with the wickets in hand will feel the happier as Monaghan comes on to bowl, and it's hooked away by Emma Lamb. It's a genuine proper short ball, that one from Monaghan, but on a wicket like this that is so true, Emma Lamb's going to lap those up, and she just hooked it right off her nose and into the whitewash wall over by the train tracks. One bounce. A few spectators had to be on their guard, but luckily it was between a vacant bench and a couple of fans underneath the tree over there. And that brings up the 50 for Lancashire. 53 without loss at the start of the 11th over. Second ball of it to Lamb, who was back waiting for another one to pull away. Or hook away, really.
That's a brilliant shot, wasn't it? That's the sort of shot you come out to watch the cricket for.
Yeah, you sort of... the old cliche, worth the admission fee alone. I think that one was from Lamb. She just... and it was almost more impressive because she's having this little... she's a long way forward and having this little sort of shuffle as her trigger movement as well forward. So she was able to just revert back from there and hit it for 4. Now there's an appeal for caught behind, it's out! Chatley gets Lamb, caught off the bowling of Monaghan. She made 20, was looking in very, very good touch was Emma Lamb. But she's just snicked one behind to the keeper. And her 28th ball is her demise for 20 runs. Emma Lamb out, caught behind by Kira Chatley off the bowling of Alice Monaghan. And, well, just when it was all going so well for Lancashire, they brought up their first 50. They're going to need 5 of those and another 47 to get to the target today of 297. Katie Mack on her way to the wicket, Florence.
Yeah, a little shake of the head from Emma Lamb as she crosses the boundary on the way back to the hutch there. She was looking really, really good, and really credit to Surrey just catching the edge there. The bowler Alice Monaghan had just come in to start her spell after the 10th over, and a really, really good wicket there for Surrey.
She knew it as well straight away, looking at the
Absolutely.
replay that everyone's just seen at home. But Mack will keep the board moving here. Surrey did lose regular wickets throughout their innings. Obviously the partnership between Schofield and Davidson Richards was the mainstay of this one, but these two they can't be perturbed really here, Lancashire, by losing wickets. It's about can they bat long and bat deep and match what Surrey did. But yes, 20 runs, 28 balls, 35 minutes, 3 fours, Emma Lamb's innings. 2 of those 4s were very stylish, one a pull shot and another a hook shot. But ultimately, she only extends her advantage in the run scoring competition by 20. As that one's played nicely, down to 3rd by Katie Mack, who's underway straight away. She's a busy little cricketer at the crease. We were saying how quick she was in the field. She's very quick between the wickets. She doesn't like to face many dot balls. I don't think she'll be facing 17 dot balls from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, as we saw in her first 4 overs.
And like you say, it's a good chance now for the other Lancashire batters to really step up now and show what they're capable of, because it is a very strong batting top 5. They haven't really shown the middle order the kind of form that,
they haven't needed
that they need.
Have
Yeah.
They haven't really had the opportunity so far, as Monaghan comes round the wicket, bowling, right arm, straight to Jones and driven back. But you're right, I mean, the way this should work is if Lamb only gets 20 and puts on 50 with, albeit putting on 50 with Eve Jones, then Mack comes in and gets a score instead. Or if Mack doesn't get the score, then Smale or Fee Morris get the score. It should be the way it works. A highest score of 44 this season for Katie Mack, who's at the non-strikers end, and Eve Jones, who made her highest score of 107 last week. That's her highest score in 2025, of course. She was been a prolific run scorer right throughout the Rachel Flynn Trophy. Adds another one to her tally here. She's on to 31. She's hit a 6 down the ground off Courtine Coleman. And looks in determined mood to me, Faith Florence.
And she's going to need to be, if Lancashire are going to win today, or even to go deep into this competition to be in that top 4, they're going to need more than just the runs of Emma Lamb and Eve Jones at the top of the order. So a really, really good opportunity here for Katie Mack to get in and bat long and form a partnership now with Eve Jones. We're going to need partnerships here. Lancashire will be saying to themselves they're going to have to build something, the way that we saw Alice Davidson-Richards in the first, in the Surrey batting innings, really grit it out with the different partners. But initially that partnership with Paige Scholfield that really took them deep into the innings. Could there be something like this now on the cards for Eve Jones and Katie Mack?
Well, Eve Jones knows how to chase runs. She made 136 at Old Trafford last season to beat Thunder when she was playing for Central Sparks. I think that was an innings that maybe sealed the deal of trying to get her to come back here, as Kalia Moore bowls her first ball off spinner and driven to short cover where there is no run on offer. Capsey there with the fielding, who was bowled for 1 by Kate Cross, as was the captain Bryony Smith earlier in proceedings today. If you weren't with us, this one is played into the offside. Monaghan off the boundary to pick up and return for the cost of 1 more run. Brings Mack onto strike, 56 for 1. She'll be busy on her feet. Well, Katie Mack, she's 120 runs, including that 44, averaging 30 at the moment. But as we say, has barely had an opportunity. She's also
feels like the wind's picking up a little bit. I can hear the papers flapping.
It's on and off, isn't it? Yeah, it's not rattling the parasol at the moment, but it's certainly rattling the papers around us. There's Kalia Moore to deliver her second delivery to Katie Mack, who prods at it off the front foot eventually, but I think initially had wanted to go back. I think that might have taken an inside edge and on its way down to backward square leg. And
indeed, it earned a bit of a round of applause from the wicketkeeper Kira Chatley behind the stumps there. So
perhaps a sign of turn there as Kalia Moore approaches once more and delivers to Jones, who's driving powerfully up to Bryony Smith, the fielder at mid-on and the captain, of course. Only 1 more added to the total as a result. 58 for 1 the score. Mack back onto strike, so Moore getting the better of her there with that inside edge. Now a shorter one, and she is able to go back this time. She actually went forward that time and then sort of pressed forward and then went back and drove it powerfully. A good old-fashioned forcing shot in the end from Katie Mack. Goes wide of extra cover, and cover on the boundary has to come into field to keep it to 1. 59 for 1 is the score. Kalia Moore again, right arm around the wickets. The left-handed Jones is driven powerfully, stopped by the bowler just about. Smith comes in and picks up, and the captain hurls it to her wicketkeeper, but another single to the total. 60 for 1 is the score. It's the end of the 12th over. The scoreboard back on track with its overs on the board, which is good to see, because we thought, goodness, Lancashire are doing well here, but it was because the board was an over behind all of a sudden.
Indeed.
But it's been excellent cricket so far today, and it's been a pleasure to have you with myself, Mike Perkins, and Faith Florence on the BBC Sport website and app, Lancs TV, and the Geo app in India.
Absolutely, I'm really enjoying it actually. It feels like this innings is moving along really quickly as well, despite the stolen over from the scoreboard. So 60 after 12 overs in the 13th overs.
Here's Monaghan, who was hooked away for 4 but got the wicket of Lamb in the previous over. She's been cut away by the left-handed Eve Jones right out to the cover sweeper. Max looking for 2. Jones is less interested, it's fair to say. 61 for 1 is the score, but it's important all those people stay with us, because as I say, we got 99,000 views last week, which is absolutely fantastic. but it's one short of 100,000. So if we can poke it over 100,000 today, that would be absolutely excellent. So do stay with us wherever you're following this fascinating game. As Monaghan, right arm over the wicket to Mack, who is defending. She sort of defends in a way that she's always looking to just kind of deflect it down to third, maybe the way she did from the first ball, or into the mid-wicket gap. She's kind of, even when defending, she's looking to produce runs. She's that sort of cricketer. Australian won the WBBL, I suppose, officially, in 2022 and 2023, and she's standing up to defend off the front foot once again. But again, looking to deflect it away from fielders and pick up a single. Can't do so once again, though. So settles for a dot and just walks off to square leg for a moment. Just the gloves, and now's ready to settle back in. Although Monaghan's not quite ready to charge in from the back of a run. She is now. Monaghan versus the Australian Katie Mack. Right arm over the wicket, driven by Mack this time, smoothly towards the Centurion, Alice Davidson-Richards, who picks up and hurls it back in. Another dot ball. We were saying Mack won't be happy to face too many dot balls, so she's had 3 in a row here. Could be a little bit of pressure building on a wicket, which is not easy to take wickets on. You've got to do it through things like dot ball pressure. Earlier, as well as that ADR innings of 100 we mentioned, exactly 100. There was 87 for Paige Schofield. And it's dabbed and they go for a quick single, and that, I think, was to be predicted. If Mack couldn't score a boundary there, she was at least going to get through for 1, and she does so with a neat forward defensive stroke. 62 for 1. She just dropped it short of Davidson-Richards, who she knows has scored 100 and might be feeling a bit tired. Scampered from one end to the other for the addition to the total of 1 more run.
Yeah, it was a good shot to just get 1 run and rotate the strike.
297 the chase then. Lancashire have 62 of them. Eve Jones flaying it through the offside on the drive. The cover fielder comes round and picks up. Matt was looking for 2. Again, Jones was less keen on the return journey and settles for a single. 63 for 1. We've had 13 overs of this innings.
Yeah, so Katie Mack so far doing a really good job of just settling in, getting to know the pace of the wicket, and just making sure that Lancashire don't lose 2 quick wickets in succession. Try to start to build the partnership here with Eve Jones. Yes, Lancashire have lost Emma Lamb, who's been brilliant at the top, opening the batting for them, but there's no need to panic, and the 2 are going about it as they know what job they have to do.
79 for 3 was the Surrey score at the end of the 14th over, so we're into that 14th over now. It starts with a dot ball that was pulled very straight from a standing position by Eve Jones. She's a tall batter. Tries to drive this one, can't do so, and we said it would be interesting to see what happens when the ball gets just that tiny bit softer. We're perhaps maybe seeing a little bit of that now, but will Jones attempt a big stroke after 2 dot balls? Drives powerfully, but the bowler's there again to stop. So a bit of pressure on Eve Jones all of a sudden. The chase 297, 63 of them scored so far. Jones waits, gets her drive away this time, but hits long off. It's Davidson-Richards, 1 more to the total. 64 now. For 1 wicket for Lancashire. 233 more required for victory. Mack assessing her field. Kalia Moore just moves another fielder or 2. She wants square leg round on the boundary, and 45 a little bit finer, so probably about 40 in terms of the degree angle, as this one is pushed away and the parasol above us is now being rattled by the wind.
Yeah, it's a good squeeze by Surrey here. Kalia Moore bowling really well to just keep restricting the Lancashire batters, perhaps start to frustrate them a little bit.
65 for 1 the score as Moore approaches, and that's where it will remain, as this one is touched into mid-wicket by Eve Jones. And how aware the Surrey players will be of what Eve Jones said after the game last week, I'm not sure. I don't think they read those sorts of things, but if she is getting frustrated and if she is starting to worry about the strike rate, the Surrey players will be sensing that and realising if they can just keep her quiet, they might get a chance, because she'll have to play her strokes.
Yeah, I agree, and so that's why it's so important that the batters continue to try and rotate the strike, look for those opportunities. Katie Mack, definitely a really busy cricketer, will, if there is a run to be had, she'll get it.
Facing up now is Mack, and proving the point by dabbing down to the third, pressed forward and then stood up on her toes to divert it there with an open face. 66 for 1 the score.
Yeah, I think as long as they keep on moving, it's not like they sort of need a rain of boundaries at this point or anything like that, but just score boundaries when you can, but keep the scoreboard moving, keep rotating the strike, and make sure that Surrey don't have it all their own way.
As long as they have wickets in hand, they'll take 70 or 80, you would think, of the last 10 here. The issue is they only got 55. As that one's cracked away, that'll help. 4 runs through wide mid-off by Eve Jones. A flay of the bat on the front foot. Was leaning back ever so slightly by the time she struck it, but that was because of the power she was trying to put in the ball, and she kept it on the floor. 70 for 1 as we head towards the 15 over mark, where the score was 81 for 3 in the Surrey innings. So Lancashire doing a better job of keeping wickets in hand. What they'll be conscious of, though, is they only made 57 off the last 11 last week against Hampshire, and they lost 5 wickets. So they need someone to fire in that part of the batting order. That's probably why they brought Ailsa Lister in as well, as this one is prodded into the leg side to Alice Davidson-Richards, because Ailsa Lister, we've seen in T20 cricket, can hit a hard ball.
Yeah, in 50 over cricket you really need that contribution from some of the middle lower order batters. Those games that we've seen that have been won by the chasing side, you've had a big century here and there, but you've also had some key contributions from the low middle order.
Here's Eve Jones facing up. Round the wicket comes Monaghan, and Jones just felt that one kept a bit low on her. She's a tall cricketer, but she had to prod down on it. Say, highest score of 136 last year in the Rachel A. Flint Trophy. She made 556 runs in the end in total in that one. She started again well this season with high score of 107 and 274 runs coming into this game. Drives again, but doesn't go where she wants it that time, up to mid-on. Bryony Smith picks up and just happy to give the ball a little bit of a polish. 70 for 1. Mac just coming down and maybe just telling Jones there's no need to get frustrated here. As long as we stay in the game, it's fine. Stay in the game, keep the wickets in hand. Cash them in at the back end as Monaghan bolts short of length. Jones didn't quite read it. How much that was a case of a slower ball that was... the fingers were run on, so it didn't come on as quickly, I'm not sure, or whether it was just the pitch sticking and the ball not, or the bowler not getting much back from it. Either way, it fooled Jones, who was in position way too early to do anything with it.
Yeah, they're having a proper conversation now, and the sort of hand gestures and gesticulating seems really talking about the bounce of the ball and what the slightly older ball now is doing on the pitch. Just keep encouraging each other will be important as well.
As Ellie Threlkeld said right back at the toss and told us on Lancs TV, she keeps losing them, and she could be on the wrong end of having to defend last week and then maybe having to chase on a pitch that's starting to break this week, but it still looks good to me. This wicket, as another 2 is added by Mac there, and because she was coming back to the striker's end this time, she was able to call Eve Jones through for the 2. 72 for 1. We're into the 16th over, so Manx just needing to get the innings moving. Mac's going to be looking for 2 again, and she's going to come back for 2. She's so fast between the wickets. That time it was down to long leg. But poor Paige Schofield, who made 87 earlier in the day, had no chance of stopping the 2 there. And this is how Mac will... Well, she scored at 2 all in this over, and this is how she'll look to accelerate things. She won't always go for the boundaries, although she can find them. Waits again. Down the track she comes and pushes into the offside. Didn't quite get to it. I think Kalia Moore, she puts her hand to her chin. I think she thought she was in the game there. 75 for 1. But there you go, 5 off 3 balls. And I think that's what Katie Mack was saying to Eve Jones here, is look, don't worry, there are players like me, there are players like Fee Morris who can get you out of trouble. We need you to bat. We need you to be here and be the spine of the innings.
Absolutely.
As Jones is uppishly pushing into the offside, will pick up a single. Happy to do so. 6 off 4 now in this over. 2 2s, 2 1s. That's good enough as a little bird makes its way. A little black and white one, I can't quite tell.
Yeah, I was looking at that little bird as well. It could
very busily making its way across the outfield and probably wondering why all these cricketers are here in its little patch as Kalia Moore bowls. It's thinking it's not Saturday, and why are you all wearing colours today and not whites? There's another 1 is added to the total. 77 for 1 then the score at the end of the 16th over of the innings. Mower in good action away in the distance, we can hear. Might be a hedge cutter, that, I think, by the sound of it. The motor's certainly going, doesn't. In fact, this will be the end of the 16th over. A cut stroke from Eve Jones, which doesn't find the gap. 77 for 1 then. The score, the next little milestone. This was the period where Alice Davidson Richards and Paige Schofield were together and scoring around about 1 a ball. So the next little milestone will be the 20 over mark, and at that stage Surrey were 108 for 3, having brought their 100 up in the previous over, the 19th. So Lancashire need to just be watchful and not get too far behind the rate, and that seemed to be the way Mac played the previous over. I think she probably prefers the spin to the quick stuff as she prods this one into the offside, again going forward and then just forced slightly back towards the creases. She deflected it away, but the cover sweeper is way back on the boundary. And another 1 to the total. It's got a lovely tail, that bird. I think it's probably one of those birds that has tail in its name.
It's just sort of pacing back and forth there, isn't it? Watching the action.
Having a lovely time as in comes Monaghan. Bowling to Jones, who gets enough on it to send it over the keeper's head and away for 4 runs. It was down into the ground, so it was safe, and it bounced up over the wicket-keeper Chatley, was involved in the only dismissal of the game of Emma Lamb, who was caught behind off Monaghan, but this one was down into the ground. Jones examines the toe of the bat, which I think she used to send it down into the ground, but it went up and over the keeper. Probably a little wide of her as well. And away for 4 runs, 82 for 1, a much-needed boundary for Eve Jones.
Agreed, I think, yeah. A timely boundary. Just keep her.
Waits again. Monaghan bowls, and Jones driving into the offside and backs it up with a single. She'll be happy with that. Applause from the Lancashire players. Mac looking for 2 again. Eve Jones is never going to be that quick.
Absolutely.
A few cricketers are.
I was just going to say, yeah, keep feeling that the feel of ball on bat and being able to score boundaries and connect. There's been a few deliveries which, she hasn't been quite able to connect with the way she wanted. So that'll be a really good feeling to get that boundary.
Here's Monaghan bowling to Mac, turns it down the leg side. And off to long leg, where Gregory's there with a powerful arm back into the wicketkeeper, flat and over the head almost of the wicketkeeper in the end. So Jones has faced, 57 deliveries now for her 47. There's nothing wrong with that at all, is there, really? There's no reason to be getting frustrated.
Absolutely.
The 4, though, in this over has helped with that strike rate. She defends this one back to the bowler. No run. But as long as she's still there when she's faced 100 balls, and as long as she's got somewhere in the 90s by that point, then Lancashire will be happy, because that will be sending them to victory. Particularly with something like Mac 14 or 15, if she can go long as well today, that'll help, as this one's driven up by Jones to mid-on. No run to conclude the over, 84 for 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and it's such a nice day to bat, I imagine, to be out there in the middle. It's a bit cooler than it was last week at this time, isn't it? And you've got a bit of a breeze going. You know, if you just almost think, you know, you're not in a competition, you're just there batting because you love it, and it's a perfect kind of time and place to be out in the middle, batting with your mates, facing some good bowling, and just a real chance to play your shots and enjoy your cricket early in the competition.
I suppose the factor is here that they already need more than one a ball, but they sort of knew they'd be hanging slightly behind that for most of the innings, because you're chasing 297, so unless you're going to go one a ball from the very start, which very few teams can do, you're always going to be slightly behind it. So 5 and over at this stage is absolutely fine, as Mac picks up a single to start the over with, 85 for 1. And as long as, you know, if they're 5 and over at the 25 over mark, that's absolutely fine. From there, they then have to pick it up a bit, but as long as they've got the wickets.
It's really decent.
More bowls a ball as a train rattles by, and that's really nicely struck by Eve Jones, and it's going to be 4 all along the floor. What a shot from one of our photographers, who hopefully got a good snap of that one away in the distance. It was quite right, because it was a beautiful shot, and it brings up Eve Jones's 51 from 60 balls, according to the tannoy. And that was a beautifully struck boundary, 6 4s and 1 6 in it. So 60 balls, 6 4s, 1 6. That's absolutely perfect.
A very good 50 from Eve Jones, and a brilliant way to bring up your 50 with that shot.
No wonder it brought enjoyment from those watching around us as well, because it was a superb shot, all on the floor. And she continues to accumulate runs on the floor here. This one to backward square leg, just helped on its way. 90 for 1. And they're not going to be far off where Surrey were. Surrey brought their 100 up in the 19th over. Well, this is the 18th that we're watching at the moment, and they're on 90, so they're getting there. But it'll be nervy throughout. These chasers have near enough won a ball in 50 over games. They're always long, and they are always nervy, as this one's driven back to the bowler off the back foot by Mac. Happy to settle for a dot there. In comes Clearmore again. Down the track goes Mac. Powerful strike, but back to the bowler, and easily gathered for no addition to the score.
She's bowling so well, Clearmore. It's just a treat to watch.
Yeah, she's really found her area, hasn't she? And that's why Mac's coming down the track and trying to throw her off it, and just eases it really on the drive through extra cover. But as soon as it hit the bat, it just cracked off it and disappeared to extra cover for 4 more runs. 94 for 1. That's the end of the 18th over, so they are almost bang on where Surrey were, and they've got wickets in hand. This is starting to look good for Lancashire.
Absolutely, that was a brilliant shot from Katie Mack, and I'm one of those people who doesn't believe in commentators' curse. And I was just really bigging up Clearmore, and I stand by it. It's not about anything to do with the commentators, it's about the players responding to the pressure. You know, do you kind of fold, or do you find a way to really try and punch back and get on top of the bowler who's been bowling really, really well at you? How do you respond?
I was told, because I was going to say they can't hear what you're saying, so I was told My voice does actually carry to the middle in Southport, but once by somebody who was out there. But even so, these players completely ignore things like that. And it's not commentator's curse, it's called coincidence when somebody gets out when you say they've been batting really well. Look, watch here. Eve Jones has been batting really well, faces Alice Monaghan, chops it over the stumps, and she's not out. It's fine. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist, see?
Yeah, absolutely.
You were quite nervous when that ball bounced up. And quite close to the stumps, but it doesn't exist. Nobody ever thinks about the occasions like that where nothing goes wrong.
Absolutely.
Dot ball. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. Imagine if that had been a wicket, though.
I'd have to change my beliefs.
I'd go delusional with power. As this one is pushed to extra cover for no run by Eve Jones, and she is at some point in this innings going to have to cut these dot balls out, and I think she sort of knows it, and that's why she's getting a little frustrated. She's not worried about them at the moment, but it's if they're still happening in the 30th and the 40th over that she'll be concerned. She's batted beautifully though so far. 50 coming off 60 balls. And she smacks this one in the air, could be caught, will be caught. Right out on the boundary at cover, and that is a big wicket. Eve Jones is out for 52. You could see her getting frustrated, and she's picked out the fielder on the far side, and that's really, really disappointing from a Lancashire point of view. They're 94 for 2. Faith Florence.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see her tipping her head back and gesticulating as she walks back to the hut, because, you know, she knows that really she almost just got suckered in there by the Surrey pressure there. She was feeling frustrated. We had been talking about it. She had a partner at the non-striker's end, just, you know, reassuring her, get together in the middle. But still, I think the pressure of the dot balls, a really good bowling by Surrey, maybe just got to Eve Jones in the end there, and it was a rash shot. It was a shot that probably didn't need to, or definitely didn't need to be played. But she went for it, didn't quite connect properly. She got underneath the ball and skewed it square there, straight into the hands. A very easy catch for the fielder on the boundary. And that's another wicket, probably the big wicket. From Surrey's point of view, they'll be thinking, yeah, that's a really big fish that we wanted to get. We've got before they've reached 100, Surrey in the ascendancy at the moment, and a really, really big job for Lancashire now.
Yeah, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay won't get many easier catches than that one out there on the cover boundary, right on the far side over by the railway tracks. It was just hit straight to her, and it was Jones just showing frustration, trying to get on with things. Smale comes to the crease now then, and we're into the batters who probably haven't had as much batting as they would have liked this season, so an opportunity here, but they're going to have to go around about one a ball, in fact slightly more, to get to the total, as that one is edged back into the pads of Smale, who had a best of 99 last season, 515 runs in the 50 over Rachel Hay Flint Trophy competition. Can't find a run to get her off the mark there, so just prods away at the pitch.
Yeah, I think it was her batting, her performances with the bat last season, Seren Smale, that earned her a call-up to England recently, and at the England A squad rather, and she'll be looking to make a mark here.
Monaghan again, charging into bowl, and this one is defended back down the pitch, off the back foot, no run. Monaghan in her 5th over, which is hard work on a day like this. Yes, there's a breeze, but it is very warm too.
Yeah, hard work, and she's doing a really, really good job. Seren Smale hasn't had the best start to the season, not the start that she would have wanted. Yes, she's been watching her opening batters making a really, really good start, making centuries and big scores, and now it's her turn to step up to the plate. Lancashire need something from her here.
Flicks it down the leg side here, does Smale. There was a shout of anguish from the Surrey players. That's a great bit of fielding by Danny Gregory. Doesn't prevent 2 runs being scored. There is no signal from the umpire, so it was definitely runs off the bat. Brings the Monaghan over to an end. 96 for 2, just to tidy things up. Reminder of the wickets to fall. Emma Lamb caught by Chatley off Monaghan, 20 off 28 balls in 35 minutes, 3 fours in that one. And Eve Jones caught by Donald Gay off the bowling of Monaghan for 52, 64 balls in 65 minutes, 6 fours and a 6 in that innings. Do you feel she gave it away a bit in the end, Faith Florence, and maybe she could have just kept batting even though she was frustrated with the dot balls for a bit longer?
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I think even she would say the same thing. You know, it wasn't sort of ball from that I remember that would trouble a batter like Eve Jones and force them into a mistake like that. I think, yeah, it was more that she gave it away rather than, you know, she was gotten out. But of course, a very good job by the bowler and the team and the bowling unit to keep applying that pressure. I think they all take a little bit of credit for that, the bowlers, for almost sort of setting up Eve Jones in that way, but really just squeezing and frustrating her, not allowing her to score those boundaries and score freely as she has been.
This is Danny Gregory, bowls a leg spin and it's short of length and cracked round the corner by Katie Mack, picks up 1, 97 for 2. That means there is exactly 200 more runs for Lancashire to get here. And they're going to need Smale and Mack to play a part. Smale just the 62 runs so far this season. She's only batted 4 times. She hits this one away, out to backward square leg, picks up a 1.
I think she was out for a duck in the previous game. Or,
she was, yeah. Here last,
so
or well, no, I think it was last week. The game last week, she was out for the duck.
So she's off the mark today. Let's see if she can form a partnership with
Max stabbing this one wide of extra cover. It might have been a tight single, but Smale is very alert. If she's not as quick as Max, she's certainly as alert to the single as Max. 98 for 2. Didn't look like there was one there, but they found one.
Indeed they did, and they're going to have to find, you know, many more. Definitely capable, this pair, of going big.
Smale whacks it into the leg side again, but didn't get all of it, and actually found the fielder on the 45, Tilly Courtine-Coleman, in the end, who opened the bowling and made the stop there, so no run. 99 for 2 it remains. So Surrey's 100 coming up in the 19th over. Can Lancashire bring theirs up in the 20th? They can. Clipped into the leg side. Monaghan off the boundary at mid-wicket. There's not exactly rapturous applause here because the crowd who are in know there's a lot more work for Lancashire to do here, but the Lancashire 100 is up for the cost of 2 wickets, so a wicket less than it took Surrey, and that will be the advantage I think Lancashire will have in this innings, is wickets in hand. It's just whether they can use them, whether the likes of Ailsa Lister, who's come into the side, can take her opportunity. Down the track, lovely shot by Matt. This one could roll away from Bryony Smith. The Surrey captain is chasing it all the way to the rope, picks it up just inside, and back comes Mack for the third. Smale makes a ground at the striker's end as well. 103 for 2. And if Mack's there and being this busy, all of a sudden that required rate will start to creep down towards 1 a ball.
That's right, good running from the pair there, particularly urged on, spurred on by Katie Mack. And, you know, this pair, if they're going to form a partnership, you imagine most of the runs aren't necessarily going to come from boundaries. There's going to need to be some hard running to do part of that heavy lifting as well. Get those 2s and 3s when they are an offer and keep sneaking those singles. Both players really capable of a big score. But what they need more than that is a partnership.
That's the voice of Faith Florence alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Brilliant to have you listening or watching wherever you may be. And Faith Florence will pick up the ball by ball for the next 10 overs.
Alice Monaghan into Katie Mack, who hits that square, scampers through for 1 run. So that's a good start to this over. Going to keep rotating the strike, get those runs where they can.
At the 20 over mark, all that was in it between the scores from first innings and the second innings of the game, was 5 runs and 1 wicket. So that's how close things are at the moment. Really worth staying with us on this one.
Absolutely. And yes, there are 2 big wickets, 2 big names that have been got out by Surrey from Lancashire, but there's still plenty of batting in this team as Alice Monaghan into Sarah Smale, who just turns that behind. You keep rotating the strike for another run.
She sort of has areas, Seren Smell. She likes to go down there to the leg side of front and back foot. She likes to go square of the wicket as well. She can hit down the ground when she has to. Good, powerful player. Doesn't mind a pull stroke, as we've already seen in this innings.
Absolutely, and has experience of building an innings. And she's Lancashire really going to want to see that from her today. Katie Mack facing Alice Monaghan now. Advances down the ground and hits that square. Hits it firmly. Straight to a fielder, though. Just bobbles a bit, but they're through safely for one run.
Fourth best in the competition, that 515 runs she scored with a best of 99. Grace Scrivens, her England under-19 teammate, just pipped her into third with 553 runs.
Very promising batter with really a bright future ahead, and a big job to do for Lancashire today and through the season. That bounces up high and she sort of swats that on their head and just kind of pops it through the covers, and it's misfielded actually, so they'll run through for 2 runs. That very interesting kind of unorthodox shot there. I don't quite know how to describe it. She had to kind of jump on top of the ball and swat it down, but definitely distracted the fielder enough for them to get 2 runs off that.
Went out square the wicket more, not picking up cleanly. We've seen a little bit of that from Surrey. They've been a little ragged at times in the field. It was sort of slow ball bouncer, wasn't it? It just sat there and had to be, as you say, swatted out square of the wicket by a jumping Smale.
Monaghan into Smale, defended into the leg side. That's a dot ball.
But that kind of bonus run that she got there, Seren Smale, that means she can then just play the defensive to the next one, and she knows she's still going at 1 a ball.
Definitely good work from the Lancashire pair, who know they've got a big job to do rebuilding here.
Tara Norris is in front of us, who we know can hit a clean ball here. Me and you were both here when she hit that 6 onto the tennis courts against Southern Vipers.
Monaghan into Smale. They're going to sneak a really quick run, and that's the way to do it. Keep getting those singles. Tip and run at the moment. If the boundaries aren't on offer, keep getting those runs, keep the scoreboard moving. Absolutely, that 6 from Tara Norris, who could ever forget that? And, you know, Lancashire will want to bat themselves into a position where they can bring out some of those big shots, go deep enough into the innings that they kind of earn the right in that position to really go big, go aerially and try and, you know, up the scoring rate. We're not quite at that stage yet where they've got to hit those big sixes.
It certainly gave a shock to the people having a quiet game of tennis that particular evening here at Southport and Birkdale.
Indeed. Danny Gregory at the Grosvenor end.
Where we thought Lancashire could really get to that total, which again was around 300. They tied
into Smale, who hits that early square, and it's safe from the fielder. It just bounces once in front of the fielder. Sweeper on the boundary. They're through for another run.
Signed Smale's in good touch though. She's only got 8 to her name, but she really hit that powerfully. 9 to her name now. 110 for 2.
Danny Gregory into Katie Mack. Advances down the ground, hits that straight. I think that's a drop catch. Did she get her hands to that, Danny Gregory? She couldn't quite hold on, but that will have been a nervy moment for Katie Mack as she hit that straight back towards a bowler at about shoulder height. She didn't quite manage to hang on to it, but she'll be encouraged by that, Danny Gregory.
Replay coming up on here, but we'll keep an eye on what's going out on the middle. But yeah, caught and bowled chance. Big moment.
Gregory into Katie Mack, and this time just dinks that into the leg side.
So it's Mack on 26, and it came back powerfully, but it's one of those that in a professional era of cricket, Danny Gregory probably would have expected to cling on to. Didn't manage to, though.
Definitely that's a life for Katie Mack. Danny Gregory into Seren Smale, just steers that behind. Rotates the strike, that's another run. I think when you get a life, then you always feel like you've got to take it. Make the most of it and take that score up as far as you can.
Yeah, Katie Mack dropped on 26 by Danny Gregory. Caught and bowled opportunity, came back quick, as you say, around about shoulder high, but just couldn't cling on. Probably would have expected to, though.
Just drying her hands on the wicket, Katie Mack, as she prepares to face Danny Gregory. There's a bit of an appeal as it seemed to have struck the pad but didn't have much going for it. Looked a bit high to me. Probably missing off stump as well. I'm not sure from this angle, but definitely not a real chance there.
Maybe a bit of bat or glove or something involved as well. It just didn't look right, did it?
Katie Mack facing Danny Gregory. This time she pulls it behind. There's a fielder there. They will get through for one run because it's fumbled, not picked up cleanly by the fielder. So they're still taking those runs. They're getting those singles, running hard, looking for those opportunities, rotating the strike and building that partnership that Lancashire really need at this stage. They've lost the 2 big wickets of Emma Lamb and Eve Jones.
I can see why they appealed there, because Smale isn't the tallest, but as you say, it was bouncing quite high, and I think it took a bit of glove as well on the way through. They're both fairly short in stature, these two, but they've enjoyed batting together. I think they're both very quick between the wickets.
Yeah, this is the day for them. You know, they're almost sort of at the top of the order, as it were, with the score on 113 for 2 after 22 overs. Not quite the halfway stage. They'll want to stay out there as long as they can. Change of bowling at the Harrow Drive end, and that struck firmly for 4 runs. The new bowler, Alice Capsey, England's Alice Capsey. Time to try and unsettle this partnership and break this partnership. And what a weapon to turn to. As we know, Alice Capsey takes a lot of wickets, sometimes when least expected. She's into Katie Mack now, and she hits that behind. It's racing towards the boundary. Fielder's giving chase. I wouldn't say racing, it's going up the hill. There's a dive, and it looks like it's 4 runs.
Just disappeared behind the spectators there, but
indeed.
It was always getting away from Courtine Coleman, that one.
It did. It looked to be slowing up slightly as it went up the incline, but just hit firmly enough to make it to the boundaries. Another 4 runs to Katie Mack's total.
She always hits it into sort of just weird areas, Katie Mack. She's just gone through a kind of extra cover area of the ball before, and then that one just slid off the face of the bat and went down through third, but she always just seems to know where there is a gap.
That's so true, and then she's away like a greyhound as Alice Capsey is into Katie Mack, and she drives that straight back to the bowler.
Maybe more of a whippet. She's not quite big enough for a greyhound, is she? She's maybe a slightly smaller, quick dog, but
fair enough, yeah.
She's just
rapid
to watch, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's very, very quick, and as I say, if she stays here, then Lancashire have got a very, very good chance.
And Alice Capsey will do her best to see that that's not the case, as she's into Katie Mack, hits that straight back to Capsey. So they're persisting with this dot ball strategy of bowling a very good length to the Lancashire batters who can't quite get in position to free their arms and get the ball away. But what they are doing is running hard. We're not able to get a boundary. As Capsey in, advances a little bit, takes a few steps forward, Katie Mack, but hits that straight to the fielder.
The couple of boundaries has got the rate to around about 6.4, so it's well in control for Lancashire, and they have the wickets.
Capsey to Katie Mack, and that's retrieved by the wicket keeper.
Bowled a quicker one. It's a no ball. This is a free hit. Very unusual for a spinner to overstep the mark, but I think she was trying to bowl quicker, and I think the reason it was quicker was she'd stolen a fraction of a yard by overstepping the mark. So free hit here. Little chat between the batters about how they're going to treat it. Capsey bowling around the wicket. Her off spin unusually to Katie Mack. Where's she going to go here? She's got 2 back on the boundary. In fact, 1 back on the boundary at long on, hasn't she? She's got another one at square leg, I think.
Capsey into Mack. It doesn't quite connect with that. It's fielded there in the covers. She does get 1 run for it, so a gift, but a small one in the end.
Yeah, it's almost actually, without having only gone for 1, it's the ball before that was the no ball that's the one that's really cost them, because that's the one that's added to the total. Yeah, tried to clear the front leg there, Matt, and strike it away, but just didn't didn't get hold of it. 124 for 2 though after 23. Next little mark I've made is at drinks, 128 for 3. At this stage, 119 for 3 was the Surrey score. So just inched ahead here, Lancashire, and they've got the extra wicket still in hand. But they need to get to 128 now, so another 5 runs by drinks.
Danny Gregory, and that's just tipped leg side by Katie Mack. One run.
There's one of them.
There's one of them indeed, and this partnership starting to look really settled and good for Lancashire. They need to keep doing what they're doing, actually. They don't need to change too much. Like you say, score-wise, they've nudged ahead slightly as to where Surrey were at this stage. And they've done it with some really hard running, really picking the opportunities, making the most of any loose balls and not worrying too much about the dot balls that continue to build. Danny Gregory into Sarah Smale. She hits that leg side, thinks about a run. It shuffles back. There isn't quite one on there. If Katie Mack's turning back, you know it's not a run.
Yes. Nice shot though, but just didn't produce anything on that occasion. And on this pitch, you need to be producing something most balls, it seems.
Gregory into Smale. And she's bowled her. The bails have come off. That's clean bowled. Sarah Smale there for 10 runs.
Good bit of bowling that from Danny Gregory. I think she's got just a little bit back from the pitch as the leg spinner, and Smale has been fooled into playing it leg side. We're going to have another look, as you probably will be on the replay here. Yeah, and it just pitched maybe middle and leg and hit off stump, probably middle, and knocked the off stump back, and it just fooled Smale into thinking she was going to be able to work it leg side rather than playing the drive, and that's why Smale's out, bowled for 10 by Danny Gregory.
Really neat bit of bowling by Danny Gregory there, and yeah, that's a shame for Sarah Smale. She'll have to go back having scored only 10 on this occasion, but contributed to building that partnership with Katie Mack, was, you know, showing how to go about it, certainly, before she got out to that delivery from Danny Gregory. So.
And they've lost the wicket advantage now as well that they had at drinks. 128 for 3. Well, at the moment, Lancs are 124 for 3. So they have lost that wicket advantage. Can they convert it though into a run advantage here? I'll just look up exactly when the 4th wicket fell for Surrey, because it might be a little while. Lancashire might need a little partnership here if they're to keep pace in that respect.
Indeed, and Fee Morris, as she marks her guard, is going to be the person to face the next delivery, the next batter now to form a partnership with Katie Mack. Danny Gregory still with ball in hand at the Grosvenor end. She's bowling over the wicket to Fee Morris, who steps back and hits that firmly through the covers. There is a fielder, and they'll get through for 1 run, so she gets off strike and she's off the mark, Fee Morris. So that'll feel nice to just get to the other end and just assess what she needs to do now with her batting partner.
Still wearing the Sophie Morris shirt. Can somebody not go and just like draw a 1 on the back, you know, just hold still, Fee, and we'll just draw a 1 in marker pen or something.
Oh, the paint that they mark the wicket with, yeah,
yes,
that could work. Danny Gregory now into Katie Mack. Steps back and hits that leg side. It's going to be another single to the total.
The ground staff are that brilliant here, they'd probably let you borrow their pot of paint to do that, you know. They're some of the absolute best.
Indeed. On this beautiful day at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, I'm Faith Florence with Mike Perkins. Danny Gregory into Katie Mack, who hits that leg side, and that's going to be another single.
Offside, that one.
Offside, yeah, definitely.
Just wider cover. The 4th wicket then of Paige Schofield for 87 didn't fall until the score was 193 in the 33rd over. So they've got a while to bat, these two, if they're to, as I say, keep pace in that respect with what Surrey did. I think you'd probably argue from here the Lancashire batting lineup is marginally weaker than Surrey's, with Ailsa listed to come in next. Then you've got Ellie Threlkeld, Kate Cross, Tara Norris is useful down the order, and then Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris, so you don't want to be leaving too many to, in the same way you didn't want to leave too many to Danny Gregory or Tilly Courtine Coleman. Norris and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, probably fairly similar number 9s. Cross is a decent number 8, but maybe the 6 and 7 of Lancashire aren't quite.
Alice Capsey in, and that's driven straight back towards the bowler.
Aren't quite where Monaghan and Chatley are potentially, although Monaghan only got 3 and Chatley only got 10, so they don't have exactly many to many to match. But it feels like it needs a partnership here.
Capsey in again, and this time that's turned leg side by Fee Morris. Another dot ball.
Mac for me is the key. If Mac's there at the end, Lancashire win this. I don't think she's going to mess it up.
Capsey into Fee Morris. Advances down the ground, hits it straight and firmly. That's running away to the boundary. That's 4 runs. First boundary for Fee Morris since she's come to the crease.
I might just be saying this because it's Fee and she's one of my favourite cricketers, but I think that's my favourite shot of the day. It was the fact she came down the track, controlled it and hit it on the floor, and it was dead straight. Well, it wasn't dead straight, it would have hit the stumps, but it was just the offside of straight. That was a lovely shot.
It was a beautiful shot, absolutely, definitely up there. I think I quite liked Emma Lamb's pull shot over her shoulder.
That was quite good too.
But this is up there as Capsey is back into Fee Morris, and this time she drives towards the covers, races away for 1 run.
And Paige Schofield's baseball shots were great, and Alice Davidson-Richards' lofted drives down the ground were great as well.
For sure.
We've had a lot of good cricket.
We have
but
had
I
some
did enjoy
stunning shots.
It was good. It was good. And I'm not just saying that because Fee Morris is a good egg. It was a good shot.
Definitely back you up on that one, and she's going to need a few more shots like that. She can keep delivering those this innings, then Lancashire still in with a chance of chasing this down. And this time she sort of sweeps it behind, a kind of scoop behind, and through for 1 run.
I think you're dead right. I think she went for a sweep originally, whereas she wasn't quite there, needed a bit more to move her feet a bit further down, so ended up scooping it for 1.
Very unusual. Yeah, but effective in its own way, in that they've kept the scoreboard moving.
Capsey with those almost trademark now sunglasses on. She's going to come over the wicket to Morris.
Capsey in, and that's defended back straight back to the bowler. Oh, there's 2 trains intersect now.
Oh, look at that.
One way, one going the other. We haven't seen, that's the first time today.
Yes, first time they've passed at that point in the track. In fact, I don't think I saw that last week, although I didn't think the trains were running for about the first 10 overs because I hadn't looked up to see them. So maybe I missed one there.
So as the players take drinks, we are on 133, a loss of 3 wickets after 25 at the halfway stage. Mike Perkins.
40 already for Mac of 37 balls at drinks. She's done very, very well indeed. We haven't brought you any scores from elsewhere in the first 25 overs because we've been so enthralled, frankly, with this. So let's take a little look at how the chase for Hampshire is going against Durham at Arundel. Rather well, I think would be the answer. They only need 191 for victory against Durham, 149 for 2. Is their current score after 29 overs. So they are heading for a bonus point win there, Hampshire, which that will help them indeed. We've also had Somerset versus Warwickshire today. Warwickshire probably the surprise package in the early stages of the competition. They've amassed a team that wasn't too different to what Central Sparks had, but they've added Wraith. They brought Stair Callis in on loan from Yorkshire, so she's playing both in Tier 2 and Tier 1. Somerset made 298 for 6, or 297 for 6, so set 298 is the target for Warwickshire to chase in that one at Edgbaston. That was built on 70 from Heather Knight, 111 from Sophie Luff. Always good to see her in the runs. She's one of the prolific scorers. Gone a bit quiet, I think it was season before last, but she was back in the runs last season, and she made 111, 105 balls, 135 minutes, 17-4. So did absolutely superbly there. Fran Wilson chipped in with 37, the former England player. Corney at the top with 37. Warwickshire in reply then, chasing 298 for victory, 123 for 2. They are in the 21st over of this. In fact, 125 for 2 at the end of the 21st over. They've lost Callis for 60 of 49 balls, including 11 fours. So she's got them up with the rate. Perrin and George are at the crease at the moment. Freeborn, the other batter, out in that one for 15. But here at the drinks break, as the players begin to wander back out, the 2 wickets to fall in the chase are Eve Jones, 52 of 64 balls, was getting frustrated with dot deliveries. She hit 6 fours and a 6. She was looking for another 6, but sliced it out to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay at cover. And Emma Lamb, who started with her at the top of the innings. Those two put on 185 last week. Couldn't do it this week. They put on 50, though, for the first wicket. Lamb got 20 of them. Off 28 balls, 35 minutes, 3 fours. She was caught behind by Chatley off the bowling of Monaghan. So you're all up to date on what's going on here. So that opening partnership was 53, second wicket falling at 94. Oh, we haven't mentioned the dismissal of Seren Smale, of course, out with the score on 124, bowled by Gregory, a ball that really seemed to turn, and Gregory's going to try and produce some more of that.
Katie Mack to face. She steps back and drives that firmly. There's a chase on by the fielder, but she's never going to get there. That's 4 runs. That's a perfect shot after a drinks break. If you're a batting side, that's what you want. A nice, safe, strong cover drive. And 4 runs to the total. 137 now for 3. Into the 26th over, so in the second half of the match. Plenty of work for Lancashire to do, but plenty of batting to help them achieve it as Danny Gregory's in. And this time that's pulled over her shoulder. That's racing away towards the boundary. There is a fielder, there is a sweeper there. So she'll cut it off for just 1 run. But I like the way that Katie Mack is going about her shots now after the drinks break.
As we say, if she stays there, there's trouble. As far as Surrey are concerned, she's sort of gone down onto one knee there to pull that one over the thing. So it was initially an attempt at a sweep, but as I say, it ended up looking more like a pull.
Into Fee Morris, who just defends that one back.
If for nothing else, because of the ferocity of which she swung the bat with.
Fee Morris to face. Danny Gregory in from the Grosvenor end. This time it's hit into the leg side for 1 run.
I suppose the other factor here is Katie Mack, even if she does keep batting, will need somebody to bat with her. So, and Fee Morris is probably the best placed to do that. That's why this partnership does feel very crucial. Because if they lose Mack, they're in real trouble. And even if they lose Morris, then somebody else is going to have to find a score.
Gregory in, and she swings that leg side. There is a sweeper there on the boundary who just juggles a bit. Katie Mack thinks about a second run. But in the end, it's 1 run to the total, 139 for 3.
The internet's broke, which is a bit worrying here.
I completely agree about Katie Mack being now really the key to sort of anchoring the rest of this innings. Danny Gregory into Fee Morris. Pushes that firmly on the leg side. Down to long on for 1 run.
There's something about Fee when she drives. She has sort of quite long limbs, so that there's something quite aesthetic about it. Sort of stylish stick cricket almost.
The end of that over, Lancashire on 141 for 3. That's after 26 overs. On the chase here against Surrey at the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. It was a beautiful day as I don't know the names of birds, but I love to see them flying over the cricket pitch. You can hear lots of twittering and see the birds on the pitch and high above the pitch in the blue sky.
Trees, can't you?
And it's just a perfect place and day to be watching such a good cricket match. Alice Capsey now from the Harrod Drive end. She advances down the wicket, Fee Morris, and just steers that behind. Through for 1 run. They think about a second, both very quick runners, and they comfortably get through for 2 runs.
It wasn't plan A, that shot, but it was quite nicely improvised in the end to flick it down to fine leg.
Absolutely, and they got their rewards for that in the end with 2 extra runs and started very well after the drinks break. It's the kind of sort of busy determination that Lancashire need in this chase at this stage, as Capsey is into Fee Morris, steers that leg side, to the square leg, through for another run. So they're rotating the strike, they're moving the scoreboard along at this stage, trying to build a partnership. 2 very good batters who can bat for long, who can run well.
46 now for Mac, so approaching that half century. She'll need to try and match what ADR did in the first innings.
Capsey is into Mac and she just watches that go down the leg side. That's a wide signalled by the umpire. Fee Morris leaning on her bat at the non-striker's end. Ready to spring into action. Capsey into Katie Mack. Advances down the track and hits that straight to the fielder. Good ball by Capsey, but won't perturb Katie Mack at this stage. She's ready for every opportunity to keep scoring, keep that scoreboard moving. Capsey again into Mack. Uses her feet and hits that leg side. 1 run to the total, 146 for 3.
So the advantage at the drinks break was 5 runs. They both had lost 3 wickets, but Lancashire had 133, whereas Surrey had only made 128 at that stage. It's very, very even, this game.
Capsey into Morris, who steers that behind. They change the strike again. That's 1 run to the total.
That said, I think you'd rather be chasing in this situation. You know, when it's the scores are even and the losses of wickets are even, I think you'd rather be chasing just because you know what you have to get from the next over and the next over and the next over. So I think Lancashire are in charge, but they can't afford to lose another one until they get close, I don't think.
Capsey in. Mack uses her feet, hits that leg side. They rotate the strike for another run.
You know, I think if you were to go and ask them and they would give you an honest answer from that Lancashire change room there, they would want these 2 to get it within 100, so they need to get to 197. I think if they can get there, these 2, then the others will back themselves to sort of get the last 100 at 1 a ball. But if this wicket goes before 197, I think you'd put Surrey in front.
I agree with that, and you know, Surrey, I imagine will have similar sort of calculations in their head, and they've bowled so patiently so far, and there's no reason for them to massively change the plans for what they've been doing. As Danny Gregory is in to Katie Mack, who hits that square. She's looking for another, but it's gone all the way to the boundary. It's 4 runs. There's no need to run anymore. That is a 50 up for Katie Mack, a very well battered 50. And she'll be so pleased with that. That's such a good contribution to the team effort today when Lancashire lost the big wickets of Emma Lamb and Eve Jones. And Sarah Smale went on to be bowled. Initially, they were building a good partnership together, but she's dug in now here with Fee Morris. And a well-earned 50. She faces again and hits straight past back the bowler. It will be fielded just for 1 run, but a really, really good batting innings for Katie Mack. And a crucial 50 for Lancashire at this stage on this chase of 297 they need. They're on 153 for 3 after 27 overs. Danny Gregory bowling well. Fee Morris facing. Steps back and just cuts that behind, but it's stopped by the fielder backward point.
She'd almost forgot there was 2 backward points there because she thought she'd beaten the squarer of them, and then she realised there was a slightly finer one who was almost kind of a short third and had to return to her ground.
Yeah, indeed, that's true. Danny Gregory in, and this time hit straight behind. It's beaten the keeper. There's a bit of a chase on for it, but it's just 1 run added to the total. I mean, I say just 1 run, but every run really vital at this point. And I feel like they're not as many dot balls as they have been in previous overs. They're really just sort of managing to get at least a single from most of the deliveries.
Since Smale came in, the dot balls have been harder to come by.
Gregory into Mac, driven straight to the fielder.
Lamb and Jones, because of the nature of the opening batters they sort of tend to score more boundaries but also face more dot balls, whereas Mac, Smale and Morris have been very, very busy indeed.
Danny Gregory into Mac, uses her feet and hits that firmly straight down the ground. Now there's a fielder giving chase, who's going to dive, but that's gone all the way across the boundary for 4 runs. Very good straight drive there, and really good intent now from the batting pair, forming this partnership at 158 for 3, chasing 297 that Surrey put on with a brilliant century from Alice Davidson-Richards. A really good score that Lancashire still would have felt that they could achieve and could chase down, and when they lost 2 big wickets quite early on, Emma Lamb and Eve Jones, it looked like it could be a much tougher chase for Lancashire, but these two are doing very well.
They are indeed. As I say, I think these two need to get it within 100. That said, I mean, Ellie Threlkeld got 1,000 runs over the 5 years of Rachel Flint Trophy cricket, 249 last year, a best of 69, so she can play, but she's sort of the player you don't think is going to take a game away from you in the way that a Katie Mack or a Fee Morris could. So these have to get it close, and even if one of them gets out, the other one has to stay there. But I think Lancashire's starting to look in charge here.
Fee Morris facing, it looked like that one's beaten her into the wicket keeper's gloves. Bowling now is Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
Yeah, back into the attack with a left arm spin.
Fee Morris steps back and drives firmly, but straight to the fielder.
And the train rattles along towards Liverpool.
Courtine-Coleman into... that's gone behind. Did she get any bat on that? Either way, it's racing along. It's racing to the boundaries. I think the fielder stopped it with a really good dive there, so it won't be as expensive as it could have been. Really good fielding effort. Is that the Centurion? 3 runs taken by the Lancashire batters. So saved a run there.
Yeah,
Alison Davidson-Richards.
She was beaten by that ball, Morris, but she just realised in the nick of time and was able to just get a little bit of edge on the ball and send it wide of the keeper and pick up her 3. So in the end, it didn't really matter that she'd been beaten by the delivery, but Courtine-Coleman's going to threaten here.
Absolutely, she's got to keep her wits about her as she takes quite a swing at that one, Katie Mack, and doesn't connect with the ball at all. It's stopped by the wicket keeper. It's a dot ball there.
As we say, 4 in 4 balls for South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup last year as part of a fifer.
Into Katie Mack, who just steps back and pushes that into the offside. Square for 1 run.
I've still not looked up that list of... I remember Polly Starkey describing it as she only gets A-listers out in the 100 last year, and I can't remember exactly who it was, but yeah, she's certainly made a name for herself doing that. Only didn't pick up too many wickets, but everyone she got was was a good name.
Well, she's definitely showing what the fuss is about with a really good control bowling display. As she's into, and that is pulled just for 1 run. There's a sweeper on the boundary, but Courtine-Coleman brought back into the attack to try and upset this partnership, who, as we've discussed, is probably now the key partnership, really. Well, certainly Katie Mack, the key batter, and playing very well with Fee Morris, who can definitely build a very long innings and build a partnership with any batter. So we're on 163 for 3 for Lancashire at the moment, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman bowling very well. And the 2 Lancashire batters in the middle up to the challenge at the moment. It's a little bit of a conference, it looks like, for Surrey as they make plans of how they're going to break this partnership. Wind's picking heating up a little bit. It's a little bit chillier under our umbrella, but still a very fine day under the blue skies here at Southport. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay in from the Grosvenor end to Fee Morris, who hits that behind on the leg side. 1 run. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay back into the attack now. So these bowling changes keeping Lancashire busy. The Surrey captain really trying to find a way now to make this crucial breakthrough, as the two Lancashire batters keeping the score moving. 164 at the moment. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay into Fee Morris, who again hits that firmly leg side. The fielder on the boundary does very well to stop that, just about a couple of feet inside the rope. They do get through for 1 run, 164 for 3, 165 for 3, beg your pardon, in the 30th over.
I tried AI for the answer for who Tilly Courtine Coleman got out in the 100. So I'm
McDonald-Gay into Fee Morris, again hits that square, and again the sweeper will recover for 1 run.
And it failed me, so I'm now texting Polly Starkey, who told me it in the first place. She was definitely the youngest player to play in the 100, Tilly Courtine Coleman.
I think, yeah, that's a good idea. She'll know definitely better than AI, I imagine.
Represented the Southern Brave.
McDonald-Gay into Katie Mack. And that goes square behind for another run.
Well, this is the sort of thing AI is meant to be able to do, according to my friends who know about these sorts of things. Is it's meant to make our note-taking Lanning, we think, that's a guess from Andrew next to us working for Opta. He thinks Lanning. I think he might be right.
That does ring a bell, actually.
I think she got Lanning or Mooney, maybe both, but I can't.
Straight back to the bowler, Fee Morris.
Because it was just the 6 wickets best of 2 for 19 last year, but I seem to remember the wickets were really good. Anyway, let's see what Polly Starkey says. She knows these things.
That sounds about right.
Certainly could be. She's the sort of person who'll be listening.
McDonald-Gay into Fee Morris, and that's pulled firmly. There is a sweeper there, and she does very well to get that on the bounce. Sometimes those kind of spin and twist when they bounce on an uneven surface, but just 1 run of that very impressive connection.
That deserved more than 1.
It did, just a couple of feet maybe either side.
When she
of the
hit
fielder,
that I thought that's 4 or 6. And it bounced once and then hit Kalia Moore, who was running round, and did very, very well.
It did look a very good shot, and it was a good shot, but straight to the fielder.
Brilliant to have you with us today, be it on Lancs TV, the Geo app in India, or the BBC Sport website and app. And there's more to run in this game. And as I say, if, wherever you're finding us, whether you're listening or watching, do make sure you tell others and you pass it on and you help bring them into this wonderful game of cricket. So we've got lots of company for the remainder of this chase of 297.
Courtine Coleman driven by Fee Morris. 1 run to the total. 168 for 3. 20 overs to go. They're chasing 297, remember, Lancashire. Katie Mack and Fee Morris at the crease. Uses her feet, Katie Mack, and hits that over the fielder's head. That goes for 4 runs. A really, really fine strike there over the head of Long on. Long on it is, and for 4 runs. Bringing Katie Mack's total to 64 now.
Yeah, she's batting well, isn't she? I think that's the answer, though. Kind of, Mack sort of targeted the mid-wicket fielder there and ended up getting the 4 through wide long on. And we've been saying if it beats any of these fielders in the ring, it's 4. But you almost have to hit it over them or directly past them to stop the sweepers getting involved. But that was a brilliant stroke. They talk about hitting the pockets, don't they? And that was a classic example of hitting one of the pockets out wide of long on there by Mack.
Courtine Coleman in, steps back and just cuts that backward of point, but there's no run. 173 for 3. Katie Mack facing. Uses her feet to advance down the ground, hits it straight to the fielder. It's a good drive, but straight to the fielder. It's a dot ball. Courtine Coleman into Katie Mack, who drives that hard straight. There is a sweeper on the boundary for the shot, but they do get one run. Keeps the score moving and rotates the strike. So really building the innings at this stage, building this partnership really well, these two, exactly what Lancashire would have asked them to do. Having come in after the loss of the top 3 Lancashire batters. Courtine Coleman into Morris, just pushes that back to the bowler. At the end of that over, it's 174 for 3 for Lancashire. Moving closer to that, was it 196 or 197 that you said, Mike Perkins, that you thought was
they need
where
to get
they
within
needed
100,
to
so
be?
197, this pair, I think, need to get it to. So 174 for 3 at the end of the 31st over. The score was 175 for 3 at the end of the 32nd over in the Surrey innings. So they're timing this very well. They're sort of almost, at the moment, it feels like they're going to give themselves an overall 2 to spare. Coming in now is Rhianna McDonald-Gay from the Grosvenor Road end, the end that Kate Cross took 3 wickets for in the Lancashire innings. There's going to be 2 on offer here. They've got to be quick, though, and they are quick. And Matt was always going to make her ground at the striker's end, but Morris was happy to stretch the hamstrings as well. 174 for 3, the total then. The chase, remember, 297. That's the key figure for you to keep your eye on today. This one short of length, cut away by Mack, stylishly off the back foot. Found point though, couldn't gather it cleanly, so 1 more added on to the total, but it prevented 4 being scored, crucially. It was Wyatt-Hodge. I haven't mentioned too much, actually, unusually in the field, with the field in there at backward point.
That's true, actually. I think that's the first time that we've mentioned her in the field.
120 to win. This one is prodded into the offside. I don't know if she's been off having a bit of treatment, potentially. She was only... It was one of her shorter innings, it has to be said, when she went and tried to smack Fee Morris onto the railway line and got a leading edge and was out. So it's I don't know. We've not seen much of her. I don't think she's been off injured. That was flicked down to fine leg, 4 runs. Lovely stroke. It just raced away. Didn't look like the sort of stroke that was going to bring 4 at all, but just a little deflection down the leg side from Fee Morris, and it's gone all the way for 4. Beautiful stroke. 177 for 3. And every time they hit a 4 like that, it just gives them a bit of breathing space, because these pair able to move it along at 1 a ball. In fact, the board was for once a little slow, so it's 181 for 3 now. We're in the 32nd over of the chase. 297, remember, the target for victory. Still a long way for Lancashire, but they look in control, much like Hampshire did last week, although Hampshire only lost 2 wickets en route to their victory. Superb 100 from Ella McCacken last week, as that one's driven up to, and it is up to the Grosvenor Road end, to mid-on, where Davidson Richards, who scored 100 earlier today, does the fielding. As we say, Kate Cross, the pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, no maidens, 55 for 3 were her figures. Rhianna McDonald-Gay maybe trying to kind of replaced Kate Cross at one point when Cross was injured. She was one of the seamers who was tried, so she's maybe trying to match that today and prove she's worth that England place. As I say, West Indies and India on the way this summer.
She played in that test match against South Africa, didn't she? And
she did, yeah.
Acquitted herself very nicely.
And then maybe wished she hadn't got a place on that Ashes tour in the end, but there we go. It was certainly a long winter, but we're now in a warm English summer.
Absolutely, and it all goes in the pot, those experiences. I really believe you can use every type of experience if you can come back and just play yourself into that squad and be part of a team again. Those experiences can equally contribute to, well, wonderful things that could come in the future.
Yeah, it builds character, doesn't it?
For sure.
Even if it might not feel like it at the time. As Courtine Coleman bowls, lovely dabbed late cut from Mac, just behind square. It only brings her one, but it was a very, very good cricket stroke. So the runs continuing to tick down. 182 for 3 is the total. Tilly Courtine Coleman, youngest player to play in the 100 as a leading edge, is produced from Fee Morris's bat as she advanced at the young spinner. Didn't catch too much of it. Only brings a 183 for 3 the score. It's going to go all the way this one, but Lancashire feel in control at the moment. Smacked up and over the top by Katie Mack and into a vacant area of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and a vacant area that was way back over the rope. Ball landing just at the bottom of the hill and rolling up it towards the score box, and there's going to be a big search on for the fielder round by the back of the score box. Eventually finds the ball in a bush over by the train tracks. What a stroke that was. 189 for 3, and Katie Mack looking in supreme control. She's on to 75.
That was a brilliant shot, a really strong and confident, assured shot. No danger, no risk in it at all.
The train with the graffiti on goes back towards Liverpool as this one's driven by an advancing Mac straight at Alice Monaghan at short extra cover. No run on offer. Our next marker really now is the 35 over mark, so let's see what Lancs are looking at needing there. This is cracked away off the back foot and the fielders are up on the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs for Katie Mack. There's a desperate effort from Monaghan to try and reel it in, but she was always second best in that chase. And 197 for 4 was the Surrey score at 35. Well, 193 for 3 is already the Lancashire score, so they're starting to just move ahead. And when Hampshire got to this kind of position, albeit with less wickets down last week, we were saying they're surely going to win it from here, and it's feeling like that for Lancashire, but vulnerabilities in their batting may make it different. But Max straight back in a crease, and this ball's going to roll right past us in the commentary position. It was beautifully struck by Katie Mack, right back into a crease, opening the face of the bat and cuts it away for 4 runs. 197 for 3. They need 100 to win, and this partnership, Faith Florence, has got to that mark.
Oh, it's just delightful batting from Katie Mack right now. She's just picking the gaps. You know, that previous shot when the 3 fielders were kind of closing in on the ring, and she picked exactly the gap to split them. And then the next shot as well, again, straight in the gap. She's just really seeing it so well, timing the ball well and picking the gaps to get those boundaries. It's really beautiful cricket to watch.
And she picks different ones each time, doesn't she? She went over wide long on, up into the tree behind the score box for the 6. She then cut away for 4 in front of square on the offside, and then slid one away for 4 behind square on the offside. So, as we say, if Katie Mack remains, and she's got a good partner in Fee Morris as well, she's got Ellie Threlkeld with 1,000 Rachel A. Flint trophy runs as well to come. Ailsa Lister, who can hit a clean ball, we know from 2020 cricket. It's looking good for Lancashire, but we've said that before with Lancashire, so we'll tap that wooden table because Surrey will be trying to upset the home side here. As Kalia Moore's back into the attack, that one is turned away to Danny Wyatt-Hodge again, who's in the game all of a sudden.
Indeed.
At short mid-wicket. Very good fielder, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, but yeah, we've not seen as much as we'd expect as this one's chucked up. Little twiddle of the bat from the advancing Fee Morris to try and send it away, but Katie Mack's given her a bit of breathing space here as well with the way she's battered, so it's it will allow a couple of dot balls for Morris if she wants them. Another one there as she advances and pushes. A little bit of pressure though with 3 dot balls built here by Surrey.
Yeah, it's a really good move to bring Kalia Moore back into the attack at this stage, because she bowled really well in her earlier spell, and Bryony Smith will be hoping that, yeah, she's the one that can break this partnership at this stage, which is ticking along so nicely.
I hope everyone's still with us on YouTube, because mine's broken here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. That's nicely struck, but stopped at short extra cover. I didn't quite spot the fielder behind the pole of the parasol there. It was Wyatt-Hodge again with the block. Still 100 to win, as it was at the start of this over. It's been a good one from Kalia Moore. Delivers, and this one will be runs. And it's Fee Morris. She's been looking for it all over to try and crack one away by jumping down the pitch. And she finally gets one through a gap between mid-off and extra core, long off and extra cover, really. And away it goes for 4 runs, and Fee Morris is into the 30s, 31. And, well, she said she felt her career was pretty much finished when Western Storm weren't going to offer her a contract in the regional setup, moved to Lancashire Thunder, and now she's really enjoying representing the Red Rose and pushing this one up to long on. 1 more to the total. 200 now up as well. 202 for 3 at the end of the 34th.
Yeah, when she was signed for Lancashire, I think Lancashire fans thought that was such a good signing for the club, and we're seeing exactly why. In an innings like this, you know, she's someone that can deliver with the ball and also with the bat, can take an innings deep, can form a partnership, hit good shots, but also can build that kind of that sort of pace and scoring rate that you need in 50-over cricket, where you can assess the situation and cling on and bat long and then go hard when necessary. You know, she's that kind of player, that all-rounder that is so useful in the domestic game. So what she's doing here is just what Lancashire needs. Yep. Davison-Richardson pulls out of her run-up. I think she just sort of misjudged that one, or maybe distracted by something.
First time we've seen her in the game. She has made 100, so that's perhaps part of the reason, but I'd have been tempted to throw the ball a little earlier, although she does bowl seam, and as we say, the slow spinners have probably had the better of this game. Here comes Davidson-Richards, right arm over, short and smacked, but well stopped as well by Monaghan, sliding at cover on the back of the 25-yard fielding circle, 25 yards as it still is in women's cricket.
Yeah, I agree. It is an interesting time to bring in Alice Davidson-Richards.
I don't know if it's perhaps a little sign of desperation. It's got below 100, 95 now needed for victory, and they have to break this partnership as this one's flicked into the leg side. Surrey have lost 3 of their 4 games so far. Well fancied going into the tournament. Another one to the total, 203 for 3. 94 for victory, and I think they're fearing that they could be on the end of another defeat here. Whatever happens, whether it's a spectacular Surrey comeback or a Lancashire victory in a brilliant chase of almost won a ball over 50 overs, and they scamper through for another single that Mack has managed to manufacture really up to long gone. 204 for 3. Whatever the outcome here, you'll hear it on the BBC Sport website and app. You'll see it on Lancs TV and the Geo app in India. So stay with us, but the chase is looking as if it is in Lancashire's favour. Mack has 84. Morris will add to her 33 with at least 1. And she's going to come back for 2 here because it's escaped the tumbling fielder up at mid-on. Brings applause from the Lancashire supporters and the Lancashire players and staff in the pavilion.
Really good running between the wickets from these two, and they're really, just taking every opportunity, seeing what's going on with the fielding. No run is being wasted in this partnership.
Davidson-Richards bowls a ball that's full and hit down the ground powerfully. Good stop up at mid-off. It's only going to be 1. But clapping again from the pavilion. Well done, Fee. Even though it was only one, they know how important every run is at the moment. I do hope YouTube's still working. I can't get it to work on my laptop anymore. Hello, if you're all still there. As Davidson Richards bowls, it's an attempt to turn it round the corner from Mac. She misses it, but gets a wide, so she won't be too disheartened by that. 208 now, the score. Seems to be working on my phone. Let's see. Lancashire v Surrey, that's where we are, aren't we? Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, live stream, Lancs TV. Let's have a look, see if we can get it going as this one is bowled. It's hit high, Monaghan, Indra, what a catch! Monaghan one-handed, it looked as if it was past her, and she's clung on. It was a leading edge. We've seen leading edges all day. We've seen them produce one-hand catches. That's what Emma Lamb did in the first innings. But this one is a very, very important wicket, because Katie Mack looked as if she was leading her team to victory. The Australian, though, is out for 84. Leading edge into the offside. It looked, though, as if she'd got enough on it to clear Monaghan, but she's caught it one-handed. And Alice Davidson-Richards, we said she was brought in to be the partnership breaker. She's done it. She's got the wicket. Mack is out for 84, caught by Alice Monaghan off the bowling of Alice Davidson-Richards. Mack is out. The partnership is broken. 208 for 4. Faith Florence, what a moment.
What a catch. I'm still playing that catch back in my mind because she was moving at full pelt towards her right, just stuck the hand out. You know, you thought even if she got to it, which she did, it was never going to stay in her hand. Such was the velocity that she was moving, but just a brilliant catch. And that's what it was going to take to get Katie Mack out in this innings, because she was batting beautifully. I think that, you know, the best that I've seen her in this competition, you know, batting in England with Lancashire. And so that brings to an end an amazing innings, but such a fine catch from Alice Monaghan, and Surrey have done it. They've broken that partnership, and the player we were saying, that's the key player who needs to be in there, is going to guide Lancashire to victory. If she's in there at the end, and Surrey have managed to prize her out with a brilliant bit of fielding.
Brilliant catch, absolutely brilliant catch. We'll get you the full details of Katie Mack's innings. I'm glad to say that we caught that perfectly. You've seen it on the replays there.
Wow.
Our colleagues at Badger and Coombs, who do the pictures on Lancs TV, have got a brilliant snap of that one.
Even as she fell to her knees, Alice Monaghan, you thought it might bob out at that point as well, but no, she held on firmly. What a catch.
84 from 64 balls, 90 minutes, 9 fours and a 6 for Katie Mack. Well, smacked away by the new batter. In fact, it's Morris actually who's hit that one away, because we've had a change of over. So Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, but Morris looking to pick up now. She's on to 40 then. 212 for 4, dissecting the fielder at mid-wicket and square leg on the boundary. Great shot from Fee Morris. Waits again, but all the pressure's back on her. Danny Gregory, in fact, has come on to bowl this over. That one's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. So 5 from what is effectively just the one ball of this over from Gregory so far. She does bowl a bit of a mixed bag, with as leg spinners often do. Fee Morris, the first woman to take a 5 in the 100 as well for Manchester Originals. They've got the first player to take a hat-trick in the 100 coming to play for Lancashire this season as well in their Australian overseas for the Blast Alana King.
Oh yeah, that's an exciting
so that's
signing,
another exciting leg spinner, is my point. That's what I was getting to, because another leg spinner who likes to mix things up, as does Danny Gregory. Here is Lister's first ball. She's going to sweep it hard into the leg side, and Monaghan there with an excellent piece of fielding. She's buzzing at the moment, Faith Florence.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, Ailsa Lister, first game of the season that she's playing. Now it's over to her. She's watched a brilliant partnership being built and how to play on this wicket.
She's been brought in for this situation. She hits it solidly up to mid-off, but still not off the mark. As I say, Ellie Threlkeld at 7. Scored 1,000 runs across 5 editions of the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. Probably not the player who'll take a game away from you, but the captain would expect to see her team over the line from this position. Chasing 297. They've got 214 of them. There's a peel for LBW. It's out. The finger raised, and Ailsa Lister's innings comes to an end on 0. Went for a pull stroke, seemed to stay slightly low. And is this the Lancashire jitters starting to creep in here, Faith Florence? We've seen them manage to, I think it's been put to me by one Lancashire fan, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. They look in a great position here, but a great catch from Monaghan and an LBW for Lister without scoring. And all of a sudden, this game has changed, and it was definitely out. It was short of length, and it just hit Lister around about knee-high in front of middle stump, probably turned from about leg stump onto the pad, and she was right back on the stumps. There was nowhere else it was going than into middle stump, and Lister's out without scoring. 214 for 5.
Yeah, it was a very good ball, and Lister will be disappointed, of course, to be going back on a duck. Having said that, and I understand why, followers of Lancashire might say, oh, these feel like familiar jitters. However, you do have the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, coming out to face the next ball. And 214 for 5. The chase is 297, the score that's required. Ellie Threlkeld, Kate Cross, Tara Norris still to come. So there's plenty of batting.
The pressure's on Fee Morris, though, as the set batter now, because you don't want Threlkeld and Cross, as good as they are, as experienced as they are, having to find these last 50 plus runs, or it's going to be 60, 70 plus runs if the wicket went at this point. 85 needed at the moment. So these two have to get it close, and Fee Morris has to stay there now. Threlkeld off the mark with that one out to mid-wicket, just a clipping stroke. 215 for 5 is the score. So what's that? It's going to be another 83 from here.
Was it on this ground? Was it maybe 2 years ago that Ellie Threlkeld played the innings of her life and got her team to a draw, I think it was, against the Southern Vipers?
Tie, yeah, that was the innings where Norris made 50 as well and hit the 6.
So, Lancashire might want some of those vibes coming back right now, if they can remember that moment.
They do. 82, I apologise, to win here, as that one is down the leg side. No run on offer.
And that was an example of the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, saving a game with her bat, So this partnership now at the crease is more than capable at this stage to also save the game for Lancashire. Yes, it's turned in favour of Surrey, for sure, but it's not over and out for Lancashire by any means.
82 off 83 becomes 82 off 82. No, it doesn't. It's a wide. It's gone down the leg side, so that'll be a wide. So it'll be 81, and they'll still have the 83 balls to chase these runs with.
That introduction of Alice Davidson-Richard into the attack seemed to be the moment that everything changed. Brilliant from the skipper of Surrey.
Let's produce 2 wickets and 2 overs. One for Davidson-Richards, the great catch from Monaghan off the leading edge to get rid of Mack. That was the important moment in many ways, and then
really special.
Ailsa Lister missing a pull stroke that hit her in the knee, right in front of middle stump. So all of a sudden there's a few nerves around for the Red Rose. The Surrey Feathers all of a sudden enjoying their task a little bit more in this breezy day as that wind gets up. It's beautiful and sunny. It's another one to the total with the cut stroke there from Fee Morris. Just has to stay there, 42. Just has to stay there, keep it ticking at 1 a ball.
That's right, she's got to stay there, but at the same time mustn't go into her shell. She's got to keep playing those shots, keep batting.
79 more required for victory. Threlkeld's forward and defending. Orderly. As I say, more than 1,000 runs in RHF Trophy cricket. She can bat.
She can certainly bat, and she needs to bat. Lancashire on 219, chasing 297 against Surrey here. Lancashire want a win at home desperately for their fans, for their club.
Here comes Davidson Richards, bowls, and Threlkeld's back and pushes to Monaghan at extra cover. This is a supreme effort as well. I know she's only in her second over, Davidson Richards, but she did make 100 earlier today, so it takes a lot to come back, and I suppose it's the plight of the all-rounder. Threlkeld again settling on a bat. Made 107 and averaged 41 in the a high score of 107 and averaged 41 in the 2023 edition of the Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy, as that one's driven again at Monaghan at extra cover. That seems to be the route that Davidson Richards is relying on at the moment. She's certainly relying on that fielder, Monaghan, plucking the catch out the air to get her team going again and provide another twist in this game. It's been well worth staying with us. Yeah, Threlkeld had 287 runs that year, best of 107 not out, so it left her with an average of 41. 50 and 100 into the 2023 edition. Say best of 69 last year. So the wicket-keeper, batter and captain trying to guide her team to victory. Has a swing outside the off stump. The keeper hasn't gathered it cleanly, Chatley. So there's a bye. Don't think we've seen a bye today, but there's a bye. 220 for 5.
I think Alice Davidson Richards is one of those players, when people talked about Surrey and talk about Surrey as being one of the teams definitely who they fancy for the finals, if not to lift the trophy. She is one of those players who would be a big part of that. Such a key player for their side, and such a fantastic cricketer with an amazing record. And yeah, what she's done here just really shows how crucial, how important she is for Surrey, because Lancashire were looking really, really good for this chase. We're really in control with Katie Mack and Fee Morris at the crease, just scoring runs for fun and really seizing this game. So it's been brilliant from ADR.
38th over about to begin with Danny Gregory bowling into the pitch. That's how she actually got the wicket of Ailsa Lister. Threlkeld tried to get back and crack it away as Lister did. Got bat on ball but didn't get a run because of Monaghan at short mid-wicket. Wickets to fall today, or in this second innings of the game. Lamb for 20 as Threlkeld's back in her crease, prods it and bounces over the bowler off the back foot into the pitch hard over the bowler and down to long on for 1. Then Jones was out for 52. Helen Lamb put on 53 for the first wicket. He was out for 52, caught by MacDonald Gay off the bowling of Monaghan. Smale was out for 10. She was bowled by Gregory. And there was the big partnership between Mack and Morris that I'll provide you the exact number on that partnership because it was a very good one indeed. But it was eventually broken when Mack was caught superbly one-handed by Monaghan at extra cover for 84, a looping leading edge that Monaghan just plucked out the sky somehow. That one's cut away, or pushed away really off the back foot. Forcing shot by Morris there, but doesn't produce a run. And those wickets have just slowed things because Lister was out third ball, LBW to Gregory, her second of the day. She's looking for a third and to potentially continue to turn the game in her team's favour. This one's turned round the corner. Kalia Moore's chasing hard, will get there before the rope at backward square leg, having come round from well in front of square. 223 for 5. The target 297. Remember, if you just join us on the BBC Sport website and app, the Geo app in India, or Lancs TV via YouTube. Gregory bowls, flick leg side. They're going to run hard. Threlkeld can't get back for the second though. It's not quite the pace of Katie Mack out there in the middle, but these two will get between the sticks as quickly as they can. 224 for 5. Gregory at the back of the mark, on her way now. Digs that right in the pitch. I think if that had been left, it would have been a double bouncer, but the batter Threlkeld wanted to whisk it round the corner and away to fine leg for 4 runs, and she does so. 228 for 5. Gregory can't afford too many more of those, but she does like to dig it into the pitch when she can. She will try and then float one up full. She varies her length a lot, and deliberately it seems. But there it's not worked, because that would have, as I say, probably bounced twice, and Threlkeld was able to sweep it away for 4 runs, and she knew she was either going to get a wide or a no ball because of the line and the length of it.
That's right, very well dealt with by Threlkeld there to get the maximum she could get from that ball. And Danny Gregory, who has bowled well, but yeah, as you say, can't get away with too many more of those. Any of the Surrey bowlers, they need to really keep disciplined bowling performance now. Try and, they've got the relatively new batter at the crease in Ellie Threlkeld.
69 to win, 72 balls remaining. Alice Davidson-Richards' job with the ball is done. She's broken the partnership. She's got Katie Mack out, so they're going to change the bowling again, and it's not worked because it's straight into the middle of the bat of Fee Morris via the pitch, short of length from Monaghan, who's come into the attack. 4 more to the total, and it's now 65 off 71. Poor start to the spell there from Monaghan.
Indeed, and Fee Morris is carrying on where she left off when she lost her biggest partnership with Katie Mack. But she's been at the crease now a long time, and gone through quite a few of these different bowlers, so she's seeing the ball really well.
Yeah, as long as Fee Morris is there's no reason to panic. But if she goes, I think there will be reason to panic.
I've heard that before, I think, Mike.
Monaghan bowls me 5 minutes ago. This one's pushed up to mid-off. Davidson-Richards is there and is doing her duty now at extra cover after Monaghan did so well.
But I get what you mean, and you might even say it again. But as long as they keep the scoreboard moving, keep adding runs to that total, we don't mind hearing that, as long as it's moving in the right direction. Don't get bogged down, Lancashire will be saying.
Dramatic cricket being brought to you by Lancashire here. Driven up to mid-off, no run. It's very, very tense. I promised you the exact number on that partnership between Katie Mack and Fee Morris. So we'll bring you that after this next ball from Alice Monaghan, because she's at the back of her run. 84, in fact, we'll bring it you just before she bowls. 84, the partnership between Mack and Morris, and that's what's put Lancashire in control, it seems. But the loss of 2 wickets and another single added to the total brings up the 50 for Fee Morris. Brings more applause from the pavilion, more applause from the spectators. 5 fours in that 50, and it's a precious one, and it's one that if Morris can stay there, is guiding Lancashire to victory. They're going to need 64 of 68 to get there.
Absolutely, it was just a little raise of her bat. She knows that the job's not done. There's a lot more to go for Lancashire, and she's the person that the team needs to be there to chase this total down. But a brilliant milestone nevertheless.
Waits again. Shorter length, prodded into the leg side by Threlkeld, off looking for 2, but decides against it, ends up sort of just pulling up and jogging through the last bit there. So Fee Morris's 50 off exactly 50 balls. Came in around about 58 minutes, and she hit 5 fours. So that is an excellent innings on what's been an excellent pitch here at Southport and Birkdale. Produced 292 last week. It's produced 297 as a target this week. Morris getting another one, whacking it into the leg side. It was a good old-fashioned hit to leg, that, off the front foot from Morris. Didn't quite get what she wanted on it to clear the fielder out there, which is Wyatt-Hodge again. That's why I don't think we've seen her. She's been hiding away on that railway side of the ground. 2-3-5 for 5, 12 overs remaining, and it's going to go all the way, it feels. But if Morris in particular can stay here, and if Threlkeld can keep her company, if Cross can come in and do the same, Norris we know can hit a clean ball at the end, and as well, she won a game in a pressure situation in the final of the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy when she was at Southern Vipers. So there are players who can do this for Lancashire, but with 39 overs gone, so 66 balls remaining, they just need to keep the board moving. 62 more to win. It's going to be Bryony Smith for the first time, bowling her off spin, the captain. Only made one earlier. Again, a little surprised to see how late the captain's gone to herself. She bowls spin, which works on this pitch, so...
It's interesting, isn't it?
One to long gone from the first ball.
She's obviously said, like, she's the person now who's got to be the one to break this partnership, and
I think her captaincy has been clever, though. The move to bring Alice Davidson-Richards on worked well, and I think she's gone about it well. Gets a dot ball here as Threlkeld can't drive it back. Maybe Bryony Smith just thinks in the last 10 overs, that's where she bowls a lot in T20 cricket, for instance. This is where I'm at my best. I want the batters coming at me. Likes a contest as Bryony Smith. This one's prodded to extra cover. No run.
yeah, I agree. And also, you know, Fee Morris maybe just getting a bit comfortable with the other bowlers that she's faced and something different.
Threlkeld been on the front foot all over. She's down the track this time, pushing up to long on. Good solid drive. Davidson-Richards picks up and just rolls the ball back, in fact, to her captain Bryony Smith, who picks it up from the dirt. 237 for 5. There was noticeable dust came up from the area around the pitch just behind the stumps there as Smith picked it up. Flicked into the leg side, but it doesn't produce that leading edge which has led to the wicket of Bryony Smith earlier, led to the wicket of Wyatt-Hodge, led to the wicket of Katie Mack. But that one met the part of the bat Morris intended and brought a single wide of Capsey at deep mid-wicket. Here comes Smith again in sunglasses. She's bowling her off spin. And it's pushed out to extra cover. I think it's obligatory to wear sunglasses to bowl off spin.
Absolutely.
Capsey does it as well, doesn't she? Sort of has almost trademark sunglasses perched on the head.
Indeed.
That is the end of the 40th over. 238 for 5 the score. 60 needed. In fact, no, not 60, less than 60, isn't it? 238, that's 59 needed off 60 balls now. 59 off 60 is the equation. We'll be counting it down.
Indeed we will, as Alice Monaghan with ball in hand at the Harrod Drive end. And it'll be a set batter, Fee Morris, to face. Taking her time is Alice Monaghan. As the train goes by, Fee Morris crouches to receive, and she drives that into the cover, straight to the fielder. She'll be through for 1 run, so they're going to keep ticking over, keep the scoreboard moving here, these two batters. Fee Morris, like you've said many times now, the set batter, the key to this chase, and very ably and well supported by Ellie Threlkeld at the moment, who's just sort of into her innings, and she's got a big role to play there in supporting Fee Morris to chase down these runs. Monaghan into Threlkeld, just pushed into the offside. It's a dot ball.
Wickets exactly the same at that 40 over mark at 5, but Lancashire on 238, a long way ahead of the 224 that Surrey had at that stage.
So you could say, yeah, they've just got their noses in front.
And they know what they've got to chase as well.
They know what they've got to chase, exactly. They know the equation as Alice Monaghan in and driven by Ellie Threlkeld. Not a great connection, so they'll stay where they are and not get another run off that delivery. But like you say, they know exactly what they've got to chase. They know the kind of pace that they need. If they can stay in and just continue to put away any bad balls, to pick the gaps that Fee Morris has been doing so well in her innings. Monaghan into Threlkeld, who cuts that straight to the fielder at point.
Threlkeld just getting frustrated here, though. She's on 9 and just not getting it away. 14 then the run difference. The wicket's exactly the same at the 40 over mark. But Surrey had a pretty good last 10. And that's where Lancashire struggled against Hampshire, will be the worry.
That's true, exactly. That's so Ellie Threlkeld, just to keep in mind, if she can't get it away, can she hit it to rotate the strike, get her partner on strike to face the next ball? That's exactly what's happened in this case. And Fee Morris will be facing the next delivery from Alice Monaghan.
I suppose it only happened, though, because she kicked it, basically.
Hey,
but it'll do. They'll take the leg by.
It all counts, you know.
She was definitely trying to hit it, but she ended up kicking it.
Not illegal in cricket if it hits your foot, as long as it's not in front of the stumps, and if it means you get to the other end and get your set batting partner on strike.
And as long as you're deemed to be playing a shot, of course.
Exactly.
Otherwise it's a dead ball. But yeah, on that occasion she was.
Monaghan into Morris, who watches that go down the leg side. Beat the keeper. Is it going to beat everybody? It's over the boundary. And that is a ball at this stage that Alice Monaghan, having taken that amazing catch, will wish she could take back, because it's gone over the boundary for wides.
Yeah, 5 to the total, can be ill-afforded at this stage. Takes the amount required down to 52, and there's still 55 balls remaining. That's really costly. I mean, you just can't afford to do that. As good as the catch was, that was almost the opposite end of the spectrum, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Lancashire will feel they earned that luck. Monaghan in again, and that's over Monaghan's head. That's a diving effort to catch it, but it's another 4 runs. Very well struck.
We saw Paige Scholfield drop one like that, where she just had to go up with one hand and hope. She couldn't even get the hand on the ball that time, and the runs trickle away. It was another boundary that was required, but
9 runs in the last 2 balls.
Yeah, and it just shows the importance of having a set batter like Fee Morris, that she can produce a stroke like that. It wasn't the greatest over for the captain Threlkeld, but Morris was able to just keep adding to the total. 48 more now needed. Surely Lancashire are in charge here.
It's the skipper to bowl from the Grosvenor end. Skipper to skipper. That's hit straight down the ground. Ellie Threlkeld rotating the strike nicely.
That's the 250 up, I believe. I don't think the board's quite ticked over yet.
Hear the applause from the ground.
There it is. 250 ticks up now. Well, I think the applause was for Threlkeld getting off strike first ball there, which is what she's been trying to do. Was successful on that occasion.
Bryony Smith into Fee Morris, who shuffles down and hits that straight. They'll get 1 run. Using her feet, Fee Morris, not quite able to meet the ball and strike it in the way that she'd want, but every run counts at this stage. Brings Ellie Threlkeld back on strike to face the skipper of Surrey. With her off spin, she bowls, and that's guided to the leg side. The umpire has to just lift his foot to allow the ball to go through. The Lancashire batter's through for a 1 run.
I mean, Lancashire with 5 wickets in hand, needing to get 59 off 60 should make it every time. Surrey managed 72 off their last 10, so you know they've kind of got plenty of runs to play with.
And that's hit behind. That goes past the fielder. There's going to be a chase, and that's another 4 runs to the total.
Lovely sweep stroke. If Morris stays here, Lancashire wins. Simple as. 256 for 5. 297 the target.
I told you were going to say it again, hey? And there it is.
I know.
And it's very true. It's no less true than it was a few overs ago. Bryony Smith in. Uses her feet, Fee Morris, and just guides that one leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Really well run 2 there. It's exactly what they need to do. Lots of appreciation from the Lancashire staff behind us. For Lancashire to win a home game club and the fans desperately would love to see that here. Such a tight game. Bryony Smith into Fee Morris, who guides that leg side again. This time it will be just the 1 run. But getting a bit of joy in that direction, in that position, Fee Morris. At the end of the over, Lancashire scored a fair few runs to bring the total now to 259 for 5 after 42 overs.
They won their first 2 games, but they were both away. Lost last week against Hampshire. Then went to Essex to play them at Chelmsford. Lost there. So a home win here would just put their season back in the right direction. It would leave a lot of questions for Surrey, though. It would be 4 defeats out of 5 games for a side that have spent a fair bit of money in terms of contracts and attracting big players like Wyatt-Hodge to come and join them, to add to their ranks that already included the likes of Bryony Smith and Davidson Richards. So they've got Capsey, of course, an England player. I think there would be a bit of disappointment around Sophia Dunkley not playing today because of a niggle, as it was described at the toss. But she too was somebody that you know, that adds to those ranks, adds to that star quality that Surrey have. Absolutely.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay from the hard drive end, and that's just hit to the leg side. She'd been bowling previously from the Grosvenor end, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. After a bit of a bowler's conference there, and with the skipper, decided to try her from this other end and see if it's any more effective to try and break up this partnership or prize out this key batter. 37 off 47. McDonald-Gay into Threlkeld. Strikes that firmly, beats the infield, but picked up by the sweeper. 1 more run added to the total. 260 for 5 wickets. 261.
So at the moment they've got a 10-ball margin between runs required and balls
McDonald-Gay
left.
into Morris. Leg side. Through for another run.
That's all they need at this stage.
It is indeed, and 1 run at a time. They're going for this. 35 runs needed of 45 balls now.
I've gone early on the grid. I usually only get the grid out at 5 overs to go. In fact, I haven't made a grid, I'm just typing it on the computer screen.
McDonald-Gay into Threlkeld, who just digs that out of her feet. Straight back to the bowler. That was a really good ball. Earning the applause from Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Top ball though. There's one of them. Down to 9 the difference.
I want to see a fair few more of those, and even better, Surrey would like to take some wickets here. Threlkeld to face. And that's guided leg side. I'm not sure if she got bat on that. It sounded a bit sort of thuddy, and she does get through for 1 run. 262 for 5, the score.
Leg by, I think, signalled there by the umpire. So you're right, it did sound thuddy.
Because it was thuddy. McDonald-Gay. Into Fee Morris, that's guided leg side. Retrieved by the fielder in the ring, and 1 more run added to the total. 264 for 5. 33 runs needed off 42 balls now by Lancashire, chasing 297 for victory against Surrey.
You feel with 2 batters who are looking pretty set once it goes below 30. I mean, even the feeling of Lancashire fans that they can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, you feel once it goes below 30 runs that this should be Lancashire's game. This should just trickle away, but the reason we're almost whispering it is because there will be people at home saying, please, please, please don't jinx it. But they're going along very nicely at present.
Absolutely, and they're sort of taking their time a little bit more, Surrey. You know, anything to try and just distract the batters a little bit, to make sure that they've got the right plans, but also...
I've had a response on the Tilly Courtine-Coleman question. I've also had a response from the person who talks about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. That's Ali Byrne, the former Lancashire captain. Lanning, definitely, in terms of the A-listers, that
Andrew was
Tilly
right.
Courtine-Coleman got out at in the 100 last year. So well done, Andrew, who's sitting to our right.
Kalia Moore into Morris, who drives that straight. 3 for 1 run. We'll think about a second, but there isn't time for that. Very well fielded.
He's
Alice
across
Davidson-Richards.
all the stats. Does anyone else want to have a guess at any of the other A-list names? Say again? Chloe Tryon. No, not on the list. Not on the list. Think New Zealand all-rounder.
Sophie Devine.
Sophie Devine. Very good. Very good.
It's about as A-list as you can get, as Kalia Moore is into that swept behind. Stopped by the fielder. Now she's backing up halfway. Fee Morris, and has run through for a very good single. Called her opposite partner in for that. Was watching the ball all the way. Fumbled by the fielder, and they're able to get another run. Lancashire 266 for 5.
And then the other A-lister is a West Indian.
Kalia Morton to Fee Morris, who sweeps that behind, falls over. Not the most elegant of shots there. Hope she hasn't done herself any sort of a mischief. Probably more embarrassment than anything, just stayed down a little bit longer. But she's up on her feet now and ready to face the next ball.
West Indian captain is probably the next.
Kalia Moore into Fee Morris, who uses her feet and gets the away on the leg side for 1 run.
The current one.
Hayley Matthews.
Hayley Matthews, yeah.
I was thinking of Paramore, yeah.
And then the others she's got out, Stair Callis, Lauren Winfield-Hill and Paige Schofield, who probably aren't quite as A-list as the 3 internationals, but they're still good domestic names. Stair Callis has got 60 off not many balls today for Warwickshire. We haven't given you scores elsewhere in a long time.
Kalia Moore into Threlkeld, straight back to the bowler.
The reason is the tension of this chase. Well, thank you to Polly Starkey, because she's very much done my homework there. In terms of, I've not been able to scroll back through the 100 scorecards from last year to work that one out, so I appreciate
100%
that.
better than AI, Polly Starkey.
Yes, you have triumphed over AI. Well done.
Kalia Moore. Oh, and that's hit lofted highs. There is a fielder. Sweeper on the boundary. 3 for 1 run.
Bounced once in front of her, crucially. Might have had at least Ali Byrne, former Lancashire captain's heart in mouth at home there when she heard that one in the air towards the field.
It did bounce well in front of her. I was, it never looked like a chance there, but here at the ground.
Wide ball.
That's a wide ball. 270, the scoreboard ticks over to. But Lancashire are chasing 297 for victory.
27 left.
And that's firmly struck straight down the ground. There is a fielder out. They're running back for 2 runs, still running hard for every single run that they can get. So 2 more from that last delivery. It's a good over for Lancashire. That included the wide in there. 272 for 5 is the score now.
I'd make that 25 more off 36.
25.
You should do that every time,
required.
should you not?
You should do.
I know people will be...
Absolutely should do.
People who believe in commentators' curses will be shouting at me here, but 25 of 36, if you don't do that, then I'm sorry. I can't really help you.
Certainly Lancashire fans should probably relax a little bit more than a few overs ago. However,
I thought you were going to say just generally then for a moment.
Look who's back into the attack with ball in hand. Now, the last time that Alice Davidson-Richards had the ball in hand for her spell, dramatic things happened in favour of Surrey. So she's into Ellie Threlkeld, who takes a big swing and drives that down the ground. Very good running for 272.
Just going to check what the Surrey score was at 45, but I think that it's another indication they're going back to Davidson Richards. They're looking for a bit of magic, aren't they? They know it too, that the game is pretty much up.
Indeed, and you know, she always looks so sort of relaxed and in control, Alice Davidson Richards. She's in, and that swept behind by Fee Morris. That swept for 4 runs, swept hard and swept successfully. Another 4 runs to the total from the bat of Fee Morris, who's playing a brilliant innings, picking up where Katie Mack had left off, where they had that brilliant partnership of 84.
So 253 was the score at the 45 over mark for Surrey for 7 wickets. So they've got an advantage again in terms of wickets, and they've got an advantage already of, 24 runs on where Surrey were at the end of this over.
ADR in. Struck firmly again by Fee Morris. Fielder gives chase. They'll get 1 run to the total. 278 for 5. Chasing 297, Lancashire feel firmly in control of this one. Stranger things have happened. Alice Davidson Richards with ball in hand into Ellie Threlkeld, who it's that straight, and there's no run, but both ADR and Fee Morris end up on the floor. One slightly tripped over the other, but no harm done. Pat on the back from ADR as Fee Morris gets to her feet. Score remains on 278 for 5. Lancashire needing 19 for victory. We're in the 45th over. Alice Davidson Richards into Ellie Threlkeld. Pushes that back down the ground towards the bowler. No run despite Fee Morris' efforts to back up a little bit there and get a little bit of a nudge on the bowler. 19 runs needed. 31 balls.
Got to do this, haven't you?
Surely. Such a strong position for Lancashire now. Bowler in, and that struck firmly. Another run added to the total. So they're not exactly trying to finish this in a hurry, not trying to hit massive boundaries. Just meeting the ball on its merit and taking the safest option is Ellie Threlkeld. 18 runs needed off 30 balls. She knows she's got her opposite partner, Fee Morris, who's battered an absolute blinder of an innings for her 78.
And I would just say, if anyone does think of slipping off a bit early, I wouldn't, because Lancashire have done strange things in the past and you'll want to see them over the line, but we obviously are going to bring every game of this Women's One Day Cup campaign and also of the Blast as well on See You on Lancs TV. We'll bring you plenty more on the BBC Sport website and app as well, so do make sure you rejoin us. Lancashire's next game is is on Sunday against the Blaze at Old Trafford.
Courtine Coleman into Fee Morris, who's bowling from the Grosvenor Road end now. That's driven through the covers by the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, beg your pardon, who's added another run to the total, bringing Fee Morris to the strike. Courtine Coleman from the Grosvenor Road end. She had some success from the Harrod Drive end.
Surrey will have what feels like a must-win game.
And that's driven through the cover, straight to the fielder.
Against Somerset. They go to Taunton next. And, yeah, that feels like it could be must-win for both sides. They've both struggled in the competition so far. That's a lie. Somerset have done really well. Somerset won 3 and lost 1. And they're doing all right against Warwickshire as well.
Into Fee Morris, who steps back. Drive through the covers. Another run added to the total.
They've been another actually slightly surprising side in terms of how well they've done this season. Much like Warwickshire, who they're playing against today. But it's definitely going to be must-win for Surrey, that one down in Taunton.
Courtine Coleman to Ellie Threlkeld. That goes behind. They scamper through for 1 run.
Warwickshire at the moment requiring 93 of 52 balls, so looking very unlikely with 2 wickets remaining. So it looks like Somerset will have the exact opposite record of Surrey, with 4 wins and 1 defeat going into that game at Taunton. Surrey, if they lose this one, which they look like doing.
Uses her feet, Fee Morris, to get to the pitch of the ball. Just hits it back to the fielder, extra cover. It's a dot ball.
Surrey will have won 1, lost 4 going into that to have the exact opposite record. Another 15 now for victory for Lancashire.
Courtine Coleman in, uses her feet again, Fee Morris. No joy. It's another dot ball. 15 runs required at the end of that over. That's the end of the 46th over, rather. 282 for 5.
So yeah, in control for Lancashire. 15 off 24 now. They just have to make sure, they have to just aim to win it with an over to spare now, don't they? And they've got the wickets in hand to do that. Probably Threlkeld will be the one who has to take a risk if it does get tight, to try and ensure they get over with 6 balls to spare, but it might not even come to that, the way it's looking at the moment. But we will see. Strange things happen in this game of cricket, so do stay with us. 2,200 of you with us at the moment. It's been good to have about 3,000 at certain points.
Indeed, it's Rhiannon McDonald-Gay from the Harrow Drive end. Into Ellie Threlkeld, who drives that firmly. Another run to the total. Yeah, it would be an absolute miracle if Surrey were to do something here, or rather it would be Lancashire. If Lancashire were to let this one go, in a very strong position to bring this game home. 14 runs, just 14 runs needed off the last 23 balls. At the moment they're mostly dealing in singles, just striking this off one at a time towards their first, what could be their first home victory of the season.
The sky, the blue sky, becoming slightly hazy, but almost all the white's burnt off now.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay into Fee Morris, who pulls that one over her shoulder. That's another 4 runs. No more messing around with those singles. She's still putting the ball away on its merit and getting the boundaries where the ball warrants it.
I know she was trying to do something unexpected there, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, but with the keeper stood up to the stumps, that was a little bit of a gimme to Fee Morris, particularly on a slow wicket. To ram it in halfway down like that, she just had to get any touch of the bat on it, and it was 4 runs. And yeah, it's a poor bit of bowling, I'm afraid. But it just shows the situation that they're in.
Indeed, just 10 runs needed, and a little bit of a conference between the skipper and her bowler. Unfortunately, not enough.
Probably the message was, don't do that again, or if you are going to do that again, I'm going to put fine leg back, third back, which she has, and she's got backward square leg.
And she's in, and she does sort of try it again as it's struck behind. The ball didn't quite bounce enough for her to pull it over her shoulder.
It was a double bluff, that. It was a full slower one, I think. It's the complete opposite.
Lancashire needing just 9 runs now to win.
Yeah, the ball's almost becoming irrelevant now. 21 of them left, but as long as they don't get all out here, they're home, aren't they?
Ellie Threlkeld to face. She hits that straight to the fielder. It's a dot ball.
Now with 2 balls left in the over, Threlkeld, I think, can almost have a little bit of a dip here. 9 runs needed, or does she just stay there and make sure there's no wobbles in the changing room? I just think 2 balls left. They've got nothing to lose here. You can try and get down and hit a 4.
Either option would be fine, as McDonald-Gay is in, and she strikes that firmly, Ellie Threlkeld. 1 run added to the total. 8 runs required now to win. I think Lancashire fans would go for either options, as long as at the end of it there is that much desired win.
Third of the season, first
win.
At home.
That's right,
first at home. And a good way to head back to HQ Old Trafford. A couple of spins of the bats from Fee Morris. 289 for 5. Threlkeld, very useful 21. Very useful 21 here.
Absolutely. McDonald-Gay into Fee Morris, who pulls that behind just for the 1 run. I think what Lancashire fans will really want to see is Fee Morris carrying her bat at the end of this extraordinary effort, this really brilliant batting innings.
Yeah, she's not quite going to be able to get the 15 she'd need for the 100, will she? There's only 7. I can't do the maths. If she got 6, so the scores were level, and then a 6, that would give her... No, not enough, is it?
Not enough,
it's
no.
91 plus 6, 97 is the best she could do. And she'd have to get all of them. So I think it's just about getting over the line from here, getting the remaining 7.
Yeah, and she would take that absolutely for victory, you know, given the choice. Yes, hundreds are wonderful milestones and really brilliant achievements for a cricketer, but so often you hear if it's in a losing cause, it doesn't really mean as much. Not something you can look back on in the moment, but to guide her team to victory here. As Courtine Coleman bowls and she cuts that square, they'll come back for 2 wickets. In fact, they won't come back for 2 runs because it's a boundary. It's another 4 runs off the total, leaving Lancashire with just, how many now? 3 runs needed? Just 3 runs for the victory.
And I'm going to say off 17 balls, but it's basically an irrelevance now, I would have thought.
Basically, it's more a question of will it be a boundary or will it be one at a time?
Big 5-wicket win, though, if they can do it here.
Courtine Coleman in, she advances down the track, hits that through the covers, but fielder retrieves it, just 1 run. 2 runs required. It's going to be the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, on strike. Lancashire fans would be equally happy to see their skipper hit the winning runs. Brilliant effort with Fee Morris on the other end. Courtine Coleman into Threlkeld, who just forward in defence. Not able to get that one away. 2 runs still needed for the victory.
I think there'll be some very warm applause from the spectators, who are probably very warm from sitting in the sunshine here.
I expect so. There'll be standing ovations, I'd guess, as she tries to sweep that behind. There's an appeal, but I think more of a sharp for nothing there from Surrey.
I'll take a look at the replay, but I think she was outside the line of off stump there.
Still just the 2 runs needed.
Which, based on my record from deep mid-wicket, means it will miss in
Courtine
leg.
Coleman in. That's it straight to the point fielder. Just keeping Lancashire out as long as possible is the only option left for Surrey now.
As I say, though, do join us at Old Trafford for the next one against the Blaze.
Into Ellie Threlkeld, who hits that through the covers, and that's going to go all the way for 4. She did bring it out, the victory on a boundary in the end. Oh, famous victory for Lancashire, who have chased that score of 296 down in 47 overs. They've won the game by 5 wickets. Ellie Threlkeld, the skipper, hitting the winning runs. But it's her opposite partner at the non-strikers end, Fee Morris, who really made the contribution, along with Katie Mack, when they started with their partnership of 84, that guided Lancashire to victory over Surrey at home, their first home win of the season, their 3rd win overall of the season, and a very, very great game of cricket today alongside you, Mike Perkins.
Well, yeah, fantastic 5-wicket victory for Lancashire. Thank you for joining us wherever you've been today, whether it's been the BBC Sport website and app, whether it's been Lancs TV on YouTube or the Geo app in India. Make sure you rejoin us for that game against the Blaze at Old Trafford. But a fantastic victory for Lancashire Thunder. They've done it with, 2 overs to spare, 12 balls remaining. So not quite the margin that Hampshire got with 3 overs left and 8 wickets, but it was pretty close. And given that is the 2nd game of Women's One Day Cup cricket played on that pitch, and there was a club game in between, the staff here were actually surprised that Lancashire said, we'll play on the same one, but it's paid off because it's given them the victory. And what a good pitch that has been. It's seen 292 scored last week, 296 in the first innings this week, and neither of those have been enough for the team, the team who batted first to win the game. So I think that is an indication that this has been a really, really good pitch at Southport and Birkdale, and people will be really, really happy here. The players just hugging each other and congratulating each other. I don't know if you want to add a final thought, Faith, and we'll take people through the card. But that's been a very good victory for Lancashire by 5 wickets.
Absolutely, and just to say that Lancashire needed to show the sort of the muscle of their middle order, what their middle to lower order batters were also capable of today, having lost the 2 front runners really early, who've really been steering the victories for Lancashire this season so far. So really wonderful effort to see the middle order step up and win the game for Lancashire.
Yeah, that's what the doubts were. I was seeing it cropping up in YouTube comments and that kind of thing. Oh, Lancashire's tail, you can't write Surrey off in this chase, but Fee Morris was absolutely excellent in it. The total of 296 was built on that 100 scored by Alice Davidson-Richards. We also saw 87 from Schofield. They had a big old partnership in the middle of that innings together, but it took Surrey up to 296, but it wasn't enough. Lancashire chasing down the target of 297. It began with a 53 partnership from Emma Lamb and Eve Jones. Lamb was the first out for 20, caught by Chatley, the bowling of Monaghan. Then Katie Mack came to the wicket. Eve Jones out for 52, having a big hit at one caught at deep cover by McDonald Gay off the bowling of Monaghan once again, her second wicket. Then Smale was out bowled by Gregory, a ball that really did turn what we were expecting turn today, and we definitely saw it in that dismissal of Smale for 10. Then the big partnership of the innings came together between Katie Mack and Fee Morris. They took the score for Lancashire all the way up to 208 before Mack was brilliantly caught by Monaghan one-handed. So involved in the first 2 wickets by bowling them, then catching one off Davidson-Richards to get her team back in it. That meant Lister came to the wicket. She was out LBW third ball. At that point, with the score having gone from 208 for 3 to 214 for 5. There was a little bit of a wobble, a little bit of a worry. Lancs wouldn't get to the 297, but Fee Morris expertly guided her team there with 90 of 76 balls in the end. 92 minutes, 10 fours. Brilliant innings from Fee Morris to go with Katie Mack's innings of 84 in 64 minutes off 64 balls in 90 minutes with 9 fours and 1 6, so both with very good strike rates, the 2 mainstays of the innings. Ellie Threlkeld, 25 not out of 39, useful contribution from the skipper. The pick of the bowlers for Lancashire was Kate Cross with her 55 for 3, and I think an honourable mention for Sophie Morris, who bowled 10 overs 1 maiden, 56 for 1, and got Danny Wyatt-Hodge out, who was one of those destructive players who could take things away. But for the Surrey perspective, the bowling was 10 overs, no maidens, 65 for no wicket for Courtine Coleman, 9 overs, no maidens, 46 for no wicket for Rhianna McDonald-Gay. 8 overs, no maidens, 47 for 2, probably the pick of them, Alice Monaghan. Kalia Moore, 6 overs, no maidens, 37 for no wicket. Danny Gregory, 7 overs, no maidens, 48 for 2. Capsey, 3 overs, no maidens, 23 for no wicket. Alice Davidson-Richards, 3 overs, 17 for 1. And Bryony Smith, 2 overs, 13 without loss. So a 5-wicket victory for Lancashire. Absolutely fantastic day's cricket at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. We will see you again at Old Trafford. Until then, it is goodbye from myself, Mike Perkins, and goodbye from Faith Florence.
is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extra.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.